Yeah. Thank you. Liz, you ready? All right. Testing. Okay. Dave Rizzardo. Good morning.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Are there any more back there? Okay, good. I love those. Okay, great. All right. We are going to get started with the first full day of the workshop. And let's see, Jeff, the vote was for today at lunchtime for the tour. Not yet. Not yet. No, it's okay. I'll talk with Finley. It'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're going to bring food for him, you said. Right, so you skip lunch and you may either skip out on the last talk of the session or the first talk of the other session if you want food, or take a doggy bag from back there. All right. All right, so it's it's up to you. Frank sat and I stood, and so, but I think you're more like the Sundance Kid. Do better if you move. Yeah. It's my honor to introduce Dave Rizzardo for today's keynote. And Dave is not only the head of the Aerial Remote Sensing of Snow program, the ARS, but he is the manager of the hydrology branch, and came back over to take that job from being over with the State Water Project, and is 1 month shy of being with DWR for 23 years. And if I remember right, I think you gave the first talk after Gary Bardini's his keynote at the first ASO workshop too. So you've ascended one step. Yeah. So at any rate, let me turn it over to Dave. But he's a great friend of the program and a great leader as well. So
thank you, Tom. I'm going to grab this thing that everybody else struggled with yesterday. Yeah, thanks for having me, and it's a real honor to be here at the ASO workshop. As mentioned, I'm Dave Rizzardo. I manage the hydrology section. We used to be a branch, but we got demoted. I don't know, they reorged all kinds of stuff. So no longer chief, manager, whatever. You just call me whatever, I'll answer. So what I want to talk about today, there'll be a little repeat what you heard yesterday, but not too much. You know, we're in our 10th year here, and sometimes we'll get phone calls like, hey, we were referred to you because you guys really know what you're doing with the ASO program. And I always giggle and say, I guess. And that's kind of the theme today. You know, it's an overused phrase at times, building the plane as we're flying it. But it does apply here, both, you know, symbolically and actually there are planes that we're flying. So it's just really a perspective of how our program has, you know, developed and grown, and then where it's headed, you know, more from the nuts and bolts, I guess, of it. So I won't dwell too much on the program origins. You heard that yesterday, maybe a slight different take on it. And then this is a very aircraft themed presentation. I had some fun with that. So we go from our test flights to operational, the expansion, which is really, the complexity has really increased with that, not a bad thing. Piloting the program, there are a lot of forces at play that keep the plane from moving forward sometimes, but also keep it moving forward. Navigation's always important, and then our post-flight debrief. So Here is my disclaimer. Building the plane as we're flying it doesn't mean we have no clue what we're doing. It means that there's a lot of growth that is happening and is happening in real time. But on the positive, we have an operational program. As you know now, it's 10 years in. A term that gets used a lot these days is we've got to invest in emerging technologies. Yes, we do. This happens to be a proven one. Even my agency is like, we're really big on investing in emerging technologies. Cool. This one's proven. We should also invest in those. We have a big plan out there now. I guess I can read it right here. This is part of the navigation information. We have now a climate resilient forecasting framework plan, and that is our North Star. That's what guides us now, and it's a comprehensive plan. I'll get into it in a little bit. As Tom alluded to yesterday, here's the buts. As much as we like having the program we have, it is not fully implemented. It's about a third of the full implementation. Each year, excuse me, we seem to scale up some way or another, which adds complexity. And each year we learn with our partners a lot of valuable lessons, which is just when we think we've got it. All right, well, that's a new curveball. So here's my version of the program origins. It started way back in history. There's Tom, there's Frank, there's Wes. They were really excited about that first flight. That's Tuolumne Meadows. It was so long ago that Dr. Church was there, looking very ghostly. He's the only one in focus, and he's looking kind of at the person taking the photo going, what is this thing? But the Wright brothers plane, I think, is very symbolic of just trying to get this thing off the ground, right? And it wasn't always smooth. There's Tom flying and Frank running and Wes looking. Anyway, I don't know if we can move that window. But yeah, the concept was there. As Tom alluded to, it was years and years of research behind the scenes that finally got them to this point. The technology was unproven at the time. There was a lot of skepticism, as Tom alluded to yesterday. What was really needed was some willing partners, and Tom elaborated on that yesterday. What he didn't elaborate, boy, really bad window choices, was the first meeting of the minds with the Tuolumne River folks is captured in this photo. Somewhere in there is Tom and Frank and Wes and the rest of TID and, all right, freaked me out. San Francisco, there's the whole Tuolumne River group standing on that plane. But as Tom alluded to, it was a patchwork of fundings that he was able to procure at JPL and that Frank was able to get through state resources. It remained a patchwork of funding for quite a few years, which is not a way to run a program, let me tell you. When you mentioned yesterday, shaking the couch cushions loose, we still do that, but we're less dependent on that. So first, notice the plane has gotten more modern, and it actually can go farther now. But even then, that first year, Tom mentioned this yesterday, it was right on the heels of 2011, and I wasn't as intimately involved in the meetings that he was having with Bruce and Frank and stuff, but Frank had passed along, this could really be seen as a good, flood forecasting, flood fight tool. And then that cursed us into the worst drought of its kind for the next 4 years, which is great because it became a really important drought tool, just like that. So we start to move on, the program starts to expand a little bit, and we need a bigger plane, right? And we got more watersheds. We need to get data. We're starting to figure out, with our Bulletin 120, we want conditions as of the first of the month. The forecast goes out on the 6th business day, so that's usually around the 8th of the month. But to get that data into our hands so we have time to process it and put it into our figures, you know, we kind of need that by like the 3rd or the 4th at the latest. So there, and you know, and our partners too have these constraints, you know. So it was really kind of working out with ASO. How do we get that timing down? Now, they were the technical nerds trying to figure out how to process all this in 48 hours or 24 hours or you know, whatnot. But all we were saying on the other end is we need it by this date and we need this and that. There's a lot to figure out, right? And as we all know, getting any kind of data is great, but we really need it reliably, and we need to know that there's some kind of quality assurance on it. So it's one thing to just have a program, but you really need to know all the elements of how that program works. You know, I look, when I step on a plane to fly wherever, I don't really necessarily need to know how everything works. I kind of trust the pilot and the crew to do that and the engineers who designed it. But I have a certain trust that they do know it and that they've checked it and we're ready to go and I'm going to safely make it to my destination. So Liz, this one's for you. You're going to love all this. Yeah. No, so I tried to describe our program early on in key elements of a plane. You know, it starts with the cockpit. From the onset, it was really clear that our program should be a state-run program. That just provided that extra level of, hey, this is a state-adopted program and kind of an independent way of running it outside of influence, just like our traditional cooperative snow surveys program. Flight crew, who's doing what? Well, okay, DWR, we should be kind of running the program, but we trust ASO, JPL back in the day for all the technical work. The wings are important. We need budget, finances to keep the program aloft. The fuselage is important. That's delivering all the goods, right? If I'm flying, you know, back east or something, I'd like to make it there. I hope that fuselage stays intact, and my job is to sit in a seat and be delivered. So that, you know, but it's also, what's the data type? How are we going to manage that data? I mean, that's been an ongoing discussion for a long time. It's big data. And also the models. What models are we using? And who are they being developed by? And what do they mean? And how do we get comfortable with them? All that is important. The passengers, of course, are us and our key partners. And the engine, what is driving all this? Like, why did we even care to start doing this? What was wrong with just measuring snow with a pole and snow sensors and doing what we were doing? Well, everybody knows the answer to that question. We need to reduce uncertainty, right? And weather and hydrology is the biggest uncertainty in everything that we do. So, you know, this was one precise way. Hey, if we can try to reduce the uncertainty in the snowpack, that goes a long way in our forecasting processes. So, great. Now we got the program running. We're enjoying it. The successes are there. And of course, once you build on success, everybody expects you to continue to build upon that success. And we want to. We're excited. We want to go to more watersheds. But that also adds complexity. So we go from a old passenger plane to a really nice modern jumbo jet. You know, we're adding more watersheds. We have a greater variety of watersheds. Here in California, if you don't know, the Northern Sierra to the Southern Sierra is a great difference. The Northern Sierra is characterized by rain-driven watersheds, much more lower in elevation. It also happens to be the head of both the Central Valley Project up at Lake Shasta and the State Water Project at Lake Oroville. So really important water supplies. And as you move further south all the way down to the Southern Sierra, you got snow-driven watersheds, much, much higher peaks of the Sierra Nevada. Not as cool peaks, the coolest ones in Mount Shasta, but very complex, very different need for the data and when you get the data and what type of data and how to prove that the data works. More watersheds means we get more passengers in our program that we get to coordinate with and understand their nuances. which means there's more interest to balance. Some people want early flights, some people want late flights, some people want them spread out evenly. It really is a much more complex thing, not a bad thing. Great, we've got a proven technology, but what's that for? Well, we have to move to these better models, and better models are really, really hungry for data, and they take a lot to keep them maintained. So we need more resources. And sometimes the state says, okay, here's some dollars, just figure it out. That's great, I'll take dollars, but dollars don't do the work. Staff do the work, right? Having contracts in place does the work. There's a lot of work that has to happen, and it has to happen by quality staff. So we need the staff resources. So the plane's gotten more complex, right? We're beyond someone flying it with wings and a fuselage. Many, many more things on the plane. So I alluded to navigation earlier. I alluded to the policy level plan. I'll talk to that here in a second. Landing gear is very important on an airplane. In our world, that means the data and models must be delivered timely, in our hands, explained, questions answered, so we can move forward using the data. Overhead storage. I guarantee every one of you who wants to fly somewhere, first thing you're worried about is getting to the airport in time. The second thing is the bin space going to be taken care of? Am I going to have bin space, right? Very important part of an airplane. For us, that's costs will increase over time. That's a given. Okay, so we have to have contingencies for that, but not to be lost in the shuffle. We need contingencies for doing snow-free. Watersheds change. They burn up. They change. So we need to refly snow-free every so often. The galley, where you get your food, we need food. What that is, and I'll elaborate on this in a bit, this program always needs to be proven. And just when someone says, hey, that's a success, okay, fine, prove it more. It's been acknowledged up to the highest levels of our government in California that this program works. But yet I'm still having to ask for funds and still getting denied. All right, well, what have we not proven yet? And that's where, this cooperative program we have here is beautiful, because all of them have perspectives of how this works. And not just water management, the economics. What is, 5-10 years ago, it's like, oh, this thing costs too much. Okay. We spent, $10-12 million this last year on flights, averting probably billions and billions of dollars of floods and loss of life. So, but we have to write that out, and we've got to show them. We've got to connect these dots, all right? So the galley is really important. Stabilizers, the open communication and engagement, it's so crucial to what we do here. Like DWR doesn't have all the answers, and we don't have all the perspectives, so we constantly are learning from our partners. And it's been a up and down climatic event over the last decade. And so every time we have these extremes, which seem to be happening more often, we all learn another element of this program. Real important to have that open dialogue. The flaps. Flaps on an airplane are important, part of the wing, and they're really what make you go up and down. So again, that's the advocacy. As a state agency, we're not allowed to advocate for our own funds. We simply write a thing that says, this is why we need funds, and here's the justification. I'm really blessed. We're really blessed because there's a number of people in this room and online that constantly are willing to stand up and say, I will call so-and-so and make a case for this. I don't even have to ask. That's how great they are. But that advocacy, it goes with the galley, right? I mean, the advocacy is needed. The proving is always needed. And it's never going to end. We're just going to have to prove this every year, and that's okay. It's a proven science, but it's an emerging program. So we still got a lot of ways to go. The toilet and the emergency exit, things happen. forces on an airplane. I thought about being an aerospace engineer a long time ago. I quickly gave up. But I do well, all right. I'm not sure what I'm doing. There's 4 basic forces here at play. The thrust is really what drives us, right? It's having that cooperative program that serves, am I doing something? Oh, I'm good, all right. It's really what drives us, right? It's that program that we have, that cooperative environment, that we're serving a lot of different water management needs. The engine, as I said earlier, is what's driving us, is this need for better, but the thrust is this, it's really helping a lot of different people in a lot of different ways, including us. The lift, they're getting back to the funds. So yes, we now have baseline funding, hallelujah. We don't have to shake the cushions in the couch as often, but we're only a third of the way. Then there's the things that kind of slow you down, drag. This is just kind of what slows the program down year to year. All right. There's been a lot of talk of what's the optimal number of flights per year. Is it 6? Is it 8? Is it 10? Great. We were trying to get 4 or 5 this year, and it never stopped raining and snowing. It's hard to fly when it doesn't stop raining and snowing. So weather is always going to be a factor. It's the same factor that impacts the traditional snow surveys measurements, right? Right when we need everybody to go up there and measure snow at blizzards, and it's not safe for them to get up there. Or maybe they access it by helicopter. It's the same issue here, which means we need flexibility in our program. Look, this is technology, right? The aircraft may not be available for some reason. The instrumentation may have a bad day, whatever. And then, of course, the changes to the watershed, the fires, other things. These are going to happen. They're going to slow the program down. But the weight is really when we don't have the funding. We can't do what we know needs to be done. It's very frustrating, right? It's like, man, just another flight would have really made a difference here. Sorry, no funds. And if we undermine the cooperative nature of this program, the ship's going to sink really fast. I put that above the budget, but of course money talks. But the cooperative thing, if we don't have it, if we don't communicate, if we don't listen, this program falls apart. Next. Pow. Good. All right, I did not steal this idea from Tom, nor does California plan to fly the whole world. I just wanted something to indicate we need to expand, right? So we do plan to expand. We always plan to expand, but I alluded to this policy level document that we have, and that's now very important because it's a policy. It's adopted by our agency that says, these are the things we will do. These are the things that we will do to improve forecasting. And this is part of it. So next slide, I don't know if this is working. Next slide, please. We have a very wordy document now called the Roadmap for a Climate Resilient Forecasting Framework. Frameworks, roadmaps, these are all buzzwords. Roll with it. There was 2 underlying principles that put this document together, and our good friend and colleague, Dr. Mike Anderson, really took the lead on this. He very much had the attention of our directorate, but he utilized us to build this out. So it was a real collaborative effort on our part. So 2 underlying principles. Climate change is altering the timing, pace, and scale of weather events. Those weather events are what provide us with our water and snow, right? Adapting to climate change requires changing the way we observe and forecast weather and conditions. That's just a generic timeline of getting this thing going, right? We're somewhere, closer to 2024. All right. Initially the modeling framework. We've bought in. We've got ice snowbow. We're developing wharf hydro. We're developing a few other models that serve other purposes. Okay. That's all reliant on better observations, better data. We're all in on those. So you can see we're about a year away from really having to implement this. So we're under the gun on this. But this is a document that is living and breathing. And we are in control of reviewing it every year and suggesting some changes. Look, we can lay out a plan that we think will work for the next decade, and 2 years from now, we're going to go, what were we thinking? And that's okay, right? We're still figuring this out. We're still building the plane. So digging deeper into this, what does that all mean? It means we're transitioning from our old statistical methods into spatially explicit, physically based, climate-informed models that can simulate the physical processes of snow accumulation and melt and incorporate those into forecasts, right? We've talked about that a little bit already. We need to have an integrated forecasting platform that allows easier visual inspection of observed conditions, not just for us, for our partners, and hey, for the public, have at it. A customizable decision support dashboard, it's another buzzword, dashboard, that connects observations, high resolution, near-term forecasting, standard weather forecasting, subseasonal to seasonal forecast, I mean, the whole thing. We want it all. We need it all. And achieving those goals will require not just the dollars. It's going to require personnel and advances in these areas. So again, it gets back, we're sending a message loud and clear from our agency up to those who provide funds. You can't just throw dollars at this. These need to be targeted dollars with people behind it that can get it done. And our targeted areas, really simple. Observation systems, forecasting tools, and decision support. The last one ends up being almost the most important because the first two are given if you're trying to improve forecasts, right? But if you can't communicate it or speak it to anybody, what's the difference? And if they can't get in there and see it and understand it and ask questions, then the first two are kind of wasted a little bit. This is an old picture, but I think it still is relevant and relates. Yeah, we've been thinking about this a while, not just since 2021. And this was the vision, I think, going back 10 years, was that we would have this integrated, at the time we called it the Strategic Monitoring Initiative. That sounded cool. We would have this integrated observation system that included remote sensing in the form of satellites and ASO, and augmenting and building upon the two historic data sets that we have, snow courses and snow pillows, augmenting those stations to have much more hydrologic parameters so we can kind of understand what's going on. This is a 10-year-old graphic, and we knew when we put this together, well, a regression equation that takes into account snow and precip and runoff isn't going to be able to use all those sensors, right? We knew we needed other models. We were trying PRMS. It just wasn't working for us. I'm glad it's worked for others, but it wasn't working for us. We tried. We kept trying, all right? All that information has to come back into our, that actually looks like the JOC. Doesn't have a giant satellite dish on it, but it has to come into us and it has to come into our research partners because they're the ones always a few years ahead of us telling us where this is going, and we need to listen. This is a map on the left of what our program looked like this last year. 12 watersheds. You said like 17 yesterday. You were wrong. 12 watersheds. That's one big watershed. Okay, see, we learned something, this is real time. The way flights look at it is different than hydrologists. All right, 12 watersheds, 2 to 4 flights per watershed, and the ones with the stars, the Feather, Tuolumne, Merced, San Joaquin, and Kings had WRF hydro modeling last year. Yes. That's your program. I'm talking about our program. No, it's not the state's program. Anyway, moving on. You didn't tell me there'd be hecklers. Our full program are the 18 watersheds shown. 8 flights per watershed, thereabouts, and all of them with wharf hydro. So how do we scale it, right? We need to scale the, again, this is more of a message up to those that we justify cost to. So if we just add more watersheds, you're good, right? No. I need more flights. I need more models. I need more than just you throwing dollars and saying good enough. So there's those 3 knobs that really are fundamental to our program. So where are we? What have we learned through all this? The lessons are still coming, but there's some key takeaways. Flight accounting. So what I mean by this is, let's say I go, okay, your watershed has 2 flights. It doesn't matter the number of flights. Your watershed has 2, 3, 4 flights, right? Number 1 is not an operational flight. And what I mean by that is number 1 is there to get the first set of data so that our modelers can have something to chew on and calibrate the models. It's not a wasted effort, but that's really what it's for. Okay, I mean, we still look at the data and go, oh, okay, those New Year's storms really did make a difference, or whatever. But so if you say your watershed has 2 flights or 4 flights, and you're trying to figure out what you get operationally at it, just subtract 1. And here, like I said, that's to calibrate the models. You can still use the data, but unless you calibrate those models, the rest of it gets to be more of a confusion of what you're actually getting, right? So let's break this down. If you only have 2 flights, and we've already agreed that 1 is for that first flight in California, that first flight's probably going to be in January. You have 1 other flight to figure out how you want to use it. And you don't have a crystal ball because you're making this decision somewhere around late December, early January. So are you going to use that on April 1 because that's traditionally the peak of the snowpack? Tom alluded to it yesterday. There's a lot of people in here that would agree with this. Well, the real value of this is the snowmelt season. So would you wait till after April 1 to get that 1 flight? Or maybe you've got early season demands on water. It's a dry year, whatever. Do you have that earlier? But the problem is you only get to make that choice once. You only get 1 other choice. You get only 1 other data point. So 2 flights is, we'll take it. We don't want it. We want more. 3 flights. All right, that's better than 2. You take away 1. So you still have to decide now, when am I going to do that next flight? Is it I'm going to wait till April 1 and get the snowmelt? Whatever. How am I going to use that? But again, you don't have the crystal ball. How many times in California, if we started out strong, ooh, it's going to be a big year. I'm going to save my flights because that snowmelt's going to be big this year. And then Mother Nature decides to stop snowing and raining as of like February 3rd. Oh, I guess I should have flown earlier. Or we go into it, hey, it's looking bad. The ENSO people are saying this or that. It's going to be dry. So I better get them early. And so you start using flight number 2 and maybe even number 3 kind of early. And then we have this, miracle March or awesome April or miraculous May or whatever you want to call it. We don't have the crystal ball, right? The subseasonal forecasting is really going to help someday. Those people are smart. They're doing a lot of great work, but it's going to take a while on that, right? So without the crystal ball, managing your program with 3 flights is tough. And even with 4, and I know I'm sounding greedy, but even 4, I think you can ask any water manager, was 4 enough this year? No. We were lucky because this last year, we were in flood duty from January to June. And by the way, the reason why this program kept running when everybody in DWR was in flood duty was because of ASO Inc., their partners, and our partners continuing the conversation, even if we couldn't attend the meetings, by the way. So thank you. And many of them were fighting the same flood we were. But when we go into flood duty like that, our department has special flood funds, which meant we weren't using some of not our baseline funds, but other state funds. So there was some extra funds available. And we have to use those by June 30th or we lose them. And so, the bosses are saying, well, hey, does people have some specific needs? Oh, I do. I got lots of needs. So we were able to get more flights, and it was a blessing, and they were really important into June, late June. So that's the file accounting. I wanted to spend some time on that because if you're still trying to figure out how to run your program or develop a program, that's a big one. It's easy to say, oh, good, we got 4 flights, but you really have to understand it's 3, and then how are you going to use them? Watershed change, I mentioned the snow-free, but it's in your budget. Do you have a contingency for redoing snow-free? I think we kind of never really talked in deep about this, but we kind of figured, well, at least once every 10 years, you probably should refly it, because even without a fire, watersheds change. I mean, there's tree mortality, there's all kinds of stuff, right? But then fires come along, nobody predicts those. And fires happen into what, October, November now? Yeah, okay. And so we're on the phone with ASO Inc. going, so can we get that snow-free flight in like before it snows? Because otherwise it really affects the quality of the data. So having that, and the last thing I want to be saying is, well, we'd like to, but we don't have the funds. So that contingency is important. No, not all flights can occur around the first of the month. That would be great. Mother Nature doesn't agree with that. Military flight operations don't agree with that. So we need to have flexibility in our program. So we need to be standing up. This is kind of something we're just now starting to talk about. We need to stand up a ground truthing effort that gets beyond the monthly snow course measurements. You know, here in California, a lot of our snow coasters are measured by our friends at the Forest, the National Park Service. We're not at liberty to just say, hey, that was great. Could you go out now again next week and do that? Because we're going to fly. No, we're not going to do that. So we need to build in the services to get ground truthing, density verification if we're flying mid-month. So how do we do that? We're still trying to work all that out. More lessons. The state program, as I alluded to, has been essential. Without it, funding and advocacy were ad hoc, meaning that we never knew where the funding was going to come from. We never knew quite which avenue to go down. So, we're kind of piloting that ship, and then with our partners, they can feed in the information and advice that we can harness into the right communication and arguments for funding. Flexibility, as I said, not just for the weather uncertainties, but again, some people need earlier flights. I learned a couple of years ago, like, hey, we need an early flight because we have early season water demands. I'm like, in February? Yeah, okay, didn't know that. The complexities of our program happen to match the variety of our climate here. That's always fun. The open communication, that's foundational. I talked about that. And documenting the benefits, again, I've talked about that already, but always got to prove what we're doing. At roughly $10 million of baseline funds, we're about a third of the way where we need to be. Those are pennies on the dollar for the benefits, if you ask me, but we need to actually spell that out and show the people who make the decisions of why the benefit is there. I'm not an economist. I can just tell you that people not dying from floods is important, but I can't put a dollar sign on that. People being able to live their lives as farmers or whatever, I can't put a dollar on that, but other people can. They can help us. I don't know what it's like elsewhere. Our partners here that operate reservoirs, this last year, if they're trying to make a decision between making a flood release or not, that's hard enough. But those waters in California go into the most vulnerable, economically hard-hit communities, and they don't recover very fast. And they also happen to be the communities that work at our farms and work at our manufacturing and drive the engine of this state. So, these are hard decisions, but how do you put economics on that? I don't know, but we do have people we can reach out to who can help us with that. So my last perspective here, 10 years ago, we flew part of a watershed. 5 years ago, and many years around that, we were told this program was too expensive. Last year, about this time, we had $0 in baseline state funding. Perspective, right? Today, 12 watersheds, it's that proven technology that even policymakers are seeing, and about $10 million in baseline funding. I think we've done pretty good. But the key thing is the patience. Persistence will pay off. I think Frank mentioned it yesterday when Dr. Church had this crazy notion to go sit all winter up on the top of Mount Rose to measure snow. It was 1909-ish, right? The California Cooperative Snow Surveys Program was finally established in 1929, 20 years. And well within that 20 years, with lots of people doing it on their own and saying this was important, we have to do it. It took them 20 years. We're only 10 years in. And I think we're doing pretty good. But I use that perspective because, it's going to take a while. It's still going to take a while to build this out. Not just add watersheds and dollars, but figure out the modeling. Figure out how to communicate that better. All that stuff. It's going to take a while to figure it out. And that's okay, because we're getting there. We're making strides every year. So I just want to wrap it up. I want to thank Tom, Frank, others, and Bruce was alluded to yesterday, for really having this vision to get this program going. I think you asked yesterday, did DWR, your coworkers, Frank, know that you were attending all these meetings? No, we didn't know. We called that the ways of the Gherky. We really didn't care, but it seemed to produce results. I want to thank our partners. I've alluded to them today, but without them, we really wouldn't have a program, and we might, but it wouldn't really be as effective. Got to give a shout out to Mother Nature. The whole flood to drought to bigger flood to bigger drought thingy, well played. Without that, we'd be a one-trick pony, right? It'd just be a flood thing. No, it's a water management thing. And then my crew here, that's here and online from our hydrology group. Sometimes we're told we need to bring in experts, and sometimes we're told we need to do more with academia, and they're all great. But I'm not afraid to go, well, these are some of the best people we've ever employed. Many of them are here today. They work hard. They never really get the pats on the back they deserve. So I really appreciate them for being here and doing everything. I'm dumb compared to them, so. We'll grow. Ambitions, right? Anyway, with that, if there's any questions. Hey, Jenny, y'all. The Corps does flood. Jenny says y'all a lot, and I love that Jenny says y'all. The Corps does flood damages prevented each year. Oh, good. Yes, I like that it's not even a question. I will take it. Well, we will take it, Jenny. And that's Jenny knows that we really want to get them involved too with this. They're a big partner for us. Thank you, Jenny. I'll repeat it. So the question is, what will it take to get DWR involved? Well, okay, keep thinking. The question is, how do we get this local area, right? The Mono Basin, Rush Creek, Owens River, into a funding mechanism, because they are struggling. You're not gonna like my answer, but it's the God honest truth, and there's many parts to this. We are charged with improving the forecast for the Bulletin 120 that we produce, which we don't for the Owens and that, which is why I've said it's not part of our program. I hear your point. The people who do produce those forecasts are who you said, LADWP and Southern Cal Edison. Yes, they're going to have to push that. And if the locals need to be up behind them pushing that, so be it. The way that my program can help is to continue to say, yes, it helps. There's a no-brainer. By the way, it helped. We got funds this last year through emergency funds, separate from our contract and our program. It helped, right? You guys had a dire situation over here with avalanches and communities shut off and 25, 30, 40 feet of snow. Yeah, okay. At one point. I don't know for sure, Peter. I think it's more through our division that more deals with the local regional programs, but we can certainly help communicate that. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you. Have we heard that from them? So I look, we don't have, I get it, but I can't call every watershed in the state either. Yeah, we can be that advocate, but the locals need to stand it up and be vocal. And I hear you, I hear your pain. I don't know, I'd have to ask Ramesh, who really did all the work to get that emergency funding. Have we ever heard back and said that really helped? I've heard it from, oh, okay. Anyway, let's move on. Other question?
That's good, buddy.
Yes. My question has to do with proving the program, and I'm really talking about WRF equals hydro. And long lead seasonal volumetric forecasts in particular. What report, validation, or verification metric does DWR use to demonstrate improvement in forecasting skill? Well, that's a good question. Sean's back there laughing at me. Hey, this is a great question for Sean. I might need your help, Sean, but yeah. Oh, pass the mic to Sean. No, before Sean gets it, I mean, that's a great question. And he's more on the pulse of it with his team, but the models are more complex, so there's more complexity to look into that, right? I mean, but forecasting skill, the public is always just going to look at, well, how close were you to the actual runoff? Which, before Sean says anything, by the way, I promised I wouldn't talk about the audit, but the audit was focused on the Feather River in 2021 and oh, how error-filled it was. 0.5% error this year, Sean? Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you. Can you address some of the metrics, Sean? I hate to put you on the spot.
All right. Yeah. So some of the latest developments that we have going on, I plan to talk a little bit about and actually try to demo some of the work that we have going on Thursday. Ramesh and I are the last presentation of the day. But we're actually, I'll give you a little sneak peek, we're actually launching a brand new website at snow.water.ca.gov that has all of our Bulletin 120 historical forecast verification, everything like that, anything you could ever want on forecast verification, and just open for transparency. We're going to have all the data there, a bunch of different dashboards, which is a buzzword. So a lot of different dashboards that we're building up. Stay tuned, really.
Yeah, I think you will all be quite impressed. And we got a late start to all the work this year because we were doing flood forecasting into July, so all the more better. Time for more questions? Or?
Hang on, Peter. Let's see if
I'm on my way, all right?
Okay. You can give the microphone to Peter.
Don't give me a microphone. All right, how long do you have? No, on the dashboard and all that good stuff that you were talking about, is it going to be useful for all the non-forecasting entities who really benefit from that? Whether it's the Forest Service, whether it's the local, Caltrans, whether it's local counties like Mono County, is it going to be user-friendly so they don't have to rely on people like Tom and me to help translate all that stuff? Can you make it so that the broader managers, people have to manage the water along with the water managers themselves?
Yes and no, and let me explain. I actually had a really good conversation with Jacob on the way down about this in Ramesh. We try, but hydrology, all this is a very complex subject. And what we think of first is our main customers, which are these water managers. And what we're afraid of is making the platform user-friendly to a broader audience. It takes out the meaning to the people who are charged with managing the water. So we try really hard. And it's a good question. You mentioned a couple agencies in there that I think would be our next level. I mean, the public's always important, don't get me wrong. But also keep in mind, if I can get the information to Steve Haugen or Steven or Carkeet or whoever, and it's them, they deal with their constituencies a lot more than we do, right? So we feel if we can provide that information, part of this cooperative thing, they can help relay that information. They're actually asked to do it quite often, right? So it's a challenge, but you mentioned like the forest, Caltrans, that's something that gets missed. And I know a long time ago at this workshop, it was mentioned these other benefits to ASO, forest management. Where do you put Caltrans crews in advance of snowstorm, where avalanche dangers might be? Those I think are, you might have tapped into it more, but those are a good point too, because those are public service benefits, right? Those are agencies Caltrans is charged with public safety in the winter, no doubt. The Forest Service is charged with public safety year-round. So getting that information to them, I think, is also important. The public for us will be hard because we're trying to get products that make a difference to water managers. But we can balance it a little bit. There is another website out there called California Water Watch, which our department has put forward to. And the nice thing about that is you can go in and type in your zip code. This is where I live. And it'll populate where you get your water from, reservoirs, groundwater. It'll give you the whole spectrum at a very public-friendly level. And it has a snow tab as well. So I think we're trying to do both.
Okay, I have a question.
Hold on.
hang on a second. So just further on Gus's question on the Wharf Hydro. So Dave Gotchis will be presenting on Thursday, and so there will be some of the validation of the Wharf Hydro, not only in California but also in Colorado.
Yeah. So my question is, we've heard a lot of claims about how accurately we forecast runoff based on the snow cover. There's a related question is, how accurately do you think you actually measure stream flow? Steve Burgess says just because of your uncertainty in the rating curve, you're kidding yourself if you're getting stream flow better than 10%. And then coupling that with trying to estimate full natural flow. So I want to introduce a little bit of, in a way, it's a good answer in that I don't think you need to get to single-digit precision on your forecast because you're not measuring your stream flow to single-digit precision.
All right, Tom has a comment. This is going to be like a peer, I don't know, whatever, the Duke out here that they have every so often. But No, I think you have a very good point. And that's an important point to make about the ASO program is we're just simply trying to reduce the uncertainty in one of many variables, right? And hydrology is not 3 variables or 4, it's a lot of them. So I agree with you. You know, DWR is investing as much as we can in reducing the uncertainty in Snowpack. You know, with our friends at Scripps and CW3, we're trying really hard to reduce some of the uncertainty around the atmospheric river forecasts. And hopefully someday with subseasonal work, but those are just a couple of the knobs. Soil moisture, anybody? You know, climate has changed, so what's happening with the ET and all that? I mean, there's a lot of variables that I think it's okay to admit we really don't have a good handle on it. Stream flow is another one. Now, blast your mentor.
Blasting away. No, I've heard you say that over the years, and I've never gone to investigate whether that is an instantaneous uncertainty or if that's a time integrated. And so I'd like to see that perhaps by the end of the week in my email, if you would. Because the difference between those matter enormously.
Somebody gave me a mic, so I'm going to talk for a moment. We've got a bunch of uncertainties out there, just in everything we use when we ultimately get down to reservoir operations. And we just need to reduce the uncertainties on all fronts. We're here today talking about ASO and snowpack measurements. That's just one of the elements. And flow measurement is one of those that goes into it, the calculation of natural flow. All of those, we need to just continue to work towards reducing those uncertainties. And we do society a favor by doing that. We come to an ability to operate our facilities, our flood control mechanisms, our reservoirs in optimum fashion to maximize water supply and flood safety. So it's, you know, yeah, we can talk a lot about uncertainties. We just got to work to reduce them.
And on top of that, the weather patterns keep changing, so well played.
I'm not sure if I'm making your point, Jeff, or arguing against you here, but I'd like to point out we actually used ASO data in the Tuolumne to find that a rating curve was wrong by as much as like 40%. And then that subsequently led to the USGS revising it and has led to a revision of like 10 years of instantaneous discharge measurements. So again, I don't know if that means that, yes, the rating curves are uncertain, but ASO can make them better or what?
So it was 60% right, not 10% by our esteemed colleague, Dr.
How many of them are negative?
Okay, now talk about opening a wound. How much of our daily full natural, not ours, the world's daily full natural flow values are negative? A lot. Yeah. Water goes up hills these days. It reappears. No, you're right. I mean, yeah. Believe me, when I first started here, I was like, how's that possible? I didn't really understand what full natural flow was, you know. Doesn't flow naturally flow? Like, then I understood it, not the negatives. All right.
All right. Dave, no, I think we're over.
Sitting next to him.
We do have discussion later today that we can pick this back up again. So
By then,
Okay.
if you want to, but we are over.
Was it going to Steve again?
8.
Go ahead, Steve. Since it's a follow-up on his.
No, this was kind of talking about how we present data out to the outside world. You know, the water managers need a certain level of detail. We've got a lot of interested parties out there, you know, through the Forest Service, the Park Service, Caltrans. But like this year, we had the emergency services people pop up. For the San Joaquin Valley, we had a call that had over 110 entities engaged in. I've never heard of some of these emergency service groups that showed up, but they all wanted data. They all wanted information. And so we probably need multiple levels of public information, because how does the local sheriff understand an ASO flight data? But he's trying to figure out, do I need to evacuate people from this location? And those coordination calls were essential and important, but they're also looking for other real-time data sources. So something to consider. We've got much broader ranges and people with much, much less level of understanding of the hydrology in that. So that's all I wanted to say there.
Yeah, spot on. It was a crowded room this year on the emergency management side.
All right, let's thank Dave again for that. So we're going to start off our first session of talks of the workshop, and we're starting with Ronnie Abolafia-Rosenzweig. I didn't even look, and I think I got it right. And Ronnie is a project scientist at the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, and has been a partner with us on the project with the State Water Project, along with Dave Gotches and Kate and Jeff Deems. So, Ronnie, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. I got the clicker. So, in the recent year, we've been doing some research in collaboration with ASO and the DWR, specifically focused on some of the information that was discussed in the last presentation that was under the topic of drag forces that catchments can change, specifically in response to fires and how that affects post-fire hydrology. We were interested in quantifying the impacts of catastrophic wildland fire on snowpack and stream flow in the Feather Basin, and we were doing so using ASO albedo observations and the WRF hydrophysical model. So some of the background and supporting information for this is that this was done with motivation for the California State Water Project, which is a multi-purpose water storage and delivery system. And the Feather River watershed is the primary source for the SWP, which feeds into the Oroville Dam, which is a 3.5 million acre-foot reservoir and is the primary storage facility. And it's really important to get the magnitude and timing of stream flow to the dam correctly, particularly because earlier runoff cannot necessarily be stored. And for the geographic, Lake Oroville's up there, and the Feather River watershed is labeled right above it. And in recent years, the Feather River watersheds have experienced a great deal of burning and a lot of severe burning, which affects the hydrology. And this is really important for decision making because the State Water Project delivers water to 27 million Californians and around 750,000 acres of farmland and businesses throughout California. So overall, accurate forecasting and modeling through WRF hydro can inform prudent decision making, which affects California's water and food security and their overall economy. And so accounting for the fires that have occurred within the modeling system is extremely important. So as I mentioned, the watershed experienced burning, with most of the watershed being burned since 2018, and 27% of the watershed experiencing high severity burning, with 75% tree mortality since 2018. And a lot of the shoreline of Lake Oroville has burned in the Camp Fire and North Complex fires. So DWR looked at how to address this problem, and they looked at the expanding ASO flights, which are measuring snow depth, snow albedo, and they're interested in using this information to inform the WRF hydro modeling system to be able to account for these fire impacts on stream flow, and therefore improve the forecasting and simulation of stream flow, particularly the inflow to the Oroville Lake. So before going into the specifics of the modeling updates we made, I'm going to give a quick overview on the fire impacts on hydrology. So first, focusing on vegetation and soil. Over here is a figure of an example of a pre-fire land surface, which can have healthy vegetation and healthy soils. Post-fire, a lot of the vegetation dies off and is stripped, And then there's an ash layer that's deposited onto the surface soil, which is hydrophobic. And this favors excess runoff after fires. So for instance, when a rain event comes after a fire, one, there's less vegetation to intercept the rain, and then the rain meets the hydrophobic land surface and promotes further runoff and less absorption into the soil. And then the snow also plays an important role, because when snow falls towards a land surface without vegetation, less of that snow is intercepted by the vegetation, so there's more of the snow meeting the ground surface for ground snowpack accumulation. But also, with less vegetation means that snowpack is getting more direct sunlight due to less shading. So there's these complex competing processes that are going on in a post-fire regime in a land surface that can affect the timing and magnitude of stream flow. And then also there's this important impact of the snow albedo, or the snow darkening. And there's been research showing that for decades after a fire, there can be ash depositing onto the ground snowpack, making it darker, which favors enhanced ablation, earlier melt, and larger impulses of melt. And so we're interested in accounting for all of these impacts within our physical modeling system. And oftentimes WRF hydro is run in a fire blind sense, so it's not directly accounting for these impacts in post-fire regimes. So we're observing some of these fire impacts with remote sensing data. And for instance, here MODIS was observing a decrease in the vegetation fraction. This is just showing an example for the North Complex fire perimeter. This is a time series of mean annual vegetation fraction observed by MODIS, with the red shading representing the fire year. And the red horizontal dashed line represents the minimum annual vegetation fraction pre-fire. So notice that post-fire, not surprisingly, a lot of the vegetation was removed, and it's below the minimum for any of the pre-fire years, and far below the mean, which is the dashed black line. So accounting for this reduction in the vegetation is really important from a physical modeling perspective. We found this result for all 5 fires that affected the feather catchments since 2018. So overall, accounting for these reductions in vegetation can have important impacts on the land surface model hydrology. And then also there's the signal of snow darkening, which ASO was informing the model with. So for instance here, this is showing observations of the visible albedo outside of a fire scar. And then on the right is the albedo error comparing the WRF hydro albedo compared to the ASO albedo. And notice that it peaks a little left of 0, indicating a slight underestimate. So essentially the model was estimating that albedo was slightly more degraded than the observations outside of the fire scar. But the opposite case was found for inside the fire scars, where the model was actually estimating 2 pure albedo, overestimating the albedo compared to the ASO flyover inside the fire scars. So overall, this is indicating that the model, which wasn't accounting for the fire-induced enhanced darkening of the snow, was having the significant error shift within the fire area, which is important to account for in the timing of the snowpack evolution. So a quick overview on the WRF hydro model, which has already been talked about a lot. It's a physically based model that resolves water, energy, and carbon cycles of terrestrial systems. It relies on the NOAA MP land surface model specifically, and it uses dynamic hyper-resolution terrestrial overland, subsurface, and channel routing to resolve surface and subsurface flows. So some of the modifications that we account for within the model is first, looking at the static parameter inputs to the model. So one, accounting for the hydrophobicity by adjusting the topsoil hydraulic conductivity, adjusting the surface roughness, adjusting the soil water holding capacity, which is the amount of water that the soil can hold before excess goes to runoff, and then the reduced vegetation fraction. Additionally, if a forest burns, a forest doesn't necessarily regrow, and also it takes a while for that forest to regrow, so we account for the vegetation classification conversions. And then the snow albedo darkening, which was informed by the ASO flyovers, is information that we are directly incorporating into the new model simulations. So we run 2 different types of model simulations. One is the original baseline, which is a fire blind simulation. And then the second is a fire adjusted simulation, which accounts for these impacts. And then we're interested in comparing the water budget between the two, specifically with an emphasis on the stream flow or inflow into Lake Oroville, to see the impact, to quantify the impacts of fire on the land surface hydrology. And we do this through a type of ensemble methodology. And we're running the models from 2000 through 2022, where each water year we're considering a unique realization of meteorology that may occur. So essentially we treat each water year as an ensemble member. And in this presentation, I'll be presenting results from the ensemble mean, which is the multi-year average, with the data at a daily time step. So first, looking at the enhanced post-fire stream flow at the North Fork Feather from results from the NFP gauge. The solid black line is representing the baseline stream flow simulated by WRF Hydro, and then the gray dashed line is the fire-adjusted simulation. So on average, there was a 12% increase in the stream flow following the fire simulated by WRF Hydro, with a baseline mean of around 3,400 CFS and fire-adjusted mean around 3,800 CFS. But there's a lot of variability in time in this result. As you can see, there's really pronounced differences at these spikes that correspond with rain events or snowmelt events, where a lot of that liquid water introduction to the land surface is converted more efficiently into runoff in the post-fire regime that's being estimated by the WRF Hydro simulation. And we also tested this at the Middle Fork and the East Branch in the Feather catchment, looking at the ICR and MER stations. For the sake of time, I won't go into those figures, but essentially they're finding qualitatively similar results to what I'm showing here for the NFP station. We were also curious if these fire impacts are dependent on meteorological conditions. So we broke the 2000 through 2022 years into cold and wet years, cold and dry years, warm wet years, warm dry years. We found that the similarity was that the percent change between the expected post-fire impact was larger in the dry years, when the evapotranspiration is more limited by water than by energy, versus the wetter years. In these drier years, there was a 15 to 16% increase, whereas in the wetter years, there was an 8 to 9% increase. So these changes were more acute during the years that tended to be drier from a precipitation perspective. And overall, we were interested in calculating how these impacts propagate to Lake Oroville inflow. So the enhanced stream flow does propagate into the inflow with a mean daily inflow increase of around 650 CFS, but a max daily change from any given day throughout the 2000 through 2022 period for water years can range from 4,000 to 56,000 CFS. So there can be a major magnitude change in large impulses corresponding to large precipitation events or large meltout events. And we were looking into a deeper water budget analysis as well to see if the simulated water budget, how the simulated water budget was consistent with these stream flow results. So for instance, in the fire adjusted scheme where there's less vegetation, we're seeing less evapotranspiration, primarily due to a reduced transpiration from the vegetation removal, which corresponds to wetter soils. Even though we did impose a hydrophobic layer, the reduced transpiration dominated that signal and allowed the soils to be wetter, which favored enhanced base flow throughout the first part of the water year, primarily. And then also a really interesting result was looking at the snow water equivalent, this multi-year average, showing that there's similar accumulation, but then once temperatures are above freezing, snow starts to melt out, there's more solar radiation coming in. The darker snow in the fire adjusted simulation melts out faster, which can change the timing of inflow to Oroville. So the key conclusions, just to recap, is that fire impacts on land cover and snow favored enhanced stream flow from our modeling system at the Feather Basin, and that the peaks and changes correspond with rain and snowmelt events where there were large introductions of liquid water to the system, and that the reduced vegetation favored less evapotranspiration and thus wetter soils and more stream flow, and then that the darker post-fire snow, which was observed by ASO, was used to simulate the earlier snowmelt in the modeling system. So in our future work, we'll be looking to implement these post-fire model updates in the operational system, and then be confronting these simulations with a series of observations to validate to validate these post-fire impacts that we're now accounting for. Thank you, and I'll take any questions if there's time.
Micah.
That stuff's awesome. Could you speak to the degree at which you modified all those things? I think there was a slide in the beginning that might have mentioned it, but as you know, with some of this stuff, they're knobs on complicated systems that we're tweaking, and we could crank those knobs way up and get responses that are intuitive, but they're not connected to other things. They're just what our intuition is. We do the same thing in ice snowball to various degrees. So I'm just curious how you went about some of those more qualitative decisions.
Yeah, so we tried to turn the knobs based off of observations when possible. So for instance, in the snow albedo darkening, that was directly informed by the ASO observations so that the modeled albedo would degrade to the lower value that ASO was observing during large snow-free periods whenever there was already a deep snowpack. So that was informed by observations. The vegetation classification conversion was qualitative because MODIS vegetation classification observations only were going through 2020 at the time of the simulations. So we were making decisions based off of burn severity and essentially converting high severity burns into bare and shrubland combination, and then mid severity burns into grassland, and keeping low severity burns at the pre-fire vegetation classification. And the vegetation fraction reduction was informed by the vegetation fraction slide I showed, where the MODIS was observing the vegetation fraction, so that was observed by satellite. And then these soil changes that we were accounting for were qualitative, but they were based off of empirical research that was looking at post-fire hydrology in other areas. And for the soils, Aubrey Duggar from our team led that, so I'd relay that question onto her more.
We also are planning on using the LiDAR data. We're also planning on using the LiDAR data in future effort, because there were collects over the whole basin before the fire, and then our collects afterwards. So we should have a tighter handle on every tree. Sweet. Hang on, the microphone's coming to you.
Oh boy.
Just an observation, surface roughness seems like a very easily extractable parameter from a point cloud. If they're really accurate point cloud, that'd be a real nice one to have to input into these systems. I don't know if they are currently, but that seems like an easy win.
So it looks like you integrated ASO albedo, but any assessment of snow state or runoff, like assessment of state variables output from the model?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you assessing what the model is actually outputting instead of, like, I see that it was based upon observations for inputs? Yeah.
So we were towards the last slide, I was comparing some water budget analyses of pre and post fire in addition to the stream flow. And this is all still currently in the model world, where we're comparing our fire adjusted and our baseline simulation and looking at how we accounted for fires and quantifying the changes between the two. In this next step that we're now moving towards, we'll be comparing the baseline and fire adjusted during post-fire years, although it's limited in the post-fire years because a lot of these were recent fires. But we'll be looking to see if accounting for these fire, or how accounting for these fire impacts are changing the model skill for not only albedo, but potentially soil moisture, evapotranspiration, stream flow as well.
One more question. What's the resolution that you're running at? Is it 1 kilometer?
1 kilometer.
1 kilometer.
Thank you for the overview. I was curious more about the application and further things that can go in with this. Have you ever looked at sediment transport or sediment released from these fires, and if maybe that has increased, thus potentially changing some operations of the reservoirs for that?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. We haven't looked into that in this research. There's a lot of other research out there supporting that it's a really important factor, but this was not focused on that aspect of the post-fire hydrology.
Is Wolf Hydro a good application to maybe like build in sediment releases or sediment transport than this, or is
Dave
this...
Gauchus?
So whether or not we get to hill slope sediment transport, there's nothing immediately on the horizon. If somebody wants to do it, that would be awesome. But there are certainly some couplings to riverine transport. Another side project, people know the CSDMS modeling architecture, which is kind of a meta model coupling architecture, which is heavily reliant on sediment transport, surface dynamics models. And so there is an effort to complete the coupling of Wharf Hydro into that, in which case there would be some interoperability there. I don't know if anybody's got an immediate plan to use that. This is kind of a cyber infrastructure project that's NSF is funded, but there could be an avenue there. Yeah.
And again, the point clouds could be used for that, for the exposed areas, so those that are snow-free in our later collects at the 3-meter resolution. All right, should we? All right. Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks. Go. All right. Like in the old days. All right. All right. So next up is Charles Johnck from the Yuba Water Agency, and senior hydrologist there, and a new partner to the program this year. So we put him on the spot to start talking about the data right away. So.
Yeah, 2 years. Thank you, Tom. Well, good morning, everybody. So it's great to be here with like-minded folks pursuing snow science and their implications on water management. It's has a huge impact on how we operate our system at Yuba Water Agency. So after we wrapped up our snow surveys in early April, we flew by the Sierra Buttes here, and you can see there was a thick blanket of snow. This is the highest point in the North Yuba watershed at 8,500 feet. And it produced a significant volume of runoff into New Bullards Bar Reservoir this year. So today I'm going to talk about ASO surveys in the Yuba watershed, how we manage the water, and some potential uses of ASO data in the future. So first, a little bit about Yuba Water Agency. We were formed in 1959 by an act of the California State Legislature, mainly due to flooding in the Marysville and surrounding areas. We're in Northern California, but at our northeast of Sacramento. And we operate the Yuba River Development Project, which is composed of New Bullards Bar Reservoir, which receives most of its inflow from the North Yuba River. We also have 2 diversions from the Middle Yuba and Oregon Creek. And we release from the reservoir through either spill or lower outlet or through Colgate Powerhouse. And the South Yuba River comes in here at Inglebright Lake. It's a very important source of water for us, for management. Below Inglebright, we have our minimum flow requirements that we operate to. And then down here, we get to the lower Yuba River, where it confluences with the Feather at Marysville. North and south of the lower Yuba, we supply water to 8 irrigation districts, approximately 260,000 acre feet of water per year, and they farm over 60,000 acres of plums, trees, rice mainly, and other crops. So here's a depiction of the Yuba River watershed with the California-Nevada River Forecast Center basin boundaries. These boundaries are used for operational forecasts for the Forecast Center. And as you see here, again, the North Yuba is critical for the Bullards Bar Reservoir. There's 12 basins here, mainly 9 are snow producing. And in the upper basin here, there's a complex set of diversions and storage that are operated by Nevada Irrigation District, PG&E, Placer County Water Agency. And the releases and spills from their operations come down the middle and South Yuba, and we're able to utilize that water for our water management purposes as well. One nice thing about the ASO reports is that they split out all of these basins in SWE and area. And so that gave me the opportunity to collate by north, middle, and south and compare their differences. And so what we have here is a few bar charts. The north Yuba and the middle and south Yuba by area are very similar in approximately 410 square miles plus or minus. However, when you look at it by area by elevation, above 6,000 feet, the middle and south Yuba, this red bar here, has greater area, and approximately 28% of the north Yuba is above 6,000 feet, and about 40% for the middle and south are above 6,000 feet. So you really see that in the ASO SWE data. We had 5 flights this year, and for each flight, really the total of the middle and south Yuba were greater for each flight. Now this has a huge impact for operations for us because we can utilize greater runoff from the middle and south Yuba to decrease our releases from New Bullards Bar Reservoir. And so therefore we can preserve additional water supply in our reservoir for our irrigation districts. And so I think, now that we have this data moving forward, we can really understand what the differences are in SWE between all these basins and manage accordingly. So here are the flights for this year. We had 5 flights, peaked at 1,500,000 acre feet in April with a really low snow line of 3,400 feet, and ended, our last flight was in late June, 62,000 acre feet. It was really helpful to get this first flight in late January because we weren't able to fly all the way until April. So we received the M3 Works, model reports in between this time period, and that helped us, understand what the SWE was during that time. And this is just another point showing that, really the north or the middle and south Yuba had a significant amount more snow coming late into the season this year. So while Tom was playing laser tag, with his planes, we were actually doing hard work on the ground. This is us standing on 18 feet of snow at Sunnyside Meadow Snow Course. We measured 98.8 inches of SWE at this time, which was 180% of average. This was the second greatest measurement out of this 50-year period of record starting in 1972. And unfortunately, we have a snow pillow at this site, but it went down in mid-December. And there are 2 other sites in the Yuba that their snow pillows also went down. And so it was helpful to have the ASO flights and subsequent M3 Works reports to help understand what the SWE was when these sensors go down. So our snow course measurements informed the B120 forecast and now also the ASO flights. And so here is the DWR B120 Yuba River at Smartsville, April to July forecast, their dashboard. And as you can see this year, the 50% forecast was fairly consistent. It put us in a wet schedule for the Yuba River Accord. We heavily depend on the B120 to set our minimum flow requirements and water supply allocations for our member units. And so this year, because of the consistent, wet forecast, it was pretty easy to manage at least water supply, understanding that we would have a reliable water supply. There are other years where the forecast jumps up and down month to month, and it creates a lot more uncertainty about what that water supply is going to be. So I think ASO will have a huge impact on just really dialing in, the forecast, helping us manage our water supply. So not only do we use the DWR B120 forecast to manage water, but we also use the California Nevada River Forecast Center for long-term and short-term planning. We directly ingest the River Forecast Center time series data into our operational models to help forecast reservoir operations, hydroelectric power generation, et cetera. And so this year, we are forecasted at 1.7 million acre feet. And moving forward, this is our main time series data that we use for our operations. So it would be useful to have, another tool in the toolbox. There's plans for Wharf Hydro to be developed for the Yuba. So we're really looking forward to having another tool to use in our operations model. So all the impact on reservoir storage at Newboards Bar this year. We reached the low in late November, early December, and really we filled to our flood conservation pool within just a couple weeks from these two big storms in late December and January. And Powerhouse output managed the reservoir from January until mid-March. We made some spill releases to stay out of the pool in March. And then the runoff from the snowpack, due to the cool spring, we were able to really ride the curve all the way up until we filled in early June. We've been dropping ever since then and are forecasted to reach just under 705,000 acre feet by the end of September, which is about 55,000 acre feet over our normal target. We target 650,000 for carryover storage. So we're having a significant amount of carryover storage going into this next water year. So we talked a little bit about FURO already, and I think everyone knows, but FURO is a forecast-informed reservoir operations. It's led by CW3E and DWR and other partners to improve precipitation and inflow forecasts and reservoir operations. And Newboards Bar is also on the path to receive a new water control manual from the from Army Corps of Engineers, and also with a new secondary spillway. There's just been conceptualization of the FURO space. And so within the FURO space, we would be able to make releases from the reservoir if there's impending storm events at lower elevations, and potentially store water in our conservation zone. ASO has the potential to inform how we operate in the FURO space moving forward with the improved forecast. All right, well, in conclusion, ASO surveys this year provided useful understanding of the distribution of SWE between the North, Middle, and South Yuba. Early January flood operations were a concern, but lower than forecast snow levels and timing of storms and proactive reservoir operations prevented any major issues downstream. The cooler spring temperatures allowed for management of the near record snowpack runoff. And ASO-informed forecasts could again provide additional tools for short and long-term water management. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Do I hit a button? Or does it go? It just goes. Sorry. Great talk. Thank you. It's always so interesting to see more details about the individual basins. So it's awesome to see. Question, and I might be a little bit off. I don't have my details probably lined up totally well here, but you showed one slide a couple back, the rule curve there with the flood operations, and you were not quite hit the top. And my question is, through the melt season, the reports that we were putting out in the model performance was not quite melting enough, result being somewhat of an overestimate of the snowpack. Is that kind of information sensitive enough to contribute to something like not quite filling New Bullard's bar? I mean, did you end up where you wanted to be? What other factors played a role there?
That's a good question. I think, the ASO data is still very new to us, and we're still trying to understand how best to use it. As far as filling this year, our main goal is really just to prevent, overtopping, and so we maintained a buffer from full pool. But I think moving forward in the future, utilizing those tools would be very helpful.
Yeah, great presentation. 2 questions. Did ASO verify that near record SWE that you showed, or we found over here in this part of the country that the ASO actually showed much lower than the April 1st SWE in some of the watersheds? So that's question 1. The question 2 is that extra water that you have there, the 70,000 extra at this time of the year, does that give you that ability to also transfer some of that sale transfer, whatever you want to say, to south of the Delta users, whether ag or urban? Because I know Yuba's has that opportunity to do that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, I can answer the second question and probably give the first question to you.
What were you saying on the first one?
The question is, you showed the 98 inches of SWE. Did the ASO results that were close enough to that time period, adjusting for ice snowbow, did it, was it a good measurement, the snow survey measurement, or how much different did ASO show it was than that particular snow course?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall. I mean, we do that with the collects, and so I'm not sure.
That's part of this winter stuff, right? Or I mean, to compare what the snow course SWE and depth was with the ASO ice snowbow results, because I know that's really important to see if our snow courses can be giving us real numbers. Because
specific on the specific. I'm wrong on this, but thank you. I thought I was yelling loud enough to get into the microphone. So we use the snow courses to invert for densities, and we'll use those in a particular collection of model grid cells. But we're not comparing pixel to pixel on or pixel to snow course measurements because of the geolocation uncertainty in those and the spatial variability. So we will, what Peter was referring to for the program going forward this year is, as Dave mentioned, having inter-month federal sampler measurements to be coordinated with flights. So we're looking at doing that just as Dave was indicating. And those we will try to have very specifically located as well, but they probably are still going to be along the lines of density as opposed to the head-to-head with each of those.
Oh, and yeah, I can answer the second question. So as far as the extra carryover storage we're going into next year, and water transfers. So it really depends on what what next year turns out to be. One, if there's going to be demand, and also if there's conditions in the delta that allow for transfers. So if those things all line up, and the storage is still there, then certainly that that supply can be used for water transfers south of the delta.
I think this is more of a question for Tom. We know exactly where we're taking the snow survey measurements, and we've known since the 1940s. So what information do we need to get to you?
No. One piece that I didn't mention is that the grid cell, so the grid cell is a 50-meter grid cell, and that's where we have snow water equivalent. So what we're doing is we're validating snow depths where we know snow depth well, and then we're validating snow density where we can invert for that and looking at the statistics on that. So I misspoke when I said exactly that, because we're not doing the iSnowbell modeling for density at a federal sampler cross section. So yeah, no, thanks for bringing that up, and I already was heading there. So,
and I've got another question. Your plot you had of storage, that looked perfect to me. Would you have done anything differently this year if you had perfect forecast knowledge than what you did, which to me looked as good as it could get?
Yeah, that's a good question. Would we have done anything differently?
You can say no.
Yeah, I have to think about that. The early storms in January and then mid-March had really high inflow forecasts, but both of those turned out to be becoming colder. So, when we saw that, we started gathering all the troops, coordinating emergency management communication, and working with DWR and the Army Corps to see, okay, what would we do if we had to spill from these incoming storms? So, at least on the flood forecasting side of things, would we have done anything different? Maybe we wouldn't have ratcheted up those operations as much, but I'm sure we'd still communicate. So, on the water supply side of things, is that more what you're referring to, or would we do anything different on that, or?
Yeah, just whether you would have changed release patterns or anything like that. Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hello, hey. Not really a question, more so just adding on to the conversation about knowing where we are. So we just purchased DWR, we purchased 4 of these Trimble R12i GNSS receivers, so high-grade GPS basically. Devin's got an awesome photo of a vertical 2-meter rod in the center of a snow puddle in a beautiful meadow. So we were working out the kinks of our survey style for the ground-based surveys. We're planning on doing snow pillows as well as the transect ends of our snow courses to get, lat and long very precisely in the most common coordinate reference system. It's on a 5-year plan, 6-year plan, something like that. So it's a lot of area to cover, 5-6 years, something like that. We haven't talked about it much with our cooperators yet, but we got the gear. We're working out the style, and then we just need to start organizing efforts and coordinating on it. So it'll be a solved thing in 5-6 years.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thanks,
I think we've got one more question.
Okay. One more.
Just a quick question. Did you already do some economic analysis of what, how much benefit it has based on the operation you guys did, using the ASO data versus what you would have done without ASO data, and how much benefit it would have? I mean, that type of thing, have you guys done, or is there a plan to do in the future?
Yeah, because we have not done economic analysis related to ASO data, but I could see in the future as we get more used to having the data set and seeing, how much does ASO improve our water supply planning and operations. Sure. Yep.
Thanks, Charles. Is that you? All right. Next up is Scott Fennema, who is now chief hydrologist with the U.S. District Water Master Office. Have that right? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Tom. Sounds good. Thank you. As we were pulling up the presentation, I just want to take a quick moment and just say how grateful I am to be here. From a water manager's perspective, we're at such a cool time where we're changing from, the old methods to the future, but I'm not a patient person. And so I wanted to know, and I wanted to ask the question, with ASO data, what can I learn now? What tools in my toolbox do we have that we can apply this data in, and what are we going to learn from it? Essentially, what I've been telling our chief master ARSS lead, David Rizzardo, is I want to take ASO data and I want to throw it at the wall and see what sticks. So my presentation today is all about throwing ASO data at the wall and seeing what sticks. Do you do fancy things to turn this on? Or just push buttons? Patience. I told you, it's a downfall of mine. Could we go back a couple slides? So again, my name's Scott Fennema. I work for the U.S. District Court Water Master's Office for the Truckee-Carson Basins. What that means is our office is responsible for the operations of the Truckee River on a day-by-day basis and for tracking water rights and planning water rights and planning operations as much as possible. When it comes to operations, that water supply forecast is everything. It's our bread and butter. That's how we make decisions. Now, in order to improve the decisions that we made this year, we were fortunate enough to get three ASO flights, all paid for by California ARSS program. Thank you all. I appreciate it. It's something that we're very grateful for. Now, once we collected that data, we wanted to throw it at the wall and see what we could learn from it. Now, we have been incredibly fortunate that the California-Nevada River Forecast Center has agreed to put up with me and take that ASO data and integrate it into some experimental forecasts. So that means we got 3 ASO flights, we got 3 experimental forecasts that I'm calling that ASO-Informed RFC forecast. In addition, we also take the data and we compare the ASO numbers to Snow 17. Now, Snow 17 is the snow accumulation and ablation model used in the RFC model. And let's talk about some results. Once we get the flights, we then go through this data path, which is kind of long and highlighted in the green lines of flight takes place. We collect we get the reports from ASO, we process the data, we send it to RFC. We do some comparisons between Snow 17 and we integrate it into operations modeling, meaning we take those forecasts and we actually put it into a Riverware model to see how it's going to impact and kind of foreshadow operations for the year. Okay, go to the next slide. Oh, there it is. Perfect. So background, kind of went over it already. We get the data, we digest it, we pass it over to RFC. Now, when we take ASO data, which is at a 50-meter resolution SWE estimate, we have to break that resolution substantially in order to put it into the RFC model. So we're taking 50-meter resolution SWE data and breaking it down to about 14 to about 988 square kilometer resolution. So we're really getting rid of the resolution and then putting it into the model. In order to get the ASO data, we break the resolution, do some spatial processing, and RFC takes that new basin-wide SWE and plugs it straight into the RFC model as that initial state for the first day. So what that means is the only variable that's being changed between the ASO-informed RFC and the RFC forecast is the initial state of the snowpack for that first day, then the model takes care of it from there forward. I'm trying patience. Okay, go to the next slide. Thank you. So what does this actually look like? So on this slide, I am going to show you a couple different things. We have people online, so I'll talk to you by left and right of the slide of what we're looking at versus the laser pointer. First thing I want to point out is the comparison between SWE volumes from Snow 17 and the ASO measured data. So on the plot on the left, what I am showing is a basin-wide comparison for 3 different basins: the Carson Basin at the top, Truckee Basin in the middle, and the Tahoe Basin at the bottom for our 3 different flights. The green bars, vertical columns are showing the Snow 17 estimated SWE volume, where the blue is showing the ASO estimated SWE volume. And one of the big takeaways that we had this year is that early in the season, for 2 of our basins, the Carson and the Truckee, Snow 17 was under predicting accumulation. Now in the Tahoe Basin, Snow 17 over predicted accumulation earlier in the year. Now another big takeaway was when we moved all the way to June, that Snow 17 under predicted ablation in all of our basins. Meaning that 3rd ASO flight is where we were able to learn the most about how efficient our runoff was going to be this year. Can you hit the next button? So in the end of the year, Snow 17 was under predicting ablation. Now that really impacts operations. And the last presentation, Charles, great presentation, by the way, it was really interesting to see. One of the questions was about at that end of the season, why didn't quite fill up all the way. Well, at least in our basins, RFC was over predicting runoff, especially at the end of the year, and I am tracking it back to this ablation. Now, it's great to compare, but how well is Snow 17 actually modeling SWE within the basins? In order to calculate how well Snow 17 is doing, we compared what we're considering the truth data set, ASO SWE, to the Snow 17 model. And we compared it 2 ways. First, we compared it against each basin, saying, is Snow 17 modeling one basin better than another? But then we also compared it across time. So we've got, on the right-hand side, we've got a column charts of model fit by basin and model fit by month, where the R squared is shown in blue and the NSE, or Nash-Set Cliff Efficiency, is shown in kind of a grayish color. Now within the Carson Basin, overall Snow 17 performed pretty well. Truckee Basin performed even better using both of the model fit parameters. But within the Tahoe Basin, that over prediction of SWE throughout the year really impacted the Nash-Set Cliff Efficiency. Overall, NSE of 0.8 is still, from a modeling perspective, a great model fit parameter. However, from an operations perspective, that means additional waters in the model or additional waters in the forecast, which impacts potentially operational decisions. Now, if we compared the model fit of Snow 17 across time, the model fit didn't do quite as well, especially late in June, where the NSE was close to 0 in June, mainly due to the additional snow volume remaining in Snow 17 that wasn't accounted for. Again, that overestimation or underestimation of ablation, meaning more snowpack present. Yes, please. So, well, once we had that ASO-informed RFC, we can then start to ask questions of like, what do our seasonal forecasts look like? We now have 2 seasonal forecasts, with the only variable changing is that initial state of snowpack. So on this slide, what I'm showing you is the April through July runoff volume for 3 different forecasting locations. One is the Fort Churchill, which is on the Carson River, Ferret, which is one of the main control points on the Truckee River, as well as Lake Tahoe. The dashed lines are showing the actual April through July volumes that we had this year. The blue box plots are showing the ASO-informed RFC forecast, and the green is the standard RFC forecast. So within Fort Churchill, the actual April through July this year was about 650,000 acre feet. In the first flight that took place on April 1st or March 31st, right in there, the ASO data showed that the snowpack was much higher than what Snow 17 was showing. That actually helped kind of motivate the RFC modelers to look at the snowpack and determine whether they needed to make adjustments using their own internal metrics, meaning the ASO data helped inform and kind of push the RFC modeler to make the manual adjustments to the snowpack within the model. Now, the day after they made the adjustments, those two box plots were lined up pretty darn close to equal, meaning this data helped inform and improve the forecast. And when we jump all the way down to the flights that occurred in June on the Carson River, again, you see the big difference between the ASO-informed RFC, where it's much lower than the actual RFC forecast. Now, in my mind, the difference, the actual April through July runoff volume kind of split the difference between the ASO-informed RFC forecast and the RFC standard forecast. Now, that's just at Fort Churchill. If we move to the Truckee Basin, which is the ferried plot on the top right, and we look at the June forecast, that ASO-informed RFC forecast nailed the April through July runoff volume. It was almost right on the 50% exceedance forecast. And in Tahoe, all year long, Snow 17 was showing that there was more snow in the basin than what ASO showed, meaning that ASO-informed RFC forecast was actually lower than the standard RFC forecast. So what does this tell me? Well, this tells me that having that extra data source and getting that extra data source integrated into this model is helping us improve potentially seasonal forecasts. Next slide. Yes, sir.
So this is, sorry to interrupt, but just to be sure, so their actual mods were made. So in the operational, so not an offline version. Okay.
When you say offline version, what do you mean by that?
Well, they weren't doing an experimental. This was the actual.
Yes, absolutely. So the green boxes in this case are the actual real RFC forecast. The blue box are that experimental RFC kind of one-off ASO-informed RFC forecasts. Yes, great question. Thank you. So updating that initial state of the model, of the RFC model, improved the seasonal forecast. We saw that by looking at the June, April through July runoff volumes and comparing that experimental blue forecast to the actual forecast in green. So it's critical to make sure the initial state of the model is set correctly to the real conditions. That's what we learned here. So what does this mean for operations? We have two forecasts, and we could take these forecasts, which are ensemble-based forecasts, and then run them through the TROA operations model, and then actually start looking at the results. So in these next series of slides, what I'm going to be showing is actual operations shown in kind of a purple dashed line for this year compared to ASO-informed RFC forecast and the RFC forecast ensembles. Now, in each of these plots, I'm showing the percent exceedance from the spread of the RFC traces. There's 42 RFC traces, so we take those 42 traces, run it through the model, then we calculate the percent exceedance based upon the trace spread throughout the year. On the top of every slide is the RFC forecast. On the bottom is the ASO-informed RFC forecast. So this year for Lake Tahoe predicted elevation, the ASO-informed RFC forecast performed a little bit better. There's not a substantial difference between the two when you compare the actual, again, that purple dashed line, to the forecast spread. And when I say that it performed better, I mean the actual is closer to the median of the forecast compared to the extreme edge of the forecast. Next slide. Now, when we move downstream to the Truckee River at ferried flow, one of the big things that we see is that the overall spread of the ASO-informed RFC forecast is higher. within the Truckee Basin, that makes sense. We saw that the ASO data showed that there was more snow in the basin than what Snow 17 was showing, meaning more snow, more runoff. Now, in this particular plot, I'm showing the percent exceedance of 42 different traces on a day-by-day basis. And comparing actual operations to a percent exceedance plot on a day-by-day basis isn't a really good metric because we're getting rid of the noise of the hydrograph. So it's not like a real hydrograph comparison where the purple is. This year we had 2 peaks on the Truckee River, and that 50% exceedance was much closer in the ASO-informed RFC forecast compared to just the standard RFC forecast. Now, again, those 2 peaks, in trying to compare this metric of the percent exceedance on a day-by-day, it's not real hydrographs, it's kind of a fuzzy comparison to say the least. Now, within Lahontan, which is on the Carson River, it's the largest storage reservoir on the Carson River Basin, we saw a drastic increase in model accuracy by integrating that ASO-informed RFC forecast. So if we were to take just the standard RFC forecast from April 1 and compare it to the Lahontan storage, on the very top, what we saw is that the storage, using just the standard RFC forecast, was much higher than what actually happened. Now, Carson this year had the largest snowpack on record. We had the largest April through July, set new records this year, meaning this plot is really highly managed. That's a good word for it. It was really highly managed. We had to draw the reservoir down early on to make sure that we had enough space for all the snowpack up there. Integrating that ASO data, showing that we had more water in the basin, matched closer to the actual operations. Now, when it comes to the Lahontan releases, we had the same story. Using just the standard RFC forecast, which had less snow, we had to release, the model showed release less water. But adding the additional snow in showed that we needed to release more water. In this case, the Lahontan releases, we held Lahontan releases higher early in the season because we had no idea if this beast of a snowpack was going to keep accumulating or not. Meaning we wanted to plan ahead even further than what the RFC forecast and the ASO-informed RFC forecast were actually showing. So what does this mean? We took these 2 forecasts, we ran them through the operations model, but is it giving us quantitatively better evidence to support doing this into the future? In order to quantify whether we're actually improving operations by integrating ASO data into the RFC forecast, we calculated the model fit of that 50% exceedance between the 2 forecasts. And the model fit parameters we calculated were NSE, deviation of volume or percent bias, root mean squared error, and R squared. In this slide, I'm showing just the NSE and the percent bias. Now, NSE, we want to maximize to a value of 1. NSE ranges from like negative affinity, which means bad model, to 1, which means perfect model. And percent bias is the opposite. We want to minimize percent bias as much as possible to try to get it down to 0. So if we look at this column plot panel, yeah, let's go plot panel. The ASO-informed RFC forecast is shown in blue, and the RFC forecast is shown in orange. Overall, we had a improvement in operation modeling for Lake Tahoe, for the Truckee River at Fairad, based upon the NSE and maximizing it to 1 and reducing the percent bias by integrating ASO data in, meaning operations were better informed and better matched actual conditions by integrating this data in. Now, the bottom 2 plots of Lahontan releases and Lahontan storage volume are very deceiving. Because Lahontan was so managed for flood operations this year, the reason the model fit isn't so great is because the logic driving Lahontan releases didn't match decision-making that we actually took this year. Overall, the results showed we improved results by integrating this data into the RFC forecast. Now, this is our 2nd year of doing it. We did this also in water year 2022. So how are we doing? Are we actually chalking up a win, or are we just kind of spinning our wheels? But in order to say whether we are getting a win or not, I think it's important to put two water years in context. So for example, in water year 2022, the April through July runoff volume for the Truckee Basin was about 65% exceedance or so, meaning we were slight drought-ish. For this year, we were in the 6% exceedant, meaning we were not drought-ish at all. On the Carson Basin in 2022, we had a bad drought. We were about the 80% exceedance. But this year, we set new records. We are now the 1% exceedance. This year was quite phenomenal. So if we compare the model fit for each of these different locations between these 2 years, I've got these cute little arrows in there that say whether we improved model fit of operations or decreased model fit of operations by integrating the ASO data in. If there was more improvements in model fit, there's an up arrow. And if there's a down arrow, we had less improvements. I think there's one or two where we didn't calculate. So there's little dashes in there where we didn't actually calculate it. But the takeaway message is, overall, if you look at this table, we have a lot more up arrows than down arrows, meaning by integrating this data into the RFC forecast and then into operations, we're actually improving our understanding and improving our model fit to actual operations within the Truckee and Carson system. Now, so this year in summary, we had 3 flights over the Truckee and Carson basins. RFC was so gracious to be able to work with us, to put up with my questions and my endless calls and emails and produce these experimental forecasts. And what we found is that by integrating this data in, reinitializing that Snow 17 model results to actual conditions, improved the forecast. Just for fun, got a couple pictures of snow surveying this year. This is up on Rubicon Peak. The average depth across all 5 holes is about 223 inches with average sway about 90 inches of sway. It was a pretty fun year to snow sample this year, that's for sure. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much for your time, and I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to see how we can continue moving forward and build those new tools out. Thank you so much.
Joe Boardman. You said something at the beginning, I think I understood it right, and it's important for my understanding. You had your standard RFC forecasts and then the ASO-Informed where you're resetting the initial condition. But you said on the standard forecast, maybe only in the beginning, they made an ASO-Informed adjustment as well. So I'm not saying it's bad to no? Or,
no, yes. Great question. And just to clarify, in case the RFC folks are on the web, my RFC forecaster wanted me to make this clear that when they made the adjustment to the Snow 17 model, they did not do it with the ASO data. They did it with their own in-house products. But with the RFC forecast, it's very common that when conditions change, if the model's not keeping up or performing well, that they will make manual adjustments to the initial conditions. And so in this case, after the ASO flight, seeing the ASO results, right, the modeler decided they needed to essentially reinitialize the Snow 17 based upon their own internal analysis. Great question.
No, that's great. And it almost gets at the question of how many flights are required. Because this difference, all those up arrows come from maybe 1 informed adjustment versus 4 informed adjustments, right?
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's an ongoing conversation that we keep having, or I keep having with my RFC modeler, which if you're not already, make friends with your forecasters. It's very important skill to have. But yes, every time that we got flights, I know our RFC modeler was looking at the results and comparing them and doing that Snow 17 to ASO comparison. Now, one of the interesting findings we had, especially in the middle flight this year, the Truckee Basin, and when you compared Snow 17 to the ASO data for the Truckee Basin, the lower elevation sites, Snow 17 had a substantial amount of snow, but the high elevation, they had much less. And that actually matched conditions that we saw in the field too. ASO data was showing low elevation snow was zapped, where high elevation snow was incredibly deep. It matched all of our snow surveys as well, just where there was kind of that disparate results, where Snow 17 kind of distributed it more across the watershed, where it was more kind of compact. But great question.
Awesome talk, Scott. Thanks so much. I'll put on my RFC hat for a second and say that Snow 17 does a really good job. It's been calibrated for decades, and it's a very simple model. It's just based on temperature and precipitation, and that's it. Calibrated so that it works really well, but as we're seeing this paradigm shift into warmer storms, back-to-back ARs, et cetera, it's finding a lot of times where it's not doing as well. So at the RFC, we're trying to take the snowball runs from M3 Works and from the awesome DWR folks and pull that into the CHIPS operational framework during the mornings. And because, as you were just talking about, Snow 17 requires a lot of modifications, kind of up and down. Is there too much snow here? Is there not enough? We're trying to take these models as well as Tyne, CW3E, yeah, he is there, is running the Snowpack model, all capitals, Snowpack, which we think does a better job during rain on snow events. We're seeing a lot of. So we're trying to pull in that Snowpack model into the operational framework, the iSnowball model, and then talk more with M3 Works to get away from just using Snow 17, which does a really good job most of the time. But as we've seen, it takes a lot of shifting up and down. And as we're seeing some different storms and some bigger storms, it'll be really nice to have some more of these models just for comparison of like, okay, how much snow do we think is up in these basins? If we have an ASO flight and one model, we have some faith, but if we have 4 different models pulling from different reanalysis data, we can have a lot more trust in the river forecast on the kind of 1 week scale, as well as on this April through June scale. So it's great to see your results in the Carson and Truckee, and we're hoping at the River Forecast Center to expand that to all of our forecast points. Thanks, Scott.
Absolutely, it's a great discussion point. I just have to say, excuse me, I love Snow 17. It works really well when we're in the bounds. Now, on the last slide where I was comparing the model fit from a drought and a extreme flood, what about the middle years? You know, we need more data to be able to continue to validate whether this is actually improving or not. What I find when we're in those middle years, Snow 17 nails it. Unfortunately, in our basins, we only have ASO data on a drought and an extremely wet year. So we're hoping. No, they don't, which is so weird because it's in the middle, right? Yes. Perfect, but thank you. No, I look forward to continuing trying to get more data in there as well.
Hi, great presentation. I had a question about squeezing as much as you can out of the ASO observations and may play a role in how many flights you need. Are you looking at using these observations to go back and tune the parameters in Snow 17 to improve your accuracy between times of observations and essentially tweak it mainly to adjust the ablation bias? I would think that the accumulation bias you were seeing in the model is likely due to some uncertainty in either the precipitation or temperature forcing the model. So maybe going in and forcing the model state to be the ASO observed state at the end of the accumulation period and then tuning the ablation parameters can help you capture that ablation cycle better in between the times when you don't have observations. Is that something you're looking into?
I am totally gonna sidestep your question by saying we're a community. I'm a water manager, and that's my main focus. I am fortunate enough to have the ASO team and then also RFC just be willing to help out. So I take anything I can get. Absolutely, if we can help RFC at all, we would love to. But in the end of the day, I'm still a water manager, and I'm not the one running the model. So sorry for the non-answer answer.
Hi.
Last question.
Yeah. Thanks for the presentation. This is a low-level question, but what do you do in the areas where the RFC forecast area is larger than the ASO-informed area?
Yeah, great question. This year there was a big issue that we were trying to deal with. So within the Carson Basin, we have like one mountain range on the east side that ASO doesn't fly because we normally don't get snow there. This year we had a ton of snow there. And so anywhere where we didn't have full coverage of ASO data over those basins, we just went with the Snow 17 numbers. So potentially those corrections could have been much larger if we had full ASO coverage over those basins, but that's a great question. Perfect. Well, thanks again, all.
Thanks, Scott. right. Good morning. We're gonna get close to all on time, according to into a redefinition of on time. All right. So next up is Jordan Baxter, who's a hydrologist with the El Dorado Irrigation District, and is going to talk about the American River data, which this is the first year that we've been doing American. Getting my basin straight. All right.
I'm going to learn from Scott and not touch that. So, perfect. Oh, it should work now? We'll give it a shot. My name is Jordan Baxter, hydrologist for El Dorado Irrigation District. I am also going to put Jan Wolf, our GIS analyst's name up here. He's not here today, but he helped me brush the cobwebs off some GIS stuff I hadn't done since grad school. And he also went out in the field with us using some high accurate GPS units to get GPS data for the ASO folks. His first photo is taken in late June at Lake Aloha in Desolation Wilderness. There is a lake behind there. It didn't melt till late July or mid-July, which is just a testament to how incredible the snowpack was this year. Next slide. Just a little lay of the land where we're at. So our service area is in El Dorado County. We are kind of between Folsom Lake and Lake Tahoe. Most of the watershed that we're operating is between Highway 50 and Highway 88. To the north of us, there's SMUD operated areas, as well as PCWA, Placer County Water Agency. Next slide. So in terms of snow courses, EID has been part of the Cooperative Snow Survey program for quite some time. We measure at 3 locations, all near Caples Lake, Carson Pass. If you like to ski, very close to Kirkwood. Kirkwood's kind of on the bottom left of the screen there. And so Caples Lake, furthest to the west, and Upper Carson, there to the east. Those have been measured since the 30s, so a really good baseline data set there. And then Lower Carson Pass, which is actually 400 or a couple hundred feet lower than Upper Carson Pass, but because of its protection, it actually has quite a bit more snow than Upper Carson Pass. So that's been measured since the 50s. We also lean pretty heavily on other cooperator sites. So of the lakes that we manage, there's Caples Lake, our largest reservoir. Large, you can see it's only 22,000 acre feet. So we're pretty small alpine reservoirs. But Caples Lake, 22,000 acre feet. We also operate Silver Lake. Silver Lake, we use data from the Forest Service. They do a snow course there, as well as there's a snow pillow. Lake Aloha, when Lake Lucille is flown, which looks like it's going to be a little more often, I think. Thank you, Scott. That data is super helpful because Aloha's got a lot of snow in it, and it's a pretty small reservoir. And then Echo Lake, which is actually part of the Truckee Basin, but we do operate that as well. Next slide, please. So this is our freshman year, and honestly, there was a lot of parallels to freshman year of college looking back. It was being on phone calls on Monday mornings with people that are just way smarter than me. There's new lingo, there's all sorts of newness, and then with it, you get this knowledge. And it's kind of this burden of, hey, what do we do with this knowledge? There's a lot of data. I don't have time in the day to really run this to ground. What do I do with it? So just kind of breaking it off on how we approached it as a district. So there's the preparations. We established coordinates. That's a photo of Jan, our GIS analyst, holding a GPS unit. He came out and took whole GPS locations for us, which was awesome. He really appreciated getting out of the office and not staring at a computer. And then just trying to plan the data acquisitions to align with flights, which frankly this year was kind of nice. Instead of trying to do stuff in wintry conditions, we kind of held out and got some bluebird days, which was awesome. And then in terms of that data acquisition, I want to give a little shout out to Caltrans. There was a section of 88 that allowed us, or we couldn't get to our snow courses. They gave us an escort back there where everything was still shut down. So without them, we wouldn't have been able to coincide with the data acquisition flight. So in terms of the data, really a big thanks to DWR. I didn't know about ASO except for a New York Times article. And then got an email saying, hey, we're a part of this thing, and I just got really excited. We were promised 3 flights, and we got 4. So we're just super thankful. So thank you, and thank you, ASO, for coaching us through. And then in terms of what do we do with all this enormous amount of data? So what I did is kind of a lot of processing. So getting in ArcGIS, converting rasters into inch and feet. I'm an ag engineer, so I don't really work in the metric system very well. So that was important for me. And then the creation of subwatersheds. So we have a Khyber's diversion facility on the South Fork American River. And then we also had those alpine reservoirs. So I just basically created shapes that was upstream of the diversion and then downstream of all those reservoirs, and then made little catchments for each of the small reservoirs. Next slide, please. So then the next step was clipping these rasters that ASO provided to the extent of these smaller areas that I wanted to analyze. So on the left, we're seeing the entire American Basin. We're just a really small portion south of Highway 50. So the right slide, these are those shapes that were created, and then just was able to apply those shapes over the data acquisitions to get an idea of what's happening in those smaller areas. Note that Echo Lake was only available during Truckee data acquisitions due to the fact that it's outside of our basin. Yeah, so we'll go, I'm trying to think if there's any talking points on that. So yeah, I guess honestly, we used the data to solidify our already running models that we had. It's kind of old school how we operate our reservoirs, but they're so small and undersized, frankly, that we can kind of get away with that. But I will say the ASO data really helped in allowing me to convince management that we needed to draw our reservoirs down early. We had all this snow course data, just visual observations. Hey, there's a ton of snow up there. ASO data confirmed that, and we were able to draw all of our reservoirs down and make for the runoff to be a lot more efficient and a lot easier on staff. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of a pivot. The American Basin, like many basins, fire is a big portion of it. Since the last 10 years, there's been 3 big fires: the King Fire in 2014, Caldor Fire 2021. That's what most heavily impacted us. And then more recently in 2022, the Mosquito Fire that impacted a lot of PCWA's area. So this picture, it's really busy. Jan actually created this. So the red and black line is the outline of the perimeter of the Caldor Fire. Those blue shapes are the watersheds that feed our drinking water supply. So we supply 130,000 people with drinking water. And the Outingdale and Sly Park is probably pretty small, but further to the east, those are on the Cosumnes Basin, so kind of outside of the ASO data collection, but the Khyber's is within it. So I started kind of asking a question of like, hey, how can we use ASO data to look at some of these burn severity problems that we're having? So next slide, please. I probably should have called Ronnie. Great presentation. I did a lot of research. I was forced to become the local expert at EID on post-fire hydrology, but read a lot of papers, and kind of what I learned from that is we can expect a number of things, one of which being increased peak stream flows. 100% we've seen that, especially during really flashy thunderstorms, especially in the last month. Those hydrophobic soils, we're just seeing an incredible amount of water in a short period of time. Increased erosion from land surface and debris flows. I think there was a question earlier about sediment transport, and we have a kind of a redneck way of looking at it, but it's in between chocolate milk and motor oil. We've experienced all of that, all heading towards Folsom Lake, but that's what's happening in our watershed, unfortunately. And so the water quality has really become an issue for our treatment plants. As those spikes occur, we're getting water quality samples all the time, just trying to figure out how expensive it really is going to be to treat the water to make it potable for drinking. And then the last question, which in reading studies, I couldn't really get a definitive answer on what's going to happen. It really seemed to be, whatever the hypothesis they went into it with, it seemed to be that's the conclusion-ish with a bunch of uncertainty. So can we use this ASO data to maybe answer some of those questions? Next slide, please. So this little picture is I have it pinned up on in my office. It helps me kind of think about it in a picture. But the albedo data was really interesting, and that lined up really well with burn severity layers, which makes a lot of intuitive sense. But I was really curious, like, as the days get longer, sun's a little bit higher, we're transitioning to shortwave radiation really driving things. Does the ASO data show a higher percent melt rate in those areas that were highly severely burned, as opposed to areas next to it that weren't so burned? So if you go to the next slide. Focused on a small area, mostly because it's my favorite place to fish. This is the Silver Fork American River. Very familiar with it, and it is unique in that some areas, because there's pretty good access, firefighters were able to protect areas. So on the left side, the green is lower severity burn, but then there's some spots that were really high severity burn. So using this data, I also cut to the same extent a percent SWE loss. So this was using some raster calculations. So there was a data acquisition mid-April, which actually coincided exactly with our peak SWE. And then there was one 2 weeks later, which when it happened, I was like, oh, that's kind of lame. It's only 2 weeks apart. But it was a blessing in disguise because it was some pretty interesting data that came out of it. So this is essentially taking the percent difference April to May. The lighter colors is basically saying that there was really no loss in that 2 week period. The darker colors, as it gets really dark, all of it was lost. So go to the next slide, please. You'll have to, there's a little animation here. Okay, so on a static slide, this is really hard to try to paint the picture. But when you're in ArcGIS and you can toggle the layers on and off, you really start to see things jump out at you. So I'll try to explain it the best I can, but essentially knowing that the higher burn severities are in yellow and red. Let's see if the laser pointer works. So this is an area, actually if you press I think like 2 or 3 times, there we go, one more time. So these areas really, knowing that there's a lot of bias in this with aspect, elevation, I wanted to narrow in really small and just try to visually do it. Anything numerical, like trying to look at it from a bigger scale, I thought would just kind of lead me down a weird rabbit hole. So these 3 areas were interesting to me because you see really high burn severity, not so high. Really high, not so high. Right here, there's little pockets of high burn severity. So what my eye sees is that the areas of similar elevation and aspect have higher melt rates and high burn severity areas versus adjacent lower burn severity areas. So just a simple, I'd like to run this to ground more numerically, but just visually, it was cool to see that the science is working and it actually is a thing. Next slide. Another picture of Lake Aloha. It's my favorite place in the world, so I tend to just throw it in presentations. But yeah, any questions?
That's how ASO is supposed to be used. Thank you for doing that. You brought the spectrometer in. No, don't go away. Don't go away. No. I just wanted to make that statement. It made me really happy because I'm the spectroscopist at the beginning of this, and Jeff was the SWE. So thanks for doing that. All right, questions?
Jordan, great presentation. I, as a water manager, I love that you're able to dive into the science and then also kind of put it into the applied side as well. Do you find it challenging to strike that balance in your workload of, the actual operations and getting the science in there? Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, for sure. I think we're fairly unique in that we're a pretty small shop. And my background with the district was a hydrographer. So I still kind of oversee that whole portion of it. But the reason I'm in this kind of new role is due to the more the data side, and that this needs to drive a lot of the decisions we're making in the watershed. So right now I'm straddling the two. And it's honestly kind of hard because I'd rather just be on the collect all the time. It is fun to dig into the data, but there's not enough time in the day. So.
Go. How did this year's Snowpack and Runoff compared to 2017? Because I was skiing both those areas up at Carson Pass, and I have my thoughts based upon that very scientific way to look at things, but I just curious.
So I like to use historic data a lot. The trace was really similar to 2011 for a while in a lot of aspects, and then things really got similar to 2017. The caveat being on the Appalachian side, we had such a mild, cool spring. It seemed like it just stayed cloudy all the time. And so I kept telling my boss the water's coming, because he didn't like that I put such a big hole in the reservoirs. But I told him the water's coming. So it was definitely a slower melt rate, which made for some great spring skiing. Yeah, from a skiing perspective, great.
Hello, thank you for the talk. Can you explain why you chose the soil burn severity, like a few slides back, to compare to the SWE loss?
Honestly, it was a document that was sitting on my desk, just the PDF was printed out. And I've been, as I drive around the watershed, it's kind of fun to try to spot check it and just get an idea of like, okay, they got it pretty nailed right there. Oh, that burned pretty hot, and they have no idea it burned that hot based on the data they have. So yeah, I think it was just readily available. Jan had made the previous map, and he already had the layer in our system, and so path of least resistance probably. And I do think that the hydrophobic soil aspect of it really intrigues me, because we're seeing, I didn't mention this, but we're seeing enormous sediment transport out of that huge red burn scar. The road is completely covered, and the river for the next couple 100 yards, 300 yards is just all filled in. So, right. Thank you very much.
Jordan, thank you. And when you get the quantitative analysis done, let us know.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. So I think, as many of you may have noticed this morning, we focused on some of the northern basins. So we had Feather, Yuba, American, and Truckee-Carson. And this afternoon we'll be taking a trip further south, starting with the Tuolumne folks. And as you probably heard from some of the historical presentations yesterday, that means we're also moving into the zone where we've had ASO surveys for quite a few years, and in the case of the Tuolumne, over a decade. So you'll see a shift in how folks are thinking about and using the data, as well as they've had longer to get to know the data. So I'll hand it over to Reggie Walters with Hetchy Water and Power. He's a hydrologist. And is Harrison joining us as well? Or? Okay, but Harrison, I guess, contributed. So.
Thanks, Kate. Do we know if this clicker is? Oh, great, it's working. Excellent. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here in person with everyone this year. My name is Reggie Walters. I'm a hydrologist with Hetchy Water and Power. I just want to acknowledge my coworker, Harrison Forrester, who's also here, who can take questions at the end of the talk, and also our manager, Chris Graham, who's also present today. So I'll go ahead and jump in. I have a lot of slides, so I'm going to try to burn through them pretty quickly. A little overview for the talk. I'll just give a brief overview for the Hetchy Water and Power system for those who aren't familiar with our operation. And then just a little water year 2023 update, since it seems worth presenting on from our perspective, since it was pretty notable. And then I'll get to the point and talk about our forecasting and how we're using ASO data to inform some of our decision making. So Hetchy Water and Power is a division of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. So we are all city and county of San Francisco employees. We operate 3 storage reservoirs for the city in the Sierra Nevada. The primary storage reservoir, of course, is Hetchy Reservoir, shown on the right hand side of the figure here. Hetchy is within Yosemite National Park, as most are probably aware, and the entire Tuolumne River watershed above the reservoir is within the park. We also operate 2 other reservoirs. We have Lake Lloyd, or Cherry Lake, and Lake Eleanor. Eleanor is also inside the park. Hetchy impounds 360,000 acre feet of water at full pool, and it's somewhat undersized for its catchment. So the annual average water year yield is about a little over double that, 740,000, and just under 600,000 with the seasonal runoff for the average April through July runoff. We do have 2 powerhouses connected to the Hetchy diversion tunnel. So water that sits in Hetchy Reservoir can be released in one of 2 ways. It can be released via the valve straight to the Tuolumne River downstream, or we make diversions through this Hetchy transmission path that traverses the Central Valley and the Coast Range and goes to the Bay Area, where we deliver water to about 2.7 million customers in the San Francisco Bay Area. All the water that goes through that tunnel passes through 2 powerhouses, the first of which is Kirkwood. It's about 9 miles downstream from Hetchy. And then we have a second powerhouse, Moccasin Powerhouse, which is where our headquarters for Hetchy Water and Power are located. So here I'll jump into just a little water year update. The red line here shows cumulated precip at Hetchy. That's our most important precip station. We've been measuring there since water year 31. What I'm plotting against here are the 6 wettest water years on record, with 83 being the leader. We did keep pretty good pace with the pack throughout most of the water year, and with that little bump from the Hillary moisture towards the end of the year, we did come in at 2nd place at Hetchy. I think on the index, we're probably closer to 3rd place in terms of water year precip. Nevertheless, a notable water year in terms of precip. Temperatures, won't spend too much time on this, but of note in particular was the late February and March period, where the daytime high air temperatures pretty much spent the entire month below normal. And then, let's see, we got a little warm up in mid-May, which is when we saw our peak reservoir inflows. Otherwise, it has been a pretty, as noted previously, kind of a mild runoff season in terms of the summertime, spring and summer runoff. So of course, with that huge amount of precip and those below average temperatures, we yielded an above average snowpack. This is our 10 station snow pillows index. Some of the stations went offline this year as they got buried in snow, but we did our best to estimate them. And we suspect we were hovering somewhere around 250% of normal snowpack at peak, which occurred just after April 1st. We were able to validate that within reason via the manual snow course measurements, which are shown by those yellow stars there. So bigger snowpack than 2017. If we look at, we have a few individual stations here. These are manual snow course measurements with the water year 2023 April 1 measurements shown in red against their period of record statistics. So we set some records at a handful of these sites, including Tenaya Lake, Tuolumne Meadows, Horse Meadow, and similarly to some other folks out there, we were measuring on the order of like 95 to 100 inches of snow water equivalent. So really massive snowpack. Okay, so to get to the point, how do we think about forecasting at Hetchy? When we produce a seasonal streamflow forecast, we think about it, of course, in terms of runoff volume. So I made this conceptual diagram to try to illustrate how we kind of prioritize a projected runoff volume. So I'm going to start on the bottom of this triangle and kind of fill these buckets in order of prioritization level. So first and foremost, our highest priority is, of course, water supply. And I'm sort of partitioning that into 3 components. So stream releases, water deliveries, and refill. Stream releases are obviously just what we're releasing to the Tuolumne downstream of Hetchy. Water deliveries is what our customers are demanding. So that's making sure that what we send through our diversion tunnel is at least meeting the water delivery demands of the customers in San Francisco. And then lastly, refill. After we've sort of satisfied these first 2, is there adequate volume in this runoff volume forecast to meet that storage deficit? And in the vast majority of years, we have plenty of water on the Tuolumne to achieve all these goals. And then we can advance into our next sort of priority level, which is power supply. Those powerhouses on our diversion tunnel system have a capacity that's well beyond our normal water delivery rate. So when there's a lot of water available, we can crank up power generation and defray some of our operating costs via increased power generation. But then those powerhouses, of course, have a capacity. And if we project that we can overcome that, or if we're going to saturate that, we'll move into where things start to get more fun with ecological releases. Couldn't fit the word ecological in the triangle, but that's what eco stands for here. So when there's excess water available, we will make sometimes large releases out of the valves on our dam. And we work closely with the folks at Yosemite National Park to shape those releases in order to mitigate the impacts of having a dam and a reservoir on the Tuolumne. Let's see. Just a couple pictures there of what that looks like. So there's Hetchy Reservoir making some big releases earlier this year. And here is a meadow. It's called Pupinaw Meadow. This receives a lot of attention and focus from us and from our ecologists who help us prescribe how to make those releases. Now, sometimes dam safety can kind of creep into this triangle. It can oftentimes be at odds with the other things we're trying to achieve. The size of that triangle can sort of grow or it can drift around depending on what's happening. Oftentimes short-term weather events will creep in to the forecast and cause us to have to kind of override all this other stuff to make sure that we are operating our reservoirs responsibly and safely. So like most reservoir operations, we tend to use a statistically based runoff model. We call ours the water supply forecasting model, the WSFM. This is the forecast we issued with it this year for Hetchy, April through July reservoir inflows. Medians are shown in black with uncertainty bands shown with the red bars. It's a pretty powerful tool and it tends to do pretty well, especially in normal or median years. In the drier years, it tends to perform more poorly. And we're aware of all the drawbacks that it has, or at least some of the drawbacks that it has, namely the inability for a model like this to deal with non-stationarity issues associated with climate change. So this is kind of where we can start looking at other products. We are big users of like CNRC products and any other information we can get our hands on. And of course, ASO is a big tool that we use. And we fortunately have been able to use ASO data in our watershed since the beginning of the project in 2013. So this plot here, I think maybe has been shown in some other format already, but this is the so-called Graham plot made by our manager, Chris Graham, or conceptualized by him. So we have on the x-axis is the Airborne Snow Observatory SWE estimate above Hetchy. And on the y-axis is the observed reservoir inflow that would arrive at Hetchy after the date of that ASO flight. And what we find is that those points tend to plot pretty close to 1-to-1, especially when you filter out the flights after which there wasn't very much precip. So the filled in markers here show dates after which there was less than 1 inch of precip, and the hollow ones show dates after which there was still some precip remaining. We can take that a step further and tighten up the relationship a little bit by building a simple regression equation to try to explain for some of that precipitation. So pretty much the same information shown here, but with an explanatory variable for precip. But then we want to take another step and build a model or improve upon a model that we've also been using in-house, the USGS PRMS model, Precipitation Runoff Modeling System. And this is where we get to get pretty interactive with the model, going out and of course making measurements to calibrate and validate the model. We're using ASO data pretty closely in conjunction with the model for some validation and calibration, as well as some simple data assimilation routines. The model's forced with field weather stations out in the field that we maintain cooperatively with the Park Service and DWR. The model is pretty simple. It's temperature index, snow accumulation and melt, and it's a process-based model that handles all the subsurface flow and routing, and it makes its way on down into the reservoir. So we've got it discretized over the watershed above Hetchy into 280 unique hydrologic response units, or HRUs. Our predecessor, Bruce McGurk, did a ton of work on that. So what we'll do is we'll run PRMS in an ensemble mode where we can sort of spin it up to date and then feed it an ensemble of future climatology based on our historical data set, and perhaps some short-term ensemble weather forecast information. And then we dump that into a simple reservoir operations model. That reservoir operations model just has some logic to try to achieve the goals that we showed in that triangle earlier. So we make sure we can fill Hetchy Reservoir at the end of runoff. And then this line here is showing power draft. We want to maximize our power draft for as long as we can. And then the model will kind of tell us when is it going to be time to turn power draft off, so that we can let the reservoir just draft naturally at minimum release requirements. And then the model will dump out, some projection for how much spill we might have available. And we take that spill volume and then we communicate that to our friends who know more about ecology, and they can tell us, okay, if you have 100,000 acre feet, here is a good way to shape that release. So for the past couple seasons, we've noted some improvements to our seasonal forecasting by actually taking the ASO data and dumping it into the PRMS model. So of course we get the 50 meter SWE product from ASO, and we're certainly not using it at that resolution yet, but we are getting to the point where we can resample it at least to our HRU resolution for our model above Hetchy, and then we'll just do a very simple ingestion of the model. So we'll just pause the model and update the SWE state, similarly to what Scott was describing. It sounds like the RC is doing for their basin. And then, so basically this is what it looks like if you update all those HRUs and then push restart and keep the model running and see what happens. Another sort of useful bit of information we've been able to pull out of the ASO data set. By my count, we have like over 70 flights in the Tuolumne now. Does that sound right, Tom? So we have a high enough density of flights at various depths of snow and snow-covered area that we can actually take the information and update the aerial depletion curves that live in the model. So I won't go into the specifics of that. You can ask more about it later if you'd like. But we have been able to update that in the model instead of just using the out-of-the-box depletion curve numbers that live in the model. So we can run our model pretty quickly and efficiently. It's, as I mentioned, it's temperature index, so all we're feeding it is air temp and precip on a daily time step. So it's very simple. It certainly has some drawbacks. But we do find that we do an okay job of simulating the basin SWE. So this is estimated basin SWE in thousands of acre feet above Hetchy. And we compare all those ASO flights against our model. We see that sometimes it does okay, other times it does quite poorly. And if we could zoom in on some of these years, those percent errors are notable. And if we don't have that SWE state quite right, a difference of 30 or 40,000 acre feet on a big reservoir is not really going to make a huge impact. But for us, that can be the difference between being able to prescribe an ecological release or maybe the difference between making a power draft release or holding water back. So here's just, this is just kind of a random, or it's not random, it's the first 12 ASO flights that I have in our database ingested into PRMS. So let's see, the red cumulative plots are showing April through July runoff at Hetchy in an open loop simulation where we did not include any ASO information. And then the blue plots are showing a model that was updated with ASO on the date noted. And we see by and large that we're nudging the model towards the observation in the vast majority of cases. So I don't have any metrics associated with this slide, but it's fairly obvious to me at least that it's at least nudging things in the right direction. Oftentimes we'll just run the model in like an open loop simulation and then update it whenever we get a flight and then build a forecast from there. But we can also run it in this sort of sequential mode. So this is our Basin SWE estimate above Hetchy for this past water year, 2023. So we think, we were hitting into that 1.4, almost 1.5 million acre feet above the reservoir. Again, the reservoir capacity is 360,000 acre feet. And when we update the open loop with the ASO, we see sometimes it nudges us a little down, sometimes it nudges us up. But by and large, we think our model performed decently well this year. So I'm just going to zoom in on a few forecasts to conclude my presentation. This is a forecast from 2020. I believe this was May 7th. That is our open loop simulation with the 90% exceedance coming in above the observed April through July runoff. But when we update with ASO, we came in pretty close. Similarly, I forget the date on that, but later that same year, later in May, similar performance. Let's see. Okay, and then if we dump that into an operations model, here is that second ensemble forecast with the ASO information being used to update the model, routed through a reservoir operations model. This is a projection of Hetchy reservoir storage. This is a projection of Kirkwood Powerhouse power draft. So it's kind of telling us, you should consider cutting power draft sometime a little before the end of the month, but you might be able to take it out into early June. And then if I plot the observed outcome, we felt pretty darn close to that projection. So I don't have the projection for this case with the non-ASO update, but it should be pretty obvious from here that it would have told us to sustain our power draft for quite a lot longer. Moving forward to operations in 2021, we saw similar behavior in the model, where in the top, we were using a forecast that didn't include ASO information. And again, the red line is power draft, saying, you can crank up power draft, keep it going, you're still going to fill the reservoir. Bottom simulation using ASO data says, hold on a minute, there's not as much snow as you think. And if we show the observation, we find that we definitely, we were served well by trusting the ASO updated forecast. 2022, this is a comparison between our forecast using ASO and PRMS in blue compared to the CNRC AJ forecast. And again, we were seeing really exceptional model agreement. In 2022, we were operating Hetchy extremely conservatively coming out of the 2021 drought. So the reservoir was quite high and pretty late in the game. Using this information, we were able to convince our management to let us make some pretty large releases from the reservoir that were shaped in an ecologically beneficial manner. So a pretty good benefit there. Lastly, these are numbers, a lot of numbers from forecasts that we issued. This is a March 17th forecast. So we got a March 17th ASO flight that we updated our model with. So the PRIMS results are in blue here. I'll just focus on the Hetchy column. By the way, we are now ingesting it into our Cherry and Eleanor models as well. So after about mid to end of March, the precip finally turned off. So our late March through June precip came in at about 90% exceedance. So that's why I'm circling these numbers here. And PRIMS at that point in time was saying, these are water year volumes, by the way, 1492 is your Hetchy runoff prediction. And I think we verified somewhere at 1.5 million acre feet or 1,000 acre feet. So Came in quite close there. I would note that our statistical model, which is shown in the black values here, was substantially drier. So while everything was so wet this year that we didn't necessarily change our operations. We were at maximum valve releases for a really long time. Still having that information to kind of nudge up these drier end members of our forecasts was quite helpful. So yeah, there's an image of basically if you look downstream of Hetchy anytime between late April and mid-June, probably looked like this this year. So a lot of big releases. I'll take questions. That's Chris standing on top of about 20 or 25 feet of snow at Gianelli Meadow in April of this year.
Do folks have any questions?
Hey, Reggie. How are you ingesting the ASO data into PRIMS?
So when you run PRIMS, there's an option to have it write I think it's called a restart file, and that saves all your state variables. It's kind of a funky file. It's a binary file. There was a gentleman who was a much more skilled programmer than I, who used to work for us, named Roger Picklum, who figured out how to interact with those binary files. But once you figure that out, we'd literally just pull the SWE out of that, and then we just update those numbers with those HRU resampled SWE numbers.
So because I recall in some of the earlier PRIMS efforts, when you forcibly changed the snowpack, it tended to get a little hissy fit because it wanted to compute up to that point as opposed to having it artificially injected, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, a better solution would be to find the set of parameters that leads you to that point, or input data or whatever it be. And we do see, I was hiding those gruesome details, but we do see some misbehavior a lot of times in the model, like especially the next 1 to 7 time steps after the assimilation, where things go pretty haywire. They tend to find their way back to equilibrium, but sometimes we lose water volume out of the pack that is lost out of the forecast. So we have to be careful with that. It seems to be that, as you might expect, the farther off our model is from ASO before assimilation, the worse it behaves. But I think if you march forward and you do your next assimilation sequentially, hopefully you kind of
you
are
get
on a better
closer.
track.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we in the Mono Basin use actually Dana Meadows for one of Mill Creek that SCE runs, and they have a simple regression equation. So one of the things that we did with ASO once we got the surveys this year is compared it to the Dana Meadows snow sensors and Dana Meadows snow course, and it was running a little lower than that from what we could see. Were you seeing the same thing this year in the other places you have snow sensors and snow courses, and compared it with the ASO results and see if it was pretty spot on or lower or higher?
We struggle at that location. I can't say whether I recall looking specifically at Dana as far as how ASO compared to the pillow, but we tend to overestimate in our model. I can say that at both Dana and Tuolumne. But I don't think that's an answer to your question. I don't know for certain.
No, I said, well, we have a little graph. I mean, it's very simple. We didn't do an exhaustive survey, but just wondering if you, in your other places where you have courses and snow sensors, do you ever do that comparison with ASO to see if you can,
We do, and yeah, we do. We feel like somewhat exhaustively, but we try not to hang our hat on those analyses too, for some of the reasons Tom mentioned. About the We're taking a point measurement with a pillow and searching for the nearest 50-meter pixel. There's some issues with that, but we certainly do look at it to see if they're at least within the sort of ballpark. But yeah, it seems to be a tricky site to hit on the money for us at least.
You guys do that as well in the reports. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, we do those comparisons. Pretty, yeah. We do those comparisons exhaustively.
Those guys model the snowpack a lot better than we do.
This year, so we didn't do as much as we want, so now here it is.
Go all the way to the end of the report. You have to read the whole thing.
With the flights this year, I want to say there was like a pretty big gap between that mid-March flight, and I want to say the next flight after that in Tuolumne was like end of April, so about a month and a half. Have you considered using the SWE from, say, iSnowbow to run with PRMS?
Yes, I've considered it. We haven't done it. We have made some offline requests to M3 and ASO for stuff like that before, but we haven't actually taken that step yet of taking the iSnowbow SWE between those flights and inserting that into the model. It's a great idea, and also asking them for other variables, because our model attempts to track the other variables like albedo. We struggle with that one in a big way, and but anyway, to your point, we've considered it, but we haven't done it yet.
All right, I think we have one more question. Did you want to ask?
Yeah. So over the years, I've seen variations of the ground plot, and you might answer this question or pass it back to Chris, but when I look at a plot, before I look at R squared, I tend to look at the coefficients. And it seems that in the gram plot, the coefficients sometimes are less than 1, sometimes they're greater than 1. What's going on?
I'll kick that to Chris or potentially to Eli Boardman, who I think is trying to address those issues. There's antecedent moisture conditions that aren't being addressed in the gram plot that I think are probably would produce some different coefficients above or below that line. Chris is grabbing a mic, so I'm gonna bow.
I don't do science anymore. I think if we go back, I think there's two plots, right? There's one plot that's just snow versus inflows, and the dash line isn't calibrated; it's a 1-to-1 line, right? So there's no math there. But the other one, I think it's pretty close to 1, and then some factor against the precipitation. And the precipitation I think you're using, Reggie, is Tuolumne Meadows.
Yeah, the plot I showed it was Tuolumne Meadows.
So it's just one rain gauge, right? Getting that second parameter against the precipitation is just against one rain gauge. So I wouldn't expect that to be, that's just a random number.
Well, first I have to caveat that pretty much anything I can say is just built on great discussions with the Hetchy crew, so thanks. But in terms of our regression models we've tried to build using some of the same data, I think one thing we found with those kind of wonky regression coefficients at times is that there's a remarkable correspondence between the amount of average post-April precip and the amount of average post-April ET. And so I think that those can get cross-compensated in a multi-year regression, and then it can show up in years like maybe 2021 or something where you don't have a lot of spring precip, but the ET still shows up and you get some kind of interesting outlier effects. But in terms of like the coefficients being a little odd, I think that in just a single regression like that, you have some compensations between other fluxes that aren't in there. Kind of to what Chris said, that you're using one number off the gauge to represent a lot of complicated things. But more about that on Thursday for those of you who will be around.
Through the years and see how the coefficients have changed.
Absolutely.
Or not.
Yeah.
I think they have not changed a lot.
Not a lot.
Thank you, Reggie. Is this on? All right, next up we have Stephen Ho, Water Resources Engineer with the Merced Irrigation District, and I will hand it over to Stephen as we are running a little behind.
Thanks, Kate. Should be pretty short because a lot of the irrigation district kind of took most of the speaking points. So my name is Stephen. I work with Merced Irrigation District. Yep. And if you go to the second slide, if you don't know where we are downstream from Yosemite National Park. We operate New Exchequer Dam. We have a storage about 1 million acre feet, and we also have a electric department too. It works. All right, so if you want to know more about Merced, find me later. So what we want to talk about is how ASO was being used in Merced specifically this year, being a very wet, historically wet year. And flight number 2 is on the right here, and that was a moment that I want to highlight as we go on forward. Generally speaking, our lake is 1 million, and as you can kind of imagine, we have a lot more snow than what we can take. And we also have to first thank Dave and his team for giving us 5 flights this year. These were all important flights, and as an end user, we don't do nearly as much analysis as many of you do, but we appreciate all the hard work that you guys put in. So I'm highlighting the flight from the March 3rd because we truncated the area because way back when we thought that would never have snow there, and we were told otherwise. So we cut it because of budgetary reason. We Frankenstein it, I understand, from sometimes the ASO team reflew some part, and then there's also LiDAR data points from other sources. They attempted to match and combine into our snow-free base layer to some partial degree of success. And basically we run out of that on that flight, and we, bottom line, don't know what's there. And from discussion with my boss, we kind of roughly estimated of about 90,000 acre feet, which is 9% of our storage. And just what has happened since we last have the snow-free flight. A lot of you are familiar with all the events happening here. Thankfully, as I said, our watershed is Yosemite National Park. They do a lot of controlled burns, so we are, we're not too bad compared to our neighbors. Moving onward, up until January, late December, we were operating under the assumption that we were facing another drought. And then that 2 weeks between December and January, we gained about 400,000 acre feet. And you can kind of show look at my chart there, and we were happy. We're like, okay, now all we need to do is finish the year and we're good. And now, unfortunately, the forecaster people, CNRFC, ASO, and script people told us that there was another streams of ARs coming. And they estimated it was gonna, well, this is looking back, of course, right? But they estimated that it was gonna be about as bad as what just had happened. And plugging in the CNRFC 10-day forecast and to our lake operation as to what we could do puts us right there. Where's the laser? Puts us right there, depending if you follow the 10% or 50% exceedances. When we're operating under flood control mode, we take no chances, of course. We pick the 10%, and then we say, hey, what about that area that we know there's snow, but we don't know what they are? That's probably going to put us right around there, assuming we have another warm rain on snow events. To zoom in there, this is when the forecast happens, and then we're like, please fly ASO. We need something right now. And this is when we started to draw down the lake. We got the report. On that day, between the 7th and the 8th, we huddled down together, me and the boss. We have a limitation of 6,000 CFS downstream, way down in Merced River, Stevenson. And if we were to carry on with that, this is what the chart would look like. And that basically drove us to call Army Corps and be like, hey, we need to release more than what the manual suggested we release. And that all happens in the span of a day. So we looked at a lot of wet year 17. The one that most closely resembled this one was actually 80 to 83 year. And the biggest difference was they had more breaks in between the storm back then. So we were very glad that we got the ASO report at that time. We got the Army Corps permission to go to 7,300 CFS down the river. We didn't actually get there right away, but securing that permission and having the supportive document to get there is very important for us. So here's the fortune cookie of the day. Kind of message that Dave kind of drove home here is the foundation for a sustainable water supply during drought is laid through the effective and precise forecasting of flood control measures in wet year. And try to be funny, but the lucky number here is 1024 is the capacity of our lake. 674 is the maximum of our carryover capacity. And anyone want to guess what 8 is? It's the number of flight Dave would like to have. So yeah, just summarizing it all, we suggest that you have a good snow-free base layer. If you do not, contact Dave. You should plan on updating it after a big fire, or I estimated, I don't know, 5 years or something, or 10 years, or whatever you guys decide to do. And more coverage is better. Since this year, MID with Friant and Kings River, we are on a grant application to try to get some more additional funding to patch up that differences. And that's pretty much the content of the presentation. And it's kind of covered there, but I think it says faster decision-making was basically afforded based on ASO data available. And just to kind of show you what we're working on, this is MID H2O dashboard, continuation from Marco over there. We just try to make it more visual for our users. For example, this is Pohono, Happy Isle. And what it does is, if you highlight over it, it shows the basin SWE precip forecast on the basin's upstream of it, basically what contributes to that gauging station. So we're installing a North Fork gauge here in the next month, and it's hoping to catch these 3 basins. So with the Bryceburg that we added a few years ago at North Fork, we should be basically capturing all these. And the only thing missing is this little piece. So once that's happy, calibrated, and all that, then we have even more ground truthing point to confirm ASO. And thanks for everyone in here, of course. And that's about it. Yes, Tom?
So I noticed that we got you the report on the 7th, and we flew on the 3rd, so we were delayed. How much better would it have been for you had we gotten it to you on the 6th or the 5th? Notice I'm not asking about the 4th yet, but.
At that point, you guys were also very inundated at that, because I think that was the first weather window available after like 2 whole weeks of nothing. And we hopped on it right away. And looking back, it would have not made any difference because the storm ended up weaker than forecasted. However, if it wasn't, then that would have been better, of course.
Okay. All right.
You're giving us more, we'll take more.
It is our intention, even with the inundation of various flights, to really see that more streamlined and a more rapid turnaround.
One thing though, Stephen, if I'm remembering correctly, we were trying to balance getting the survey as close to that March 8th decision timeline as we could. So it, have to balance when the survey happens and when it's delivered. I don't think it was much of an option to do the survey a lot earlier, if I'm remembering correctly.
How long it took for us to process
Right, right, yeah.
On that one, it coincides with the snow co-op. But however, thanks to Dave, the 5 flights, they don't line up with the snow co-op. And so we had our contract hydrographer go out to get extra data. And we're more than happy to do that, of course. But anything we can do to make it easier for you guys. Because it's not I mean, Merced and Tuolumne were one of the older ones. And by this point, we don't really question your number per se. We understand from reading many of the reports that many of our weather stations are not adequate and we need more surveys. So we do what we can to supplement them so that we can get better, faster data processing.
That's great. Thank you. I'm the hander-outer.
Maybe more of a comment here, but Tom asked the question about getting the reports. In the case of Steve here, they would have been probably about 3,000 acre feet a day that they were trying to go up in their releases. So a day or two earlier is another 3,000, 6,000, 9,000 acre feet that you're moving out of the reservoir. And if you're in a press point, that could be the difference between going uncontrolled or not. So yeah, in times like this, getting that data in a quick turnaround can be really helpful.
Thanks, Steve.
So you went to the Army Corps and asked for an increase in your releases, and you brought the ASO data as part of your argument. Were they familiar with the data? How did they take that part of your argument? Were they ready and open to look at ASO data and use it as part of their analysis?
Jenny is awesome. Yeah, we had a phone call with the lower level staff. You know, I don't want to go to the boss right away. We're like, hey, we might need to talk. And then the report come out, be like, hey, we need to talk. And we put together a report. We first described to them what we're thinking and what our game plan was. And then they said, okay, that sounds all right. Can you put together some, documentation for it? And then so me and my boss, we did that. We kind of summarized what we're thinking, made a couple of simple slides, simple charts, sent it off to them, made a formal request. And then that's when we get the okay. Yeah. So yes, they're very nice.
Not really a question, but more of a comment back to during that first week and a half of March and kind of that data delivery and kind of coupling on what Steve was just kind of talking about on getting it a day sooner. I don't know if everyone remembers, but that March 10th was that really warm AR that a lot of people were worried about because we had all that snow up there. And I remember we were all sitting on those calls, and I remember, I think it was Mark, I think it was you, Mark, going through some of those, like how much precip at this elevation gets this cold content back to isothermal. And there were some really scary numbers that we were looking at. So yeah, anything to get that data sooner in our hands to get it to the reservoir operators, I'd say is I don't know what benefit you want to claim, but public safety, flood control, whatever it may be, the sooner in our hands, the better.
And to add to that, lastly, in the end of the year, I didn't show our storage curve because it's not as nice as the Yuba people there. But we left, initially we planned for about 100,000 acre feet buffer, and that was informed by the missing snow piece. After that, we had more ASO flights and we had better knowledge. However, the opportunity to start backing up water gets smaller and smaller the closer you get, right? And so if you ask me why we didn't go as high as we could, I would say because we're being very conservative. But, and what that would gain us is basically an additional 50 to 100,000 acre feet that does not impact water supply, because again, water supply carryover is X674. However, it would matter largely for power generation and also for other beneficial uses, which, as TID says, could be for ecological uses, could be for transfer, could be for other uses. So I wouldn't say we're too sad that we missed out on that, but we did a great job on controlling the flood control mode, but having a better accurate number faster could afford you all that. Yep.
Any other questions for Stephen? Thanks so much. All right, next up, going a little further south, we have Chad Moore, the Flow Restoration and Science Coordinator for Bureau of Reclamation's San Joaquin River Restoration Project, SJRRP, close. And I'll let you take it away.
All right. Nice to be here. I think I was even in that 2016 picture of the ASO workshop. So I don't know how many people have been to each one, but okay, first of all, to acknowledge just my colleagues here, Rufino Gonzalez and Caitlin Willems. We work together to manage water supply in the San Joaquin River. This is for the purpose of the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, restoring salmon on the San Joaquin River below Friant Dam, as well as using that water supply for agriculture and reclamation contractors. Okay, orienting you on the right. Okay, so this is a map of percent of normal precipitation. And you see the San Joaquin watershed there in basically the bullseye of that 250%. And to orient you further, if you're in the room here, walk a mile up the hill and you're looking at the headwaters of the San Joaquin watershed. So some important features of this year. So we had two really intense series of atmospheric rivers. Some of those atmospheric rivers were modest, but some of them were fairly extreme. We had our third year triple dip La Nina, so this was, I guess, uncharacteristically cold storm year by recent trends. So we had fairly low snow elevations. What we ended up with, or where we think we're going to end up, is the second biggest water year on record. Other basins that talked about 1983 being the lead, same in San Joaquin. And then as far as AJ goes, it looks like we're either the highest or the second highest April through July runoff. The only one that is larger than that is 1906 and has been talked about with gauge accuracy. That's probably not a very accurate number. Not only were the storms relatively cold, but the intervening temperatures were cold as well. So we didn't have any above normal temperatures on any day until late May. So the snow just stuck up there. And so we really didn't have a whole lot of information on what our runoff efficiencies are looking like. And then once we got to summer, there's probably a couple reasons for this. We had a very even snowmelt process. We didn't have a lot of spikes. And let's go ahead and take a look at the hydrograph. Well, actually, first, let's look at the cumulative precipitation, this blue. You see these very steep ramps. This is our first series of ARs. This is our second series of ARs, and not a lot in between. So that was notable for this year. And then the hydrograph, we had 4 rain on snow spikes or intense storms that we saw some snow melting, but we really didn't see that much. And they were basically on the same order of magnitude as our spring snowmelt. So they ended up being fairly manageable, even though there was a lot of concern. Some of you are familiar with the Arc Storm 2.0 paper, Huang and Swain paper from last year that looked at the California 1862 floods and then took that scenario and applied a warming trend from climate change. And so I took a look at this. This is not an in-depth analysis, but I was kind of curious, like, how close were we to an arc storm? So we had, again, a 21-day period of strong to extreme ARs with a quiescence in January into February, and then a 29-day period of moderate to strong ARs. Compare that to the arc storm, which is an uninterrupted 30-day string of ARs that were reaching that extreme level. So that's one difference. In terms of snowpack, in Joaquin, we had an average of 50 inches in the arc storm scenario, but in 2023, we had 70 inches. So we actually had more snow in many areas than the arc storm scenario. But the big difference, I think this is key, is the cold storm. So we had an average snow line, of course it varied, of 6,000 feet this year compared to the arc storm, which had 7,500 is what the data shows. So big difference in runoff, 2.5 million acre feet in 30 days versus we only experienced 1.1 million in 90 days. So this is, much milder than what Mother Nature could have delivered. So the cold temperatures had a lot to do with it, and also the hypsography. So here's the hypsography of the San Joaquin. It goes from 500 feet at Friant Dam, and we're just 8 feet short of a 14er in the San Joaquin. And we really start to see a lot more area per 1,000-foot band once you get above 6,000. And that was our typical snow line. So rain and the intervening snowmelt was affecting a fairly small, relatively small area of the watershed. Had we been in an arc storm scenario or something, we've seen higher snow levels than 7,500 in recent years. We would have seen a lot more of the terrain activated in terms of surface water input. And the spikes that we had in the hydrograph were really just due to these very short periods of high snow levels. And so we sometimes had a storm come in, 7,000, 8,000 foot snow line, or an 8,000 or 9,000 foot freezing level. But then it would drop after a few hours. So we just didn't have the sustained high, warm storm and high snow levels that we could have had, and is embedded in the arc storm scenario. So I thought you guys would find that interesting. We have a plethora at this point of ASO flights to work with. You see here, boy, what a range. 4.4 million in 2017, 4.5 million in 2023. Some very wet years, including, and some dry years in between too. We had a significant fire in late 2020, which affected the watershed. Over on the right side here, this is three, this wouldn't really be a Nivea graph, three sort of plots of volume against elevation from our ASO reports. And what we see here is as we grew our snowpack from January through April 14th, and peak SWE was around April 8th, we maintain a very consistent lower snow line. That's really remarkable to me. And that, I think that was sort of the thing that stood out to me the most, is even when we had brief periods of warm storms, we didn't really eat much into this. So, if you were driving up the watershed, you would just get to this wall of snow, is sort of how I pictured it. And then here's a diagram just to show the map, the extensive snow cover. This was close to peak SWE. We didn't actually capture peak SWE with ASO, but we can estimate it was right around 3.6 million acre feet. That could easily be a record going back to 1900, depending on how much you trust the 1906 data. And the little reservoir, the terminal reservoir at Friant Dam here, is 500,000 acre feet. So we filled that reservoir and emptied it 9 times in 2023. We were fortunate to have forecasts that were in fairly good agreement. So here we see the forecast plots. The river forecast center is the smooth river forecast center is these lines, purple being the 90, gray the 50, red the 10, the 50, the 90. The squares are the Bulletin 120 issued by California DWR. When we were at peak SWE, you can see that our natural river was somewhere around roughly 1 million acre feet, and we were looking at another 3.5 million acre feet coming. So again, a tremendous delay in runoff because of that prodigious snowpack. Looking at this in greater detail, here we zoom in, and I've added to the chart Reclamation's consensus circles here. So we have a forecast blending process or a meta forecast process. Sort of at the back end, we take a look at the official forecast records that are issued and try to blend between the DWR and the River Forecast Center products. We also take into account other observations. I think Scott Fennema was like, we see what sticks to the wall kind of approach. And we do the same thing too. We look at all kinds of things. And one thing that we do is we have an in-house water budget model that it's almost an embarrassment to call it a model. It's a super simple Excel-based arithmetic and multiplication. And this is sort of your buy one, get one free part of the talk here. So I'm switching from sort of talking about what happened in the San Joaquin to this modeling effort because I might not be able to stick around for the Thursday discussion. So this water budget model that we use is designed to be super simple. I set myself a limit. I don't want care and feeding of this model to take more than 30 minutes a week. We had discussions about, many of us are water managers and we only get to do science like 10 or 20% of the time. And so that's my reality as well. So I need a tool that fits within my time budget. It relies on, it has to have reliable SWE states to work. I'm primarily going to be talking about ASO here, but reliable models such as iSnowball will work equally as well. It includes the basin hypsography, and so each model is sort of tuned to the hypsography and includes that information in there. For precipitation fields, I use basin-wide precipitation from the River Forecast Center, and then I have a curve which I distribute that elevationally. So this is not a spatially explicit model. It is a lumped model that essentially has elevation bands, 1,000-foot elevation bands. So I've got 13 elevation bands. I essentially have a 13 pixel model. And there are a few knobs that I can turn, and the more I use this, the more I'm teaching myself to not turn knobs and just do one thing. And the one thing on this is runoff efficiency. So in the simplest terms, surface water input times runoff efficiency equals the runoff that you get. In our part of the Sierra Nevada, we have about a 5-to-1 range on surface water input and about a 4-to-1 range on runoff efficiency. And many of you are saying, yeah, but runoff efficiency varies with surface water input. Yes and no. And Dave Rizzardo and his team talking about the forecast errors on the feather a few years ago sort of drove this point home. And that having this precise SWE data allows us to track this runoff efficiency and how it changes across the year. So each SWE state and each precipitation event is an opportunity to measure forecast and runoff efficiency. Another way of thinking about it is precipitation minus SWE is SWI. If you've got decent precipitation fields and you know your SWE, you can deduce your SWI. Now, there's a lot of losses on either side of the equation. On the front side of SWE and on the back side of SWE. There's interception, sublimation, groundwater recharge, ET is the biggest one, of course. But just wait. So what if we lump all these losses together into a single runoff efficiency factor and only consider elevation? Now, you find a lot of repeating curves in nature. You find these U-shaped curves, whether you're talking about the links in the hair and the dynamism between that in a biological system, or you're talking about water, or you're talking about ET. We've got exponential and logarithmic curves. You've got sine curves. Nature is full of this sort of repeating pattern of curves. And one of them is this logistical growth curve. And I was talking with Matt Meadows on the Kings River next door, And he was sharing with me some estimated ET data in his watershed. And I said, it kind of looks like a logistical growth curve. And I said, well, you know, all of these factors vary with elevation. Soil depth varies with elevation, ET and temperature and all these things. So I built a hypothetical logistical growth curve for the San Joaquin watershed, and then I scaled it up and down. And this is what we multiply the SWI times to get the runoff. And so tuning the model is just a matter of manually selecting which of these curves that you are on. It's a water budget model, as people remind me. So I'm basically sort of moving things on the left side of the ledger to things on the right side of the ledger. It could be a financial worksheet, except it's with water. So this is how you tune the model. So now we're looking at just the upper part of those curves that would be appropriate for a wet year. We're looking at curve 0 up through curve 5. And what we're plotting here is, this is the date, this is the expected runoff when each of these curves is plugged in. And then each of these points on the curve are our ASO measurements. So in this case, we have 5 in 2023. And what we're looking for is a water budget model that gives us a stable result from one SWI state to another. So great comment earlier about your first ASO flight is you just sort of take that flight and throw it out, because it's the second ASO flight that really gives you this great information here. So in this case, now I'm on the right side of the graph. It's the same graph. This is in thousands of acre feet. This is in percent. We're going to end up around 4.5 million acre feet. So this is the 0 line here. And if you just looked at these first two data sets, you would say, well, the right answer is right around here. Now we would have been around 10% low, but that's early in the season, and there's a lot more data to come. By the second flight, you would have had a somewhat different answer using this water budget model. So now I'm saying, okay, here we were back in January. Here we were right just after peak SWI. So yes, this point isn't in a line, but these 2 points are in a line. And at that point, we would have been very close to the right number after the third flight, fourth flight, and the fifth flight. The model has a characteristic, sort of, it turns its nose up at the end. So it's a known bias in the model, so I'm not surprised by that result. So there were some questions on what if the density that ASO used in its calculation of SWI was correct. And you might notice that a lot of the dates of these ASO flights are in the middle of the month, sort of 15 days after our snow courses or 15 days before the next round. And so it's a very difficult time. It's sort of the worst time to estimate density. And this flight, the second flight in particular, we looked at and we said, well, that seems a little low. And then once the snow courses came in, we said, oh, that's got to be low. And then we had the same response at the fourth one, where we were getting snow courses that had some very high densities, 55, 57, 59%. And thinking, maybe the ASO data that we got last week wasn't accurate. So what if we take the high estimate? So the reports that we get from ASO have, here's the number, here's the H scenario for higher density, here's the L scenario for low density. And that basically encompasses the range of uncertainty. And so I'm just going to flip back and forth so you see which ones are moving here. So we're trying to get these lines straighter, and we're just experimenting with, like, well, let's explore the range of accuracy of the ASO. And now we see it inflects upwards at the second flight and the fourth flight. And after a lot of discussion, we went back and forth on the fourth flight and thought, the density that they used for that report really was probably pretty good. So then we took that out. So now the only thing that we've done in this picture is use the H scenario for the second flight. So our confidence then looks like this using that assumption. So right off the bat, we were pretty close. By just after peaks, we had really gotten it down to about plus or minus 3% of subsequent runoff. Additional flight narrowed it further. And again, we know there's a known bias here, so we have sort of a different way of treating that for our summer flights when they do occur. And that's basically it. So the fact that this model worked when we weren't even melting anything above 6,000 feet until pretty late into the spring was remarkable to me, and just shows you how some simple models using accurate SWE data can really inform our runoff estimates. So, this model is tuned over the past 6 years. It's performed either within sort of 1, 2, 3, 4% accuracy, maybe 5% on the worst at peak SWE across all of those years. Everything I've shown there, just for clarification, is just hydrologic uncertainty. So to create those graphs I showed you, I went back in and put in the actual precipitation. So I'm just isolating hydrologic uncertainty. Now, there's all the future forecast uncertainty, which is important, but in terms of evaluating a sort of an approach, I think that's the best way to take. So yeah, 2023 was challenging because we just weren't climbing up on that runoff efficiency curve, which gets more efficient at higher elevation until late in the season. So we had a long lever with which to sort of torque that future runoff around, and it still worked fairly good. Like I said, about plus or minus 3% of remaining precipitation shortly after peak SWE. But then it was the subsequent flights during the melt season that really gave us confidence. We couldn't, yeah, the model was saying that, but it wasn't until we started to get additional ASO flights that were pointing us in the same direction that we had a lot of confidence. And then we held that number all the way through, and we were at basically 4.5 million acre feet runoff in our internal modeling from late April, all the way through. We were pretty stable, and it all worked out. Some other observations. So runoff efficiency was lower in 2023 than 2017. This model came up with a +5 curve in 2017. We were seeing results I just showed you were more or less the +3 curve. So that's interesting. We could spend 30 minutes talking about that easily. We've had situations with warm storms and cold storms. This approach tends to work well for both of them. I mentioned the 2020 creek fire. The 2 years after the 2020 creek fire, we saw changes to the runoff efficiency. This model started to get noisy, less accurate, because that's what we would expect, because we changed the ET. We changed the sublimation. This year, things have fallen back into line, as if a lot of those hydrologic changes of the fire have mellowed over the past 3 years, or simply they've been overwhelmed with the amount of precipitation that 2023 received, some combination of the two. Density is critical. If you're gonna fly in the middle of a month without a snow course measurement alongside it, you really need additional manual density measurements to make sure you're in line. In thinking about it, I think the ASO team did a really good job selecting the right densities for their reports. This model infers, but doesn't prove, that the second ASO flight, the densities were a little bit low. Perhaps the right answer was halfway between the central tendency and the H scenario. Still, I think, one, you have to acknowledge that there is some uncertainty in the density and make sure that's understood what the hydrologic or reservoir management implications of that are. But then also at the same time, you watch it from one to another, and you get impressed with how well it does track. So that's it.
Tom.
Let me get that out of the way. Awesome, Chad. As always, thank you. I've got a few things. I'm going to go through them really quickly. And where's Kat Borman? Hello, Kat Borman. Didn't we go back and do a deep dive into the second survey densities? All right. So I think we need to get together and go attack that and figure out exactly what was going on with it, whether our deep dive was legit or we were fried from handling so many data sets. But let's do that together to figure out exactly what was going on. You're going to say something there? Is that fair? Okay. And then you said something about throw out the first flight, but you have to have the first flight to have the value of the second flight.
Yes.
So don't throw out the first flight.
Yes.
You kind of said something like that too. So you need that first flight.
Yeah, it's an n
the
minus
the not flight.
the not flight. It's an n-1 function. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And the last thing was we had I don't remember what the dates were, but we had 26 straight hours of rain here in Mammoth. I think it was in February. Okay. Yeah. So, and I wasn't even thinking about it in terms of that particular the density mapping, but it was really weird. A few days later, you could not find what should have been an ice layer in the snowpack with that much rain. In where we went, you could not find an ice layer. And what I noticed with the ice dam building on homes also, which I got to sit and enjoy watching other people chip off because I tore my Achilles. It built up so much sooner this year. And so I'm just wondering if there was capillarity going on in the snowpack that was just drawing any liquid water that there was away from an isolated layer. Because of the cold temps and somehow the habit of snowfall that we were seeing. So I'm throwing my hypothesis out there and making you address it now on the fly.
Oh, the only thing I'll say to that is the ARs were so intense one after another. There was very little modification of the snow in between snow events. So you just had you didn't have the same kind of alteration of the surface of the snow before the next snowfall like you would normally have in a snow season. So but that's my only thought of that may make the potential ice layer development different.
Yeah. Peter, do you have a question?
Well, I get the privilege of asking Chad questions all year long, but I'm going to see if he'll willing to go out on a limb here. You observe that this method works better when you have a snowmelt dominated system. So the question is, can you see if you have 6 years like this or whatever, this could replace historical regressions and still be conceptually simple, tool for water managers to use? I mean, is this we're going to leave historical regressions behind because now we can kind of keep up with what Mother Nature is doing. And somehow, are you willing to give DWP and SCE on the east side give them the water budget tutorial?
Sure, it's a fairly simple Excel file. It's shockingly simple. Let me just address. I'm just going to deflect that a little bit. So Jacob with DWR has been working on taking this water budget model and trying it in a big data way in multiple watersheds in California. It probably won't be ready for at the beginning of next season, but hopefully by the end of next season. I think the approach of throwing everything at the wall and seeing what works is the right thing to do now. What that forces us to do, though, is we now have to navigate having multiple answers, some of which are right, some of which are wrong. So how do you deal with, right? So the man with 3 watches never knows what time it is, kind of thing. What about if you have 10 watches? So we need there's a course of scientific inquiry about how you go about dealing with that much data that can sometimes be in conflict. And I think that's a really important question. How do you blend these different tools? How do you make a meta forecast that you can go to the Army Corps and say, this is what we think and here's why? So I twisted your question a little bit, but I wanted to get that point in.
I wish we could throw these. It'd be more fun.
You can throw these. Hey.
Speaking of Jacob.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, we had a fun learning moment. Had a little anxiety attack this forecasting season when I was on the Yuba, and there was a moment where one of our flow gauges, the primary contributor to our full natural flow calculation, the source of that was under question, and the quality data was under question. And the validity of our regression equations were under question too, because it was dependent upon that number. So we're like, okay, what do you do? One thing to do was to spin up a model that we've been tinkering on. It's been I'm kind of like Chad, so it's been like a back burner tinker model for a long time. It's been like 10% of the time. So it's been a fun model to tinker with. But it was really applicable because this model is not dependent upon the data source that was under question, that we were kind of freaking out about a little bit. So we went through and quickly did the job. I called Chad up again. And I was like, hey, what's your curve number? Chad, what are you using down there for San Joaquin? I said, just cut that, pasted it into the model, got a result that ended up being about 20,000 acre feet different than what we ended up going with after we kind of settled our uncertainties. So it was kind of a quick response application that ended up giving us a very strong confidence in the forecast that our confidence was recently shattered on. So it was a useful tool in real time. I just want to say thank you for your work.
You bet.
Any more? All right.
One more from Mark.
This one's very important. You get to name it, I think, right? You came up with this. We have a grammar plot, so this is your whole new model. It needs a
Okay.
It needs a name.
We'll discuss that over beers tonight.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Next up, we have Steve Haugen, Water Master for the Kings River Water Association, and a longtime friend and supporter of ASO as well.
Well, thank you. While they're pulling this up, I'm going to build on Dave's aviation examples. This year for us, not necessarily ASO, but this year for us overall in operations was kind of like an A-10 mission. We took off. We went out, we caught a lot of flat, got shot up, plane got beat up, but we managed to get it back to the airport and land it. Not without damage, not without some other challenges, but we made it. So that's kind of how the season went for us. And with that, I'll go on here. I've shown this map a number of times. Most people get it, have seen it. See, where's the pointer on it? There we go. Our service area on the valley floor, we serve about 1 million acres. The watershed up above is about 1 million acres. Pine Flat here. So origin of this is the Kings Canyon National Park, Kings Sequoia National Park for the most part. And I'm going to go over kind of some of the challenges and the successes that we saw this season with the ASO data. And I'll start off with, like everybody else, we had a lot of snow this year. Measured some of our challenges were measuring and ground truthing, and then what are we expecting this next season and into the future. So the first one, a lot of snow. We had 152 days consecutive flood releases. And we probably started, some of our member units started taking water about 30 days before that in anticipation of flood releases. Our April-July runoff was 3,127,000 acre feet, just 13,000 acre feet less than 1969. So basically tied that. This year, you know, we got another couple weeks to look at, but current estimate is about 4.5 million acre feet. 1983 was 4,476,000, and 1969 was 4,386,000. So we're looking at this year is likely going to be our wettest year on record, and our records go back to 1895. So yeah, it's a big year. I threw this in just kind of out of an interesting, this is from February 20th. This is the River Forecast Center's forecast. This is right about the time frame where the Corps of Engineers initiated flood releases for us. We started on February 22nd. Forecast at that time was 2.2 million acre feet for the April-July. The maximum that was shown was 3,130,000. We ended up at 3127 was actual runoff. I saw this out of one of my prior presentations, and I was really shocked at how close that was. And when you're doing operations, you typically don't look at the maximum forecast. You look at it and say, that'll never happen. It did. So again, big year. These are DWR's graphs for the south, the April, snow sensor plots. Blue line is this year for the Southern Sierras. Extraordinary snowpack in the Southern Sierras. For the state, it kind of matched some of these other years, but for the south, it definitely hit the Southern Sierras real hard this year. This is an operational plot of Pine Flat. It's got some of our flood control spaces, rain flood space, flood control space, and then this area in here is the conditional space. It goes for a calculation that's based on what's anticipated to run off, what we can use locally for irrigation, how much storage is, vacant space is left in the reservoir, and from there then they determine how much more needs to be released. The top of conservation space calculation said the reservoir should be empty for a good part of April, May, and early June. So it was interesting. Early decisions, you know, again, we had the December events fill us up. No flood release required at that time, but we're looking at heavy snowpacks. The first ASO flight was in January, right about that area. That was indicating we were probably going to be making flood releases sometime this season. So it initiated our models, but was telling us we're going to be making flood releases. And we were encouraging our member units to start moving water, start putting that to groundwater recharge, do the beneficial uses you can get in January. Then we're moving along. We get into February here. The Corps', snowpack continued to build, and they're saying we need to flood release. So we started some low-level releases. And then the March storms hit, brought Pine Flat storage up, also built the snowpack, and we were off to the races for the season. Basically, at that time, we went to channel capacity out the north end of our system. That channel capacity is about 9,500 acre feet a day. It's not a big number. So, you know, when we start looking at ASO flights, we need to start here with the size and magnitude of water that we needed to move. You got to feed that out over a very, very long duration. So the precision that's brought to us really helped. The other area I want to point out on this graph is right about July 1st. If you look here, we had roughly 200,000 acre foot of vacant space in the reservoir. There was an ASO flight done on right about July 1st, and that showed roughly about 1 million acre foot of snowpack still up above us to come off through the remainder of the season. Very informative number. The question that I have is how much is going to go into August, September, carry over into the next year. I would submit that's something that we need to look at, potentially additional flights. I would have loved to have another flight the end of July to know where we're at with that. Because that's in our knowledge of the watershed, that's a big blind spot for us. We knew there was snow up there. We just don't know how much, where it's at, when it's going to melt, any of those kinds of things. The models give us some idea on that, but the precision would have been really useful, particularly on July 1st, where we're sitting there looking, okay, if that 1,000,000 acre feet comes off in the next 30 days, we're going to exceed the releases we've made earlier this season and cause additional damage. So some back of the envelope calculations, we made it through. And you know, my perspective here is coming from a water manager. We rely on the data that's presented in the summary tables from ASO, from DWR, from RFC, from those products that are out there. We don't have the time or the manpower to be able to go through and do any of the fancy modeling in that. We have to rely on that data, grab it, operate, and move. As Chad mentioned, you know, looking at this stuff, if you can put 30 minutes a week into this, that's what you're doing, because you're out chasing other things, trying to keep water between the levees out of it, damaging folks. The second item that I'd say was a challenge was the ground truthing. And I think I've shown this before to the group here, but everything, so this is roughly the Kings River watershed outlined in black. This gray band that kind of moves in through here, that's what I call the snow shed. That's the area above about 6,500 foot elevation. So it's roughly our wintertime snow line. Everything above that is covered, is our snow and where our monitoring stations. There's a few blue dots in here. These are our snow pillows or snow courses. And everything that's shaded blue, this peach color, the green, pink, and this blue, all of that is wilderness. There are no roads. There's no access to that. We either need to fly it. Some of these more remote courses, we have to fly by helicopter. A couple of these on the east side can get skied into by our hardy contract snow surveyors, and formerly done by DWR. And then a couple of these low elevation ones we can get to. As we get into the spring, all those low elevation courses are melted out. So we have a lot of challenges here. We're also dealing with, up in this area, Sierra National Forest, south of the river, Sequoia National Forest, Kings Canyon National Park in here, a couple of national monuments. We got all kinds of jurisdictions there. To try to coordinate that monitoring becomes a real challenge, especially when you say, it's a big year, it's July 1st and we want to go do a snow survey. I'm kind of looking at you funny and going, well, that's not in any of the permits we've got. So fortunately, we were able to get those in this year, but we need to build flexibility in our permitting and processes so we can get up here and gather that data. So our snow surveys, this particular picture is Bench Lake on July 1st. These snow cups, somebody could sit in and almost disappear into those things. They were about 2 feet deep. Bench Lake is about 10,500 feet. And so that was, we were lucky to be able to get in and get some data collected to help with densities. And we were getting phenomenal densities, 55 to 65% densities over most of the data we collected. So it was pretty phenomenal. Our standard snow surveys, you know, we had to do some extra surveys for any of these mid-month, where and when we could get into them. Traditionally, we do them around February 1st, March 1st, April 1st, May 1st, and we're done. This year, we also did a June 1st and a July 1st. I think July 1st, when we went back through our records, one snow course had been sampled in July historically. So it was pretty monumental for us to go out and do a complete snow survey. And these aren't without challenge. PG&E collects data there, KRWA collects data, Sierra Snow Surveys collects data, and the Park Service does 1 or 2 courses as well. collectively, it's about $30,000 to $40,000 to do a complete snow survey between time, helicopter rental, and all that. So it's not cheap to do these surveys. So figuring out where we need to go with these coordinated surveys in the future with these mid-month flights, we need to figure out how many holes do we need? How close do we need them to the watershed? Do they need to be, where's the spatial distribution of those? How close do they need to be? All of that. I think that's one of those projects we need to spend a fair amount of time on this winter and really start to get that plan nailed down. So, because again, the more data we have, the better it is. We talked about uncertainties. I want to know this stuff the best I can. And if we can go out and collect a few data points and remove a few points of uncertainty, hey, it's worth it. It's worth it to me, especially when I'm relying on the base reports that are coming out of these programs. Goes without saying, difficult conditions, just challenges with snow, weather windows to be able to get in. The Snowpack was really hard. We're breaking handles on sensing tubes and a bunch of equipment broken, so that was a challenge. And then the other piece for us, our sensors. We lost all the high elevation sensors. We had 8 sensors in the watershed. Only 2 that we had at the end of the season was at 6,500 feet and about 8,000 feet. And those 2 sensors have about a 3 or 4 year record on them. They're pretty new sensors. So towers fell over, gear got ripped off of towers, lots of challenges there. And a lot of people are out trying to get those put back up. And I appreciate those efforts. What's next? I'll say we got some challenges like the carryover storage. I kind of already hit that. That's one that I'd like to put some more work to or see more work put towards that to get a better understanding of where we're carrying over in these wet years and even in dry years. Are we carrying snowpack beyond that April-July period? On some of the driest years, I doubt it, but what about the median years? I don't know. So another piece that we need that I see as a hole in our knowledge right now, at least on the Kings. Long term, I think Wes talked about this yesterday on the intro. We've got 59 years of data prior to Pine Flat and 69 years since Pine Flat has been built. We're seeing so much more variability on post Pine Flat construction than pre-Pine Flat construction. So, the tools being able to adapt to that and move on. This is just a graphic of water year runoff. The dashed red line here is Pine Flat construction. Red line across here, I believe, is average. And then this black line is the 10-year running average. And you just look, we've had some fairly wet years prior to Pine Flat, not so many. Lots of heavy dry periods, not so many, and a more kind of an average runoff pattern prior to construction of Pine Flat than afterwards. So, yeah, getting the models where we can adapt and understand this, I think, is going to be really useful. Successes. Just some quick numbers from 2023. We put 960,000 acre feet out the North Fork. This went through the Mendota area. That's water that by the time we get it into the Mendota pool area, it's joining up with flood flows from the San Joaquin, from the Merced, the Tuolumne, the Stanislaus. That water is going to the ocean. That water is not getting picked up for any local use after it leaves our service area in a year like this. We put 272,000 acre feet of water into the Tulare Lake. That also joined up about the same amount of water from the Cahuilla and the Tule rivers. That flooded about 100,000 acre feet of production farmland this year that was out of production. So a lot of jobs out. And that land's probably at least another year before it goes back into production, assuming this winter's dry. If this winter's wet, that'll be another 2 or 3 years. So yeah, a lot of challenges. But from a success, our early flights, This year, even though it was our biggest water year on record, we put 1.2 million acre feet went to flood release. 1983, it was 2.5 million acre feet, followed up by 1984 at 570,000 acre feet. 1969, 1.7 million acre feet. So the programs and projects the folks have put into the ground for groundwater recharge, for water management, and combined with the improved forecasting we're able to do, we're able to put quite a bit more water retained in the area to what I would call beneficial use. So that's been a real positive out of this. Those smaller volumes of flood release, the economic piece I'm not talking about is damage to adjacent properties, landowners, farms, and that. And again, we weren't without taking our punches and bruises this year, but we avoided a huge catastrophe. So let's see, what else do we have here? This just kind of summarizes everything I've been talking about, where our flights were at versus water you runoff, where it's built up, and the forecast points. One of the things that we do with the data, these big blue dots, we take all the reports, look at them. Matt Meadows has a simplified version of Chad's runoff model, and we look at all the data and say, what do we expect is the absolute minimum that'll come off based on the snowpack that's on the ground and maybe some potential future precip if it's in the forecast. And so we come up with these blue dots because we know as water managers, we're going to get that water. So if it's saying we need to release some extra water, it's like, let's get it started early. If we go out low and slow, it doesn't cause damage. It allows our member units to put that water to use. And so we keep plotting those minimum numbers. And as you say, we kind of laid in here. As we got into late July, we didn't have the ASO flights. We were relying solely on RFC's numbers. And at that point, we started seeing some temperature trends coming in, maybe some potential clouds. One day the forecast would go up 30, 40,000 acre feet. Now we're talking, we got 10 days left in before we went out of flood release. 30, 40,000 acre feet. Yeah, the reservoir holds 1 million acre feet. Yeah, we had 4.5 million acre feet of runoff this year. But when you're down to 10, 15,000 acre foot of vacant space in the reservoir, a 30 or 40,000 acre foot swinging in 10 days is almost unmanageable. The extra capacity we had in flood storage at that point was about 3,000 acre feet a day. So you see a number change like that, you have to react immediately. And then back off if you're wrong or if the data comes in different. So that's just one of the challenges. And I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, or Steve, sorry. Any questions?
You're not in trouble, so you're not Steve.
I think the folks online, yeah.
Steve, the great graphics, great information. The one that really was impressive is the successes, and I almost want to, if you can bring it back up, because we're comparing this year to 83 and 69. The snow nerds in here, we'll always do that. And then can you go to the one that you showed, the difference in your flood releases? The impressive thing there, obviously, as you articulated, is not only the better information we have, be really great to kind of parse out how much was from better information and how much from the expanded groundwater recharge, all the programs, Sigma, all that, and how much storage you were able to put into the ground. That's a big number, and I think it would be really, really cool if you could, in a sense, qualitatively quantify those two, better information and more recharge capability.
I'm working on the recharge number.
Great.
And I should have something out in the next week or two with that, so.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you. I do appreciate it.
Perfect, thank you. Awesome. All righty, we have one more presentation before the break. Thank you all for hanging in there, and we have snacks and drinks and things in the back if you haven't gotten that yet. One other thing, so we've been progressing south, and I just want to mention that we also flew the Kauai and the Kern this year, but those partners weren't able to make it today. But they are great partners that we love working with. And now we're going to swing it back up to this side of the Sierra, the Mono and Upper Owens basins that we flew this year under an emergency contract. And we have Peter Forrester and Greg Reis. Greg will be joining us online, both from the Mono Lake Committee. And I think they also have some slides from Chris Mokrachek with the county. Oh, McCrassick, sorry.
I'm wearing both. I'm both Peter and Chris today.
That's just so you can get 2 questions per.
Wait, I'm right between you and the break? Your position. So, great to be here. I am a ASO junkie, in case you haven't figured that out. When I saw it in 2013, I said, oh, this is great. And here it is 10 years later, and it's just as good as I thought it might be. So my name's Peter Forrester. I'm a consultant to the Mono Lake Committee and work with Greg actually both at the Mono Lake Committee and at the Bay Institute. And so therefore we're also very involved in the San Joaquin River restoration implementation. So we really get a big thrill working with Chad and his whole forecasting group. Chris, who couldn't make it today, is with the Office of Mono County Office of Emergency Management. Oh, I get to do this. Okay, well, we're going to cover, I have 6 minutes to do the first 2 things, and Greg is going to do the third thing. Snowmageddon, some nice pictures, hopefully, that get you to appreciate what we dealt with over here, and then how we were able to secure ASO funding this year. Okay, Snowmageddon. Okay, Mammoth has had big winners before. The difference this year was how much the Sierra Front communities like Lee Vining, Mono City, Paradise, Tom's Place, how much they got, and then areas east of that. Was the most snow depth since 1969, easily. But, so even though Mammoth was used to it, bad things happen. And a lot of you, the media covered this. The one over on the right is in Bridgeport, so the first 3 are Mammoth. But another thing that happened was, again, these areas, Sierra Front communities, Mono City, just north of Lee Vining. These people are smiling a little bit because after more than a week of having no power and having MREs brought into them, they were happy. They got power this day because of the avalanche that closed 395 and the snowfall that closed. They were isolated, totally isolated. And then the next day, they were able to finally get out on Highway 167 east to Nevada. The 8-hour drive that normally takes 10 minutes from Lee Vining to Mono City took 8 hours. That's isolation. But check that out. I mean, that's 167. How many people have ever seen 167 like that? How many people have ever seen all the sagebrush covered? Jeff Dozier, where's Jeff? Has he? Oh, if you were here in 69, you would have seen that. That's the entrance to Mono City there. Again, the avalanche that caused a lot of this isolation, or at least between Lee Vining and Mono City, was February 26th. The road, that took 6 weeks to clear this. But I just threw 4 of these pictures up for, I call avalanche voyeurs. So, take it in. Really important in this process was Tom, working with Sue Burak, stepping up to the plate and say, let me see what I can do to help you guys out. This was middle of March, to get a sense of how much was up there to help SCE, help Mono County, help Caltrans figure out what needed to be done to deal with this. So we knew in early March, when things were really building up, we needed to get ASO surveys in here. And as Dave pointed out, we're not Bulletin 120, so sorry, folks. You got to fend for yourself. But OES had some money. So we were actually, even the state board was trying to help us out in early March. We got a proposal for 3 flights from ASO. We got the March 16th survey that got Mono County pretty excited about the potential benefits. And so there we worked with Mono County, put the proposal together, submitted to OES on April 1st, green lighted it. Then all of a sudden something happened. No contract until, Tom, when did the contract come through?
It was the 3rd week of May.
It was at the end of the 3rd week of May. Yeah. The first flight, therefore, was May 27th, June 15th. We got 3 flights. The county was excited because it was aspirational to anticipate and manage snowmelt runoff and flooding to benefit public safety, deploy resources, and inform residents and visitors. Very aspirational. The problem is it came a little late because by the time the first survey came in, the peak was happening. We had 3 flights, just coincidentally timed with the peaks, the multiple peaks that we got. And so it was more for the runoff and flooding that we knew was happening was reactive. All the top pictures there were the first peak. We had people on 167 with smart cars and dumb drivers, and that's what you get. You get the people in Paradise. So the first big peak was from the lower elevations, from the Bodie Hills, which just was overwhelming 167. Then as the peaks progressed into mid-June, first week of July, and mid-July, we got more bad things happening. And in fact, on Mill Creek at Cemetery Road, the first 2 are from when they were experiencing the first peak and realizing we gotta kind of divert some of this water so we don't lose the main channel entirely. And so by mid-July, water was being diverted around the main channel going through the culverts there. They weren't big enough. And you can see that, on this last, oops, I just blew that one. Okay, well, 80% of the flow is actually going around to that west branch. But this is what we had, Mono County had to deal with. But I want to say it was a collaboration in terms of getting the OES money. The supervisors, the local supervisors were all in. They made it happen. Chris, of course, pushed this through OES. Michael Anderson apparently was able to push buttons at OES. So it's a community effort. So now the big thing is, what did ASO tell us? What did we learn from it? And this is where Greg comes in. But let me the one thing I keep asking questions about the SWE from the snow surveys and the snow sensors versus what ASO told us. Well, we'll learn about it. But the record that we thought, the big records, didn't happen. Greg, you want to take it away and
sure.
Show us?
Do we have the other presentation?
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to give him a warning.
No problem.
Okay, there he is.
Thank you for involving me remotely. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I am going to cover the Mono Lake Committee's use of the ASO products and going to go through really quickly. I put a lot of fun stuff in the slides. I'm happy to share the presentation and answer questions later, but I'll probably go through things pretty fast and not explain everything. So I'm going to cover the use of ASO for ecological restoration, how we used it in the past, how we used it in this year, and our wildest dreams for next year. Next slide. Or do I have? I don't think I have control. So watersheds with restoration programs dependent on accurate snowmelt forecast runoff include the San Joaquin, as Chad spoke about, and the Mono Lake Basin. These are two maybe of the biggest restoration programs in the state with statewide importance. and they seem worthy of more statewide funding. And luckily, San Joaquin is set up in a way that the ASO surveys are happening. Unfortunately, in the Mono Basin, next slide, please. We don't have the incentive for DWP to be investing in runoff forecasting improvements because here we have the ecological flows dependent on year type. So these are Rush Creek flows, minimum flows in different year types. The forecast determines the year type. It does not, in most years, determine how much water DWP exports from the Mono Basin. So there isn't really an incentive there for improvement, and that is why the state should be investing more in. It's almost an equity issue if you think about the lack of attention to the basins with more ecological flows, and where efficiencies accrue to the water users, it's being funded and not in where the environmental flows come first. And then over here on the right are some examples of years where the runoff forecast has been pretty far off, more than 20% or so off. And in a year like this, it's going to affect the grant reservoir management in a dry year. The grant's going to spill in a year like this. But in a dry year, we've got serious reservoir management implications, Rush Creek temperature issues, flow issues that could ramify multiple years if the reservoir is managed too low because of a misforecast. Next slide, please. So the ways we use ASO data, primarily we've used it to try to make sure the forecast is right and see what's happening if it isn't. And so that's really the first 4 items here, looking at the snow surveys, snow pilot data, actual runoff compared to the forecast, and actually spend quite a bit of time estimating SCE reservoir elevations because they don't share that information typically. Although this year they broke a 20-year break of sharing data where they gave us a whole bunch of data, which was great, but it wasn't for very long, and it wasn't enough to really make the best use of ASO, because you really need that to calculate the unimpaired flow, and without it you're kind of flying blind or having to spend a lot of time, more than 30 minutes a week, making estimates. And then these number 5, 6, and 7 are more fun things we don't spend a lot of time on, but could and fun to think about. Next slide, please. So how we used it in 2015, 16, and 17. And this is back when it was under NASA, JPL, and the Tuolumne flights were happening. The Mono Basin got flown on the way to Tuolumne and then on the way back, so we benefited from that. And there's more than these flights available if because of the adjacent watershed. When the Tuolumne was flown, we could maybe mine those for even more if we had a good reason. But what we've got are 2015, we got 7 Rush Creek flights, and the graph at the bottom shows how we used that. It was more exploratory, like, wow, look what we can do with this. You can actually see the proportion of runoff that was from rain versus snowmelt, and outside of a CNRFC watershed or a watershed with a watershed model, that was just kind of a new world to have that insight into the watershed processes. So that was fun. And then 2016, I used it to kind of see how good DWP's forecast was, and I correctly predicted that it was wetter than their forecast. And then 2017, we had a big year, much like this one. We used it to estimate unimpaired runoff. We actually got Leviney Creek added, and I used it to predict Saddlebag Lake Reservoir was going to spill for the first time in history, which was a correct prediction. Next slide. And so in 2017, you can see on the left this map made by Robbie DiPaolo, who's on our staff. He does all our GIS stuff and adds a lot of value to ASO for us. So his work is throughout this presentation and really invaluable. But he made that map on the left for 2017 of the subwatersheds in Leviney Canyon. And then on the right is an example of a way 2017 informed this year. We were really lucky to have 2017 because then we could use it for this year. And one of the things I did was I looked at Mono Lake volume change, essentially forecasting Mono Lake's rise to its peak elevation in September in a year like this. That was a nice R squared equals 1 straight line for 2017. The SWE, the remaining runoff, matched up with the SWE perfectly. And so using that equation for this year, I came up with those 3 numbers at the bottom for the 3 flights this year. In the first one, the May 27th flight, 6383.23, actually was right on target. It pretty much perfectly predicted the September 1 high stand of Mono Lake this year, which is kind of crazy thinking about there's precipitation and reservoir operations in the mix, and it's kind of uncanny that did so well. But anyway, it was pretty fun to see that happen. Next slide, please. Other things, improvements in 2023, ASO added Mill Creek, Parker and Walker Creeks, and then the ice snowball modeling, which was very helpful. And then things we did this year, other ways we used it, we compared snow courses that were suspect. We calculated the gauged watersheds, estimated unimpaired runoff, predicted less runoff actually than DOP's Rush Creek forecast, and predicted the peak Mono Lake level, as I just mentioned, and shared information. We were in contact with some June Lake residents who were sandbagging and passing on information to them. Next slide. So just a quick couple examples on the snow sensor verification. Here's Dana Meadows, and Peter already mentioned that in his question earlier. So we've seen this, but our analysis on the left, what you find in the ASO report, and ice snowball on the right. Next slide. And then snow course verification, where Gem Pass and Agnew Pass just looked really high. If you look at the 2 yellow ones there, the percent increase over the previous record SWE was 34% higher for Gem Pass and 40% higher for Agnew Pass. And all the other ones were like 21% or less. So those outliers really stood out, and the densities were fairly suspect. And if you look at the graph at the bottom, the Gem Pass snow pillow was out, but DLEP was using the snow course to estimate what that snow would be. And you can see those little dots went up after that April 1st-ish survey, and they stayed up high, much higher than the ASO was indicating at the end of May. Next slide. So that over forecast based on the probable oversampling of the snowpack on the ground-based measurements resulted in DLEP putting a lot more August runoff in their forecast. And so that never materialized. And so what happened is we got on the left here a graph Tom Painter shared with us very quickly right after the May 27th flight. I think he shared this with us. And his estimate for runoff for 2023. Unfortunately, the watershed areas did not match the gauged watersheds, and I believe he was using impaired runoff instead of unimpaired runoff. So because of those 2 issues, we recalculated this, and those are our calculations in the center. And then the results over on the right, the little blue dot is where the top line was DLEP's forecast, and the April through September in ASO-informed Mono Lake Committee adjustment of that brought it way down, much closer to where it looks like it's going to end up. Next slide. And so just to conclude, the improvements we'd like to see next year, we keep mentioning funding, and we will continue to. The Gauged watershed areas is something we'll continue to work on with ASO. They're capturing areas outside the gauged watersheds, and if the gauged watershed numbers were the ones in the report, it would be directly usable. But right now we got to go through Robbie and GIS to convert that into something more usable. So we want to keep working with ASO on getting that dialed in. And then SCE reservoir storage data. Again, you need that to do to calculate unimpaired flow. And they are starting to come through with the data, and we want to keep seeing that happen. But it's really inadequate for any real use of ASO at this point until they start sharing that. So that's it for me. Thanks. And my email's at the bottom. I'm happy again to share the slides and answer questions later.
Should we applaud now?
So Greg, thanks for that, and Peter, likewise. That was my replotting Vince's data. So I am not responsible for those at all.
Good to know. Thanks.
Nor do I know. Nor do I know or remember what he was using for basin or for flows. So
well, and honestly, it would have done better this year because it was a little bit lower than ours, and runoff efficiency was lower than 2017 this year. So we should have gone with yours, Vince's.
So you can see that we're really could utilize both in the Mono County area, Mono Basin, but the entire aqueduct system clearly would benefit. DWP lost the LA aqueduct twice this year. Once from snowmelt, early snowmelt. They were just, obviously predicting a lot of bad things were going to happen, in part based upon the traditional methods that they were using. ASO would have very much informed them. They've gotten the Tom presentation how many times? 3 times? And I think, the mid-level loves it. I think you don't need to convince the people who are out there in the field and forecasting, but it's just a matter of, getting the higher ups. And the same with SCE. I wanted to say we're working with SCE on Mill Creek as part of the settlement. And I think it's just a matter of getting their regulatory and legal people just on board. DWR's requested that to post on CDEC. And I'm counting on Sean and Dave and Ramesh and all you. We're gonna get that. It's not only SCE but PG&E and other parts of the state to report. They do have the capability. They report every day. They're real time. We just need to get it so we can use ASO efficiently.
Any questions for Peter and Greg?
So I just want to address a few things. The delay in getting your flights is all on OES.
That's what I understand, yeah. No.
I want to spell it out because it was tied DWR and then there was a delay and we don't know what happened.
And Michael Anderson, bless his heart, so make sure he knows that we love him.
For this audience, that request came in. They had a laundry list of things they wanted. We addressed all of them in an email back to OES within hours. Floods going on everywhere. We're not ignoring you. We addressed everything in that within hours. There was a laundry list. ASO, gauges, forecasts are needed, this and that. We addressed all of it. We advised OES, look, these are the questions you need to ask back to Mono County, et cetera, et cetera. It sat in their inbox for a month. And then they sent us the original request again. So we sent them back the same email. I even sent it to Tom. I said, I gave them this a month ago. It finally got traction. And at that point, Ramesh worked with Tom on all the contract language, right? Outside of our contract. So we did our best.
And thank you. OES, unfortunately, it's a matter of being informed. I mean, even Mono County was like, well, okay, what do we ask? And we helped them put something together. And it's just this, we just got to make sure more people understand all the good things ASO can do. That's just on us to.
And he's followed up subsequently. The flights aren't the whole story. They got to get paid.
Oh,
And
smart.
this is through an OES grant, which means there's extra steps. So he's been following through on all of those steps, Ramesh, to make sure they get paid. So we've tried.
Thank you. Well, Tom, you're supposed to say thank you, aren't you?
Well, we work with Kate. She says thank you.
Oh.
Actually, no, if we don't pay, Pat gets really angry, but he's in Arizona, so we're okay. So yeah, I just wanted to address that. Again, I know you're not going to like my answer, and we can help inform on ASO, but this is really we have offices in DWR that are more regional assistants, local assistants, and this is where I would steer. That's why I said at lunch, and the reason for that is you can't just say ASO, so it's the B120 team. That's unfair. And the example I'm going to use is there was very catastrophic floods in the Santa Cruz area, right? Salinas, all of that this year. There's a lot of issues there too. There's gaps in data, everything else. And it would have been unfair for them to come to Sean's group and say, well, you collect precip and everything. Why aren't you doing it here? That's the example I want to use. I know it's not a one-to-one example, but just because there's a data set that we tend to use doesn't mean that we're always the ones to solve that problem. We can certainly advocate and give the benefits, and this is why it's needed and everything else. Happy to do that. And as I told you at lunch, I got some folks I can touch base with and say, hey, this isn't really being addressed. I don't know if DWR is going to get into your fight with Edison and DWP. They probably aren't.
It's not a fight. It really is not a fight. It is just getting the senior folks who, obviously oversee the mid-level people. Okay, I think we can even show it maybe this year, given the reliance on their old-fashioned methods or their snow courses that were off. But there's actually a very practical thing that DWR can do. And here's this. At least whatever incremental cost it would be, that the east side snow sensors and snow courses are included in your surveys. Now, obviously, Mammoth Pass is one, so it's just that it's so close. And Gem Pass, because Gem Pass is actually used by Edison as well as the restoration program forecasters as part of that. So if we could at least get those two as part of a regular part of your whatever survey it is, the San Joaquin Tuolumne, it would be an incremental benefit. So if that could happen, at least we'd have those two nailed.
Well, so clarify that. The data is collected and posted. What more would you like us to
Well, no,
do?
that the ASO, you fly over Mammoth Pass because it's so close to the boundary, but make sure, and where's Chad? And I think Chad's requested that when you get an ASO report, that you're showing all the whatever Chad needs from Mammoth Pass. Right. But just, so whatever information you do get from Mammoth Pass, because I know you break it off at the watershed bed. Just going forward, yeah. That's what I'm saying, going forward. Gem Pass is a little bit further away from the boundary. It's not 100 yards away. It's about a half a mile or something like that. But Gem Pass is not only important for SCE DWP forecasts on this side, it is also an indicator. It's a very good index. Many of you know Andy McMillan. Andy used Gem Pass a lot as an index for high elevation. It's, what is it, one of the highest snow sensors? And where's Sean? I know Sean was supposed to go up there and try and fix it for his crew to fix it for the third time in the last 4 years. We just got to get up there and fix the snow sensor and see, what's going on. And those little things can make a big difference in not only in the east side, but also in the San Joaquin, or it could be incrementally helpful. Does that make sense?
It does. Hey, Cat, M3 Works, could you start to include those in the, hey, thumbs up. Check.
And by the way, M3 Works, I can tell you that Greg will chime in. We really appreciate the interactions that I know Greg does, this year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you, guys.
they're part of the team, obviously. Well, thanks, Dave. No, I mean, it's all about just working together, informing, working people, together, and we're just going to make this better and better and better.
I think, Grayson, do we also need a better location for Gem Pass? Didn't we try
Hotel,
to
yes,
find
that is actually a problem. Robbie found that that's another thing on the location information that's given on the CDEC website. We're finding it could be better, and for the GIS people, because Robbie DiPaolo is running into that problem. So little things like that can really help.
Is it still the case that that's deliberate? Not on EWR. It used to be deliberate to not be. Yeah. No, that's DWR as well. Ask DWR.
Dave says no comment. Any other questions? All right, then I think we can head into a break and we'll bring it back for a discussion. What time is it?
We've had a lot of great discussions, by the way. I mean, Tom obviously doesn't try and inhibit us too much.
All right, we're going to kick off some discussion. If you are joining us via Zoom and you want to participate, please feel free to raise your hand and we will unmute you. If you're here in the audience, in order for the folks on Zoom to be able to hear you, we'll need to hand you a microphone. So there's two of us running around. Polly's got one, I'll have one. So just raise your hand, we'll come over to you and you can take it away from there. So and now I'll turn it over to Tom.
But despite the fact that we're all sitting up here, this is not target practice. So it's not that you need to pepper us with questions. It really is mostly just for us to look out to you, and we probably will add into the conversation. So yeah, no, you can pepper them. That's fine. And Jeff Dozier and Peter Forrester don't get to ask any questions.
So one thing we've heard about is that climate is becoming more variable. And I've heard Tom Painter say it. I've heard Ned Bear say it yesterday to some students that we were showing cues to. I've heard Wes Monnier say it in his interview. The question is, are there data that show that? Because I've tried to identify some metrics to see if climate is more variable, and I didn't succeed. So I'm not disputing necessarily the hypothesis that it is. But for example, if you're saying that climate is more variable, are you saying the variance is increasing? And so I analyzed the variance for a whole bunch of snow courses with long records. And indeed, the variance in recent years has increased. But it's about the same. In the 1970s, the variance was also high. Was as high as it is today, based on these data. And so if there's some sort of like a climate whiplash that is going on, that the phrase that is using, and anecdotally, I know people think it's more variable, but I've looked pretty carefully with statistics that take account of what the distributions are, and I've looked over a long time, and I'm not seeing it. And so I'm wondering what sort of analyses ought we to try to see if we do it? And your data, Tom, that have showed, I don't think show it, with the standard deviation going up. Because two things. One is it's not a normal distribution, and other is the standard deviation based on the distribution was just as high in the 70s as it is today.
So I'll start by saying they're not my data. And what I've based saying that on is the analyses that Wes Moynier has done, and that's annual runoff. Likewise, we saw it in, I can't remember whose data they were today. Yeah. But that was the first that I've seen those. So that's the basis for my saying that. So I don't know if Wes is on right now. Liz, do you know? Wes is on. Wes, can you hear me?
Hang on, I'll unmute him. Thank you. All right, take it away, Wes.
Wes, are you there? Well, at any rate, that's the basis for my saying that, and also that is not inconsistent with what the climate projections are with respect to the hydrologic cycle. So let me pass it.
Yeah, I think it's even further.
It takes 25 years to tell what the variance is.
There's a simple metric that we use where the percentage of wet and dry years, right, or the percentage of dry years goes from 48% to 62%, which I think in the Mono Basin we can show that last 30 years versus the previous 30 years or something. That's not, and 30-year running averages. So I think what you're talking about is a little more statistical in terms of communicating. And I assume on the 12 you may see that, again, the number of dry years has gone up. And you can play all around with, you could do a number of extreme dry years or the number of just below median or whatever. So there are different ways you can, do the data on that. But I think it doesn't surprise me, because I think even back in the 20s, we had some, number of years dry, and then all of a sudden it went 20s and 30s, right? It went wet. So it's there in the signal. Think about 1860s, the 62 Noatian flood, and then we had the horrific drought. That's why we have Mediterranean grasses here. So it's part of our California signal. So we attribute a lot to climate change that may be part of just the Mediterranean climate that we're in. But yeah, Jeff, wouldn't you agree, the 1860s, those of us who've thought about those years? Yeah.
Hello, John?
Oh, I
Okay,
guess it
thank you.
seems to me that what everybody said is anecdotal.
So I think there's one additional thing that's confounding what Jeff's asking. I'm not going to dispute the statistics. Climate modes, what Peter just talked about, over decadal, multi-decadal scales, certainly valid, right, processes. But to me, it seems like the fact that we're dealing with cold system processes is buffering us a bit from seeing some of those immediate impacts. The hydrometeorological statistics in general are highlighting the increased variances and the spreading of the distribution, particularly in terms of runs of dry versus runs of wet and intensities of wet periods. And we see that immediately in rainfall-dominated systems because of sort of the immediate flooding impacts, like what happened in Libya yesterday. That was almost unprecedented. But the fact that we still are dumping a lot of this precipitation and it still releases slowly, relatively speaking, I think that has buffered us from seeing those signals. And to your point, Jeff, I think we may not see it super dramatically for a while longer until we keep transitioning to this warmer and warmer climate, because we'll lose that buffer. That's a hypothesis, but I think that's part of it. Yes, are you there?
Wes, are you there? This is the Lord.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Duty called. What can I do you? What was the question?
So Jeff Dozier was pressing the point that the analyses that he's done suggest that there is not an increase in variance in the second half, say, of the 20th century and then into the last 20 years.
I can only speak for the Tuolumne.
Different.
It's there, and when you go, it's there on just the basic statistical perspective, and then we keep running into these years where 2011, you go into these extremely dry conditions, back into a wet, back into dry. And I think that the fundamental thing to keep track of is that during these wet years, all this water that's going down to the Pacific Ocean, that's not doing you any good, and it's not doing anything for your firm yield. So let's put it a little differently. The 1906 to 1907 wet period, we would not experience those two wet years until 1982-83. So the back 60 years was a lot more, at least on the Tuolumne, was a lot more sedate. And then you get into your firm yield calculations. There is a difference between the first 60 years and the last 60 years. And I don't know that you can argue when the biggest years are in the last 60 years that we've had. What's arbitrary about 60? Well, there's only about 120 years worth of record, so it's the half. The other thing that we're finding is that from a meteorological perspective, real-time model goes back to 1931. And yes, the records are sketchy. But what we have is we're finding that the conditions from the meteorological conditions from 2000 to present are driving the problem childs. So when we're simulating these years and we're in January, February with the high snowpack, is the meteorological conditions after 2000 that cause the problems. The meteorological conditions prior to 2000 don't derive the issues that we're seeing. A lot of it has to do with the nighttime temperatures. They are rising. Not so much the daytime, but the nighttime temperatures are. So I don't think I answered the question.
Well, you did. I think you did answer it though, Wes. But thank you for coming back from duty, Ronnie.
Hi, I was just going to add that on the topic, there was a related paper that came out in 2022 called enhanced winter, spring, and summer hydroclimate variability across California from 1940 to 2019. And essentially in that analysis, they broke the data into seasonal time series and looked at the 10th to 90th percentile as the quantification. And over some seasons, they actually found that the variability decreased because for precipitation, for instance, there was a decreasing trend in the 90th percentile over part of the period, which could decrease the variability. Then over some seasons, there was an increase in the 10th to 90th range. But I think referencing that analysis will have more robust data than our conversation here, most likely. Yeah, it's the lead author was Diana Zamora-Reyes, published in the International Journal of Climatology. ZAMORA-REYES.
Similarly to that, Danny Marks published a paper on 50 years of data in Reynolds Creek, which is a CZO up in Idaho. And it sits in the transition zone, and they, in the paper, claim that they can see a climate change signal. And one of the outcomes from that was a shift in the snow line. So I think we do have that data. Fortunately, we have some of these data sets where we were observing stuff through lengthy time periods, and they're kind of small snapshots of what's happening in our globe, but if we're seeing those in places where they're buffered, then we know they're changing in bigger ways other places.
I think this is just a really cool panel that we have right now with some agency operations computational guys. I'm just curious what all y'all think, what are the biggest challenges in acute sense? So what are all you guys focused on right now? But also, what do you guys think the biggest challenges are facing for the next generation? Like, what do you think we are gonna have the hardest time facing coming up? Very open-ended for you.
Feel like I'm being tested. Great question. So what I think you probably know a little bit. I know, Devin, I think you've heard us internally talk. And I spelled it out, I think, a little bit, is just, there's a lot of guns pointed at us to prove that we can forecast and reduce error and all that stuff, and it's not an easy thing. And, internally for DWR, when you're trying to simultaneously, forecast 18 basins, you don't get a chance to dive in deep on this stuff. So I think the biggest challenge, as I said earlier, is constantly proving why we need more investment, more staff, more research to operations, all of that, right? It can't just be one or the other, and you can't just throw money at it. Because for us to be successful, we need that support. And it can be frustrating to write the same justification year after year after year and not really get it. But at the same time, I think it strengthens the resolve with the community we have here, in our partnership. What we plan to do is just hand a huge mess off to you as the next generation. Just like our forefathers did to us. No, I honestly think we have some of that in the background working already. We're systematically trying to redefine how and what we do, and it's not easy, right? And so I think we're trying to set that up, and I'll use a term that Scott used 2 days yesterday. I'm not part of the younger crew, I guess, but I think we're trying to set that up by saying, okay, here's the short term. We need to do this and that and the other. But this is where the research partners come in, and I'll talk more like our good colleague Andrew Schwartz up at the Snow Lab. He's helping us right now analyze stuff that we want to get in the field right now, but he's keeping an eye on those emerging technologies that people are saying could be the next snow pillow or the next this or that. And if we feed that in, and hey, go at it. here's some funds, go at it, take 5 years to figure it out, whatever. And so I think having you all engaged in those as much as the near is important, because 10 years from now I'm going to go, good luck. I don't know how God, but you all being involved in that from the ground now can help steer where it's going, because it can't just be research and it can't just be operations. It needs to be this consistent feeding of what is the research? Can we apply it? And how do we make it work? So I think you're all key to that now, so that you can take the horns with it and run with it 5-10 years from now.
Nice.
Tom, can you hear me?
Yes, Wes.
Hey, just sitting back reflecting. Let's put aside the philosophical discussion on the statistical significance that we're seeing. The bottom line is that we did have a 2017 year, and that was extremely wet, plus or minus 5 or 10%. It really doesn't make a difference. We also had 2012, 13, 14, 15, depending upon where you were, it was either dry, critically dry, or extremely critically dry. We had 2020 to 2022. We used the technology to make a decision that benefited our customers directly. This year, whether it's the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth wettest year, and it's on top of the first, second, third, or fourth wettest year in 2017, okay. But this year we needed the technology, and the technology was used, and it allowed us to comfortably operate our system in a fashion that was never envisioned. And what was that? Well, we started making releases almost 50 feet below the flood control space. Now, I submit to you 10 years ago, that was a fireable offense. So whether there's climate change or change in hydrology, I submit not to be getting caught up in that. Let's just assume that the conditions we have today are natural. The demands on the system then dictate that under these natural conditions, you need this technology, because we don't have and I don't know what the right political term is, the fluff or the slop in the system that we used to enjoy. That's not available anymore. So the times warrant this technology, and the younger generations getting in with both hands and both feet, having a lot of fun and psychoanalyzing this to get past the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Thanks, Wes. Thank you. Stepping beyond psychoanalysis, I think, I really like part of what Wes said there. The other, in his trying to not only manage things, but predict things in a, increasingly sort of regulated environment. The margins get really small. But I think, Devin, to your question, the thing, like as a modeler and somebody, who's trying to build predictive capacities in this, it's really the anthropogenics in general that are making this really complicated. We're all lucky here that we continue to work for the time being in awesome, pristine headwater watersheds where there hasn't been a lot of historical anthropogenic modification. Maybe there's been clear cutting, maybe there's been some fires, there's been some small communities. But in a world of 8.2 billion people, you go around the world, we have pristine watersheds here in the US, there's a few in other places. A lot of places they're not. And the way that water's impounded, moved around, captured, stolen, you name it, what's going on the landscape, that changes in a matter of months, not decades anymore. The stuff we're depositing on the snowpack, it's just so hard to keep up with that from a, a model development standpoint. And to Wes's point, we thought we had a nicely well-calibrated model, and everything changes, within a season or two. The model's not that valid anymore, and then you're bumping up against Wes's, limits of what's tolerable. So just trying to keep up with how fast the landscapes are changing, in addition to the climate, to me, like from a modeling standpoint, is one of the hardest things that I think we're going to be faced with for a long time.
I think Wes yesterday said that we have some really exciting problems that we, the younger generation, will get to tackle. I'm going to lump myself in there. And I agree with that. I am pretty excited about it. I think one of the things that's really amazing about right now, not 10 years from now, is that we're in a really data-rich space with not enough, I'm going to say not enough people answering the questions that could be answered right now, which is the first time in history, really, because it's always been, we've had people trying to ask questions without the data. So I think today, that's our challenge, is to maximize the ROI on the data that's been paid for. Because it's there, and there's plenty of information there that we're not using in its entirety. We're using, I think, the minimum threshold for it, which is good, and we should do that. But I think in terms of challenges, and something that was kind of talked a little bit about today, is what happens when we have 5 numbers that are in conflict for a basin. They all say a different water volume, right? And as more and more technologies come online, spaceborne efforts and new models come about, we will have more conflicting numbers coming. And what's not, in my opinion, which I'm totally glad to be told I'm wrong, what's not following in that development is the tools to assess the uncertainty associated to these tools that are coming out. And we battle this with our own model. When we're 15 days out from the last flight and there's been 4 precip events or whatever, how far off is the model? And we get that question from operators a lot, and we try to put bounds on those questions, but it's a really difficult thing to answer. And I think as it will get more complicated as more tools and people come with numbers to try to, have their answer in the pot. And without uncertainty tools that help us kind of guide that, it will be really tough to say my answer is right and yours is wrong, because it just becomes a ego match at that point. So we are really grateful for the ground measurements that do go on. I think a lot of times people maybe removed from the space think that the ground measurements are going to go away, and we shudder at those ideas. When stations go down, we're like, oh man, it's getting harder. And Mark has this great figure of what a station is to a model, a 50-meter model pixel, and it's like less than 1% of that. So we're, even in that space, we're having a hard time trying to quantify that. So that would be my next 20 years, I think, challenges is uncertainty in these techniques.
Now, I'll go last from up here, but the other challenge that you're almost certainly going to face is entrenchment by the older generations. And so so when we were starting ASO, we heard on various fronts how it was going to be impossible to turn the data around the way in which we thought we were, and that we weren't going to be able to fly long enough, and that the data weren't going to be accurate enough, and that there wasn't going to be value to it, and we had those uncertainties ourselves, but we also knew that we needed to push through that, and we needed to take us to a new place, take us to a new future. But that requires the patience, Scott, wherever you are. So you're going to find that. You're going to find that even with the people that, and we were hearing this from people that had done great advancements themselves. And, but the older generations start getting a little bit more and more entrenched, in what they've developed and what they've come to know as the future. And they're living in their future that they created. We're living in the future that we've created now. And we can't necessarily see where the next future is going to be with what we've built. And we were building off of what they created. And I can give you an example of my entrenchment. I can't review and work on a paper on the computer. I have to print it out. I just can't do it. My brain just doesn't do that. But everybody that's younger than a certain age, and some others, but everybody that's younger than a certain age can't even understand what the problem is with my brain related to that. Okay, God bless you. So, but at any rate, I think that's a perennial problem that every generation faces, is the entrenchment from the older generation. But you have to keep pushing through that, and don't be afraid to push through it. And hopefully we are going to be excited to facilitate the changes that you make where we have the power to do so. And I know that that DWR has been hiring a bunch of new young scientists, and ASO has been hiring a bunch of new young scientists, engineers, and we're going to continue to do so. And you guys were advertising, and you continue to do that. And so we want to help you to realize your vision going forward. But don't be surprised if you run into that entrenchment, and just keep pushing through.
Just to add on to that, just my own one example from my past, in 2011 during the high water events, the floods, our manager at the time, Gary Bardini, all of a sudden was challenging us to do the B120 on a daily basis. And I looked at him like he was insane and ludicrous, and how would you ever suggest that? And I was entrenched in that. And it honestly was the right answer at the time, and I think he was just pushing us as he always did. But what are we trying to do right now? We're trying to spin up something that gives you a B120 every day, automated. So, that's 12 years ago. It moves fast, but just spinning off what Tom just said, if you're a hiring manager here and you're willing to hire bright young people like Devin or others, and you're not willing to listen to them, then check yourself. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck in the mud. We didn't hire you for any other reason. And it goes for a lot of the people we hire. We need that. We need that question every once in a while, and it's fine. Sometimes the answer will be no, but but it's a great question. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Hi, I had a question regarding, we've been talking a lot today about how things are changing. We can't always rely on the way we've done things in the past, maybe. And what I'm hearing from a lot of managers is that they don't have any time to do research or to explore new ideas. And I'm coming from an academic background and thinking like, well, we have the ability to do that, but we don't always know what is needed. And so I'm curious about your thoughts for the future as we try to couple management and science. Do you see maybe new positions being opened, maybe like a joint appointmentship between operations and academia? Or what is your vision for how we can continue to push forward and have people whose job it is to do that, who are intimately familiar with how operations maybe need to happen?
I'll start off, and then I want to pass it to these guys because of the interactions I know they've had. Over the last 15 years, we've seen a change in valuation of applied research, and it used to be that the pay raises for academics were based on publications, research dollars, and then, what's that other thing? Oh yeah, teaching. And but increasingly, it appears that applications are being valued more. And at NASA headquarters now, the Applied Sciences program, even though its pockets are not that much deeper, they have made inroads into mission planning, mission proposals. So you have to have an applications component to a mission proposal now, whereas you didn't used to have that. And so we're starting to see more of that, and I think that is great for us to get the academic minds penetrating further into providing that research that can provide the underpinnings then for new decision making and shore up some of the time that would otherwise be required. And I think there's also, it seems to me that there's more interaction between agencies and researchers than there was, say, 30 years ago. But I need more than 30 years to be able to say that. So.
Yeah, so DWR is pretty engaged in, I referred to it earlier, the research to operations realm. It wasn't 30 years ago, it was much less than that. You know, I came to learn that everybody on this planet loves to examine California from a research point of view. Hi, I'm from Alabama. I have an idea about researching hydrology in California. And I used to go, don't you have that in Alabama? No, I get people are shaking no. All right. Well, no, I didn't know who the name was, but they're over here like, we know who they are. But quite honestly, a lot of folks would come through from the research community and the proposal would go something like this. We think there's a problem to investigate. Good. And what? Well, we're going to solve it by doing this thing, and in 5 years, we're going to rip it all out and walk away. Will you pay for that? And, you know, any of those on the operational side are like, what am I supposed to do with that? And how am I going to implement that? And what? Okay, you've identified the problem, but relate it to me, right? And that's incumbent upon the research community. It's incumbent on anybody who's going to come to anybody else and say, I know how to fix your problem. You've got to dive into our world a little bit. And I know that sounds selfish, but time's of the essence. Chad said it perfectly. We've been a lot more successful with the research groups who have willing to say, hey, I think I got some ideas here, something to look into, but before I go any further, can I understand how you use this or how you do that? Can we have these candid conversations? And then maybe it'll go somewhere. And I think you're right. I think it's turning the corner on that. Putting gauges in for 5 years in a very small spot and pulling it out and saying, DWR, will you fund it? It's really not going to fly anymore. Is it going to fit into what we're trying to do? Is it going to solve a big problem that we're facing? Is it going to maybe lead to discovery of other problems that we're not as aware of right now? Now, those things have some legs, but ultimately, we still need to dive into our world and figure out, can it fit now? And if not, is there a pathway to make it fit? Otherwise, you know, it's just hard for us to get behind it. Because again, both dollars and time are limited. So, I mean, that's the thing. I think is if the research community, that conversation goes both ways. Like, we really need to listen to the research community, but I think they need to listen to us too and say, where are your biggest sticky points? And then, hey, by the way, I have an idea that maybe you haven't heard of, but I think it could help in this way. Would you walk down that path with me a little bit? Okay, let's talk. You know, that's my point of view.
Yeah, I feel a little lucky in this regard. I work, I work at a national lab, but it is a nonprofit. We're not federal employees, so we have a different set of rules, probably a little looser, which is nice. But the sub-laboratory I'm in is the It is a research applications laboratory. So it's like wired into the definition that we're not just doing basic research, we will at sometimes, but it is applied. And that means you have to have something to apply it to, and then therefore everything Dave just mentioned becomes relevant, because when you're going out and doing applied research, it becomes very problem-centered and not necessarily scientific question-centered, which is the much more traditional academic route. So if doing that work at the intersection of whatever you want to call it, societal benefit or whatever, and research is of interest, I think it's just like owning that, right? You just want to own this. Like, no, I realize there's value in very basic research. I realize there's value in running a business and bringing value to society, but I want to work at the interface between those two things. And then you seek out the opportunities to do it. That's one thing. The other thing I'll probably get in trouble and might even get fired for is that, because I am in an NSF-funded enterprise, is that, the more basic research, the more academic-oriented entities tend to get pretty squeamish when dollar signs start floating around. But yet we live in a capitalist society. And so how do you dissociate the applied work that needs to be done from the value that it brings, right? And I don't mean value just in terms of dollars, just, but we do monetize things. We do measure value often in terms of money, but it can be money saved. It can be money not spent. It can be an opportunity cost prevented. It can be a damage prevented. But we're so often deterred or just, again, squeamish about really bringing money, like the value of things, into our research. And you can't do that with water. You absolutely cannot do that. Water has value, even though, yes, I believe it should be a fundamental human right and there should be basic limits put on that. But you can't say that water doesn't have value going through a turbine. You can't say it doesn't have value growing crops and things like that. You actually have to understand that if you want to do the water-related research that's going to have the biggest impact and serve the most purposes. And to the ASO proposition, the value proposition, first and foremost, people are like, wow, it's really popular in California. Why isn't it popular anywhere else? Well, the value of water in California is probably a heck of a lot greater than it is anywhere else in the country. It really is. And that's why it's playing out this way. And God bless Rizzardo for, seeing that and jumping on it and making sure that that value proposition plays out. Other states are still struggling with that. So that was probably a long rant, but it's just about, if you want to do applied research and you want to be at that interface, you don't have to be, Elon Musk, right? Strive to be the richest person in the world. You just have to understand what value is and really, I think, integrate it into things that you're doing so that that impact is carried all the way through. I think that's something we often miss doing academic research. I love studying natural processes, but when it comes to water and you don't wrap it in, sometimes it just, you don't find the Daves of the world to go work with because they have to balance a different equation. And one of the terms in that equation usually is the value part of it.
I think one of the hurdles that I've observed, which is limited in scope for sure, but there is this element of humility that's associated when you're a topic expert on something and you go to somebody who is not an expert in that topic but will benefit from your expertise. And I've heard more than 10 times somebody to the extent say, we have to educate them on this, right? And these aren't the people making decisions about letting water out of the dam. These are people who often are removed many layers from those hard decisions. And I've seen those statements and just even those ideas when they're brought to the table, even if they're not said to the people they're talking about, that the standoffishness, if you will, is a hurdle for those practitioners to be involved. And I think what was already mentioned here is it's much better to come and say, how can we help you? We have some ideas, but what's really causing you, to steal a Wes phrase, consternation? And I think that coupled with what Wes was saying about having fun is how those things intersect, because there are a ton of what we refer to as super users of the data here. These are people who nerd out and they have to make these really difficult decisions. And even if it is only 15 minutes a week that they get to do it, they are nerding out about it. And those are the people you want to partner with, and you go have fun with them solving problems together and accepting that they're going to bring something to your work that you were unaware of, but you're going to help them solve those things. I think that humility piece is how you get into those spaces, and then you find people who want to have fun together.
On that note, Scott Fennema here. I am a super user. I am a nerd, and I want to plug the Truckee-Carson is a great place to do applied research. So if you're looking, please come talk to me.
And all this, this ties back in everything they were saying with, and I forget exactly how Devin phrased it, something about how to look forward. What can we do going forward? There's actually, in my opinion, and they all talked about it in different pieces, there's two groups of visionaries here. One is obvious, right? The ASO Workshop. But the other one is DWR. Rizzardo, Ramesh, Sean, all you guys. And girls, sorry. That's just the y'all. And the keynote is, the key piece is listening. That they were talking about the previous generation and all like this, but they were listening not just to other people, but the situation at hand. And I think they're underappreciated in a lot of ways for that. But the difference in this room and in rooms similar in other states that I've been in is just, it's night and day with how much all of them look at the situation from sort of a zero-based audit or with clear eyes. And it's a tremendous difference, and I just want to tip my cap to them. I mean, obviously ASO as well for the technology, but that viewpoint we can all learn from, of listening, humility too. The things that I think are important today might not be important tomorrow. And if I'm honest, then I'll listen to changes that may come up. So anyway, that's all.
Is great listening to all these high-level things, but some practical things like Dave is talking about the research community, need to talk to the operators. I'm going to take it down in one notch below, and to the researchers and the modelers. How important is it that you have an open line of communication to the people who are actually out there in the field, the hydrographers who are doing the snow surveys, the hydrographers who are measuring the stream flow, who know the equipment? I mean, I learned early on in my career, 50 years ago, never trust a gauge, stream gauge, precip gauge, any gauge that you haven't been there with your own eyes to really appreciate the tree that's growing over the precip gauge or whatever. How important is that today with all this, amazing data that you're just getting thrown at, for you to actually still have access? And I'm thinking of the hydrographers in this year where we saw some densities that didn't make sense, or we learned that from Matt Meadows that they ran out of tubes or whatever it was. How important is that still in this day and age that we live on, that the people who are much smarter than me in terms of modeling and the research to actually have that have the access to that knowledge or go there themselves?
So I wanted to answer before they answered, because I want to answer about them. So these two, and Mark, and the other Micah, so often are trying to get out into the field. Micah, you volunteered for SnowX this last year. I can't tell you how many times I'm having conversations with Dave when he's either going to the field or coming back from the field. So it's a beautiful thing to interact with modelers who are desperate to be out there in the field. And I think if they could clone themselves, they would. Okay, I answered about you guys.
I couldn't agree with you more, Peter. I mean, it's fundamental, I don't know, at least to me, in my philosophy, to know what your measurements are really seeing. Because you think the numbers mean something, and then you go out in the field and you realize even though they're the same numbers, they may well mean something else than what you thought it was. Hello? There it goes. I do a lot of work with eddy covariance systems, which are notoriously flaky, right? You're measuring boundary layer turbulence and trying to equate it to evaporation from complicated landscapes. And you got a batch of numbers. You can just assume that, that's what the world is doing. But until you go out and you're seeing what's going on in the environments that you're measuring in, it's a whole different animal. I had no appreciation for how complicated snow really was. And that's having lived in mountain towns, having been a ski patroller, having done all of this until I started seeing ASO data. And it's not that I didn't know there were, slide paths and this and that, had fun on all that stuff in various ways, lost friends to that in various ways, we know it's out there, but to visually see it and have the quantitative numbers and then try to do something with it has just been, for me, it's been an amazing intellectual growth experience to be able to do that, right? And I don't know. I don't know any other way to characterize one of those kind of moments where you're like, finally, the science is showing me what I thought I might have known, and now we can quantify it, and now the world makes a little more sense in some ways. So, and now we can try to model it, and that's always challenging, but yeah, I think you've got to do both. You've got to have a foot in both worlds to really make the understanding. Doesn't mean you can't be a good modeler. Doesn't mean there aren't just great pure observationalists, but I like that. I like the duality of it.
It's really important. We spend a lot of time talking to various people in this room and other places around the West, asking questions. I know we've asked Harrison about whether a certain pillow is bridging, because sometimes we're looking at discrepancies in the model and we're trying to figure out, is the model off or is this pillow having a hard time? I know when we did the soil temp work, Frank Gerke called me up and he goes, those sensors were kind of used, initially put in for soil moisture. We didn't really think much about the soil temperature. So we should confirm that some of those are at the depths that you're thinking they are. So we're perpetually interested in that information. So yes, having a clear pathway to that is paramount for us. And we like when we get emails from folks asking for specific information. So we like it both directions. And sometimes having people say, I have an important decision to make. What is the data say today? Often makes us go, ooh, we should make sure this data is good today before we send it, right? So it encourages us to be scrupulous in that. So there's often feedback that way.
I also want to just add one more thing for next year's workshop. Jeff Dozier brought up a really important point about the unimpaired flow that we rely upon for the full natural flow, whatever. So important, whether it's DW, all the forecasts are given in FNF. There's a whole conference we could have on what goes into that number and what are the the error bars there and how much as the landscape has changed and all the things that we've talked before. I would like to see maybe a session talking about how good or how bad is that unimpaired flow, because a lot of it, of course, is based on just basic reservoir storage, and how much is that reservoir storage getting affected by the wind, or because we're seeing this here. It's like you get this unimpaired flow, and you realize it just doesn't make sense because their intake to their gauge is way off. So if I can make a suggestion, we really need to parse that out. And Jeff, thank you for bringing that up, because we put so much faith in that, and believe me, you shouldn't.
Liz, you heard Peter. He volunteered to help organize the workshop next year. All right.
And just to piggyback off of that discussion of data and uncertainty a bit, there's a quip that I meant to have on stickers for this conference actually, but maybe next year. But I like to say that data science is neither. I believe it's, in the classic sense, maybe it is in a different way, but what I've seen a lot lately is people calling things data science, where it's looking into data that someone else collected in a place that people have never been, pulling in methods to see what falls out, basically. And that's neither scientific because it's not testing questions that were asked before the data were examined, nor would I call it real data if we have no idea where it came from. But I think ASO has always done a really impressive job of not falling into that, but actually having both data and science. So I guess maybe to turn this into a bit of a question rather than just a rant. The question would be to Micah's point about utilizing the massive amount of data we do have and everything. How do we move forward to deal with big data without losing sight of what makes it science?
I guess I have to answer that then. I think you have to, it is great to sometimes just model for the sake of modeling because it's satisfying and it works most of the time, but it doesn't take too much time out in the snow to recognize that whatever you're trying to model is underrepresenting it. So I would submit that if you want to do a good job with big data analyses and those things, you have to be fairly connected to the thing you're trying to study, which is tough sometimes to do what we're doing. There's a lot of people who do both of those things and they get to do partial bits of each of those. So yeah, I don't have a good answer for that, I guess, but you have to, I think. You got to go play in snow if you're going to study it in a big way.
Yeah. So Eli, I appreciate the compliment to the ASO team, and we do our best, but there's a lot of tension between delivering products on time and having the best possible accuracy that you can, and that the community has done such an amazing job, not just in California, but also in Colorado and in Wyoming / other. And in Europe as well, to really expanding the field measurements to help us out. That's enormously valuable, and it's much the reason that this tension, and for us the desire to have the best possible products, is what's driving us to come to Dave and say, hey, we want to start putting people out in the field so we want to get some of the bus boys, all right, and the wait staff and the hotel staff here in Mammoth who want to be on skis all the time, instead out with a federal sampler, instead of saying rude things to visitors from Los Angeles, and out making those additional measurements that can really help us with that tension. Yeah, there are many paths for us to pursue there, but we also still really want to see a snow density retrieval, and from a remote sensing platform, and we're not there yet, but we're going to continue to pursue that.
Yeah, just real quickly, I think this is also a situation where particularly our science community probably needs to be a little more aggressive in its advocacy. A lot of the AI, ML, big data research program calls I've seen come out in the last few years when it's come hot, they're from cyber infrastructure programs that are highly abstracted, written by data scientists for data scientists, and I'm sorry if I offend anyone with that. But to the point, the program calls need to be joint. right? They need to fuse data scientists with domain scientists, particularly people doing the observational work, so that there is that give and take of what does the data mean. So, but I think we're the only ones who can advocate for that. Data scientists aren't going to advocate on our behalf. The program managers often say, tell me what we should fund, right? So.
I just never forget the time that it was just the run was trying to calibrate a snow model in Wildland, and it was always wrong because there was a tree growing in the snow cover. I like to see a machine learning model.
I can't tell you, I've done a lot of rain gauging all over the world. How many rain gauges I've seen like halfway under trees. And maybe 10 years ago when they put the gauge out there, it was great, but the tree grew, right? Or whatever happened. And it's just another example of like, okay, data is one thing. We need the techniques behind the data science for sure. It's too much data for our puny brains to process, but it's got to be tempered, right, with process reality.
That goes with the get out there and get some fresh. Years ago, Pete Ferkenscher at the River Forecast Center came to us and said, the Plumas Eureka rain gauge up in the feather seems to be off. Everybody's scratching their heads, and just so happened we were organizing a tour up there to see some of the facilities. So we swing by, and the state park ranger was so proud to show us that he moved the gauge because he was afraid people would back into it, and he walks us through a meadow, and he's so proud of where he moved the gauge, and all of us were staring at the 4 tallest trees, I think, in Plumas Eureka State Park, and going, oh. Pete, you got your answer.
All right, a couple more, I think. Yeah. He changed his mind.
Well, I guess it's time for me.
Almost.
I come at this conversation not through the traditional sense of science, but through the social science perspective. And there's been a couple of undercurrent or overarching themes that I've noticed. The first of which is the product and the service seems to be working well. There's a need for an increase in the application of this product, and that product and service cost money. And so, Jeff, pulling from your plane analogy, or Dave, I'm sorry, I'm curious what lessons you might have to other states that are looking to replicate a program similar to yours with respect to building up the support to get appropriations and continuous baseline funding that's necessary to really take the program off.
Well, the first thing comes to mind there was the cooperative program. Because if you and your partners can't see eye to eye on this, you're just going to continuously undermine each other's message on that advocacy. Allow each watershed to have that individual need, because each watershed has an individual need, but find the common grounds that are no doubts and push for it. And then maybe you catch a foothold. People start to listen to you. This is a vital tool. It helps in floods. All right, fine. We made a foothold. And that's why I kept saying, keep advocating. All right, I think they got it was a flood tool. Guess what? There's more to it. So that I build upon this open dialogue we have here in California. Every watershed's different. Every challenge is different. How they have to use the water and the tools are different. But we can find those commonalities and all agree with each other that, yeah, that's a big problem, and this one seems to address it. I think that's the big one for me. We also just need to get out of our silos, and I alluded to that earlier. I can't tell you the economic benefits of these things. I know they're important. I can give you a lot of anecdotal stuff, right? Like, how do you put the price on not flooding people out and causing deaths? I don't know that you can put a price on that, but people probably can. So we need to find the people who can help us articulate that. And otherwise, what's going to happen is there's going to be a bunch of people who want to listen to us, and they're going to be looking at each other going, these damn engineers won't stop talking cubic feet per second. we struggle as engineers and scientists to get outside of ourselves and put it on something that maybe means something more to somebody else. But I would still go back to that cooperative as the baseline, because I'm always learning from them and going, and they don't know how, they don't know how we have to push for it within our own agency. But if I'm hearing them, I'll latch on to a nugget and go, I can use that, by the way. And I took a lot of notes earlier too, like, these are really going to help internally. So I think that communication's key.
I was just going to say that's a really good segue into tomorrow's session, where we'll be hearing from our Colorado partners, and our partners there have worked a lot with Dave and our other California basins to learn what's happened here, but it's a different beast, it's a different flavor, and so tune in to hear how we're working to grow the Colorado program.
I think we've got one more. Last one.
So this kind of, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? This kind of ties back to Jeff, in a way, back to climate. I don't know, I've just been sitting here thinking, well, first of all, Dave hired me about almost 17 years ago. I've been in this very job, forecasting, and never thought I would be, talking about fire in a snow job. But this past year has even brought it more into focus, like the fires that happened in Canada in May. I mean, eastern wet Canada on fire in May, spreading smoke through the west. And then we have this, what I read about in Hawaii, the Maui, what do they call it, a hyper drought or a flash drought. In 3 weeks, it changed 2 drought regimes to be able to catch on fire like it is. I mean, if that's happening around the world, that's maybe explaining what we've seen in the last 10 years. I've never remembered this much smoke in our building, where we can smell it, it's so bad, and how much it affects the watersheds. And here, Ronnie, you're telling me 67% of the upper watershed in Feather is torched, and I drove through it. And it's like, without ASO, without this technology, how are we going to figure that out? With albedo is so critical. It's not really even a question, but just I've been pondering, like, dang, things are changing, and we need to keep up. So thank you for your vision on where we're headed with all this and all the change. And so a lot of the data that we use from 30, 40 years ago, it may or may not apply because of the changed landscapes and the ability of water to go into the groundwater. So snow job is equally fire. So I'm looking forward to Thursday, where we bring in more of the environmental other aspects of what ASO is doing and the data it provides for that community too. So anyway.
Thanks, Steve. All right. That draws today to a close. What's that? Yes, it's beer time. So thanks everybody for your participation today, and let's keep going to it. And remember that we'll start again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. It is my understanding now that the Yodeler will be open for lunch tomorrow. Let me double check. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Reopening on Thursday. So you'll get one shot at it, but I'll find out more. I will, yeah. That might just get us arrested. And then remember, Thursday night reception up the gondola at McCoy Station, the mid station right up and over the hill there. And then you'll be able to go to the top and check out the sky and check out the San Joaquin Basin and check out the Lakes Basin. So thanks, everybody.